Chapter 2475, Yang Bofen had many admirers in the audience. Even the arrogant geniuses had nothing but praises for him. His strong qualities had nothing to do with his master and his background. His exceptional talents spoke volumes. Remember, 8 Formation True Emperor only had 2 palaces, but Bofen, his disciple, was already a 3rd level true god. The Emperor wasn't as strong as Eternals or his peers, but ordinary Ascenders couldn't compare to him. The issue here was that Bofen was still very young and hasn't become his disciple for that long. Being a 3rd level true god already was very impressive and indicative of his amazing talents. Some even said that he was more gifted and brilliant than his master. Perhaps catching up was only a matter of time. Today, his visit here on behalf of the Emperor was worth musing over. How has the Emperor been? Jianyao has not granted any audience until now. This special privilege only further proved Bofen's talents, not just because his master was a true emperor. Ma Jinming was inferior to him in this regard despite having a legion commander, an eternal, for a father. However, Jinming still couldn't gain Jianyao's respect, so Bofen was clearly above him. Fairy, my venerable master has been in isolated cultivation. Bofen quickly bowed and said. He wants to open his 3rd palace. Jianyao asked. Fairy, he is not aiming for the 3rd palace but rather researching the immortal slaying ancient formation left behind by the forefathers. Bofen revealed. Immortal slaying. Jianyao was surprised to hear this. The Emperor is indeed a master at formations, virtually peerless in the contemporary. The fact that he is in isolated cultivation for immortal slaying means that he has a great comprehension of it already, not bad. He might reach grand completion the day he comes out. Thank you for your blessing, Fairy. Bofen said, Master did have some good findings prior to this session, he is aiming at understanding the formation's core profundities this time. Immortal slaying has always been difficult to control. Jianyao nodded. If he could understand it, he would be a tiger with wings roaming through the realms. I do hope so, and will require your help in the future. Bofen said. The crowd was startled to hear such high praises from Jianyao. Immortal slaying ancient formation. The young ones have never heard of this name before. Meanwhile, the older experts and even the ancestors shuddered. Is it really strong? A youth curiously asked. Very. His ancestor said with a grave tone, Myriad Formation Kingdom clearly relies on formations to compete with the rest of the world. The kingdom itself is a super formation, but they also have 3 other supreme formations. However, strictly speaking about arrays and complexity, immortal slaying is far superior to the other 3. It wasn't created by that kingdom, its origin is too old to be traced. Well, you can tell just how strong it is from its title. Unfortunately, few people from Myriad Formation could actually control this formation. It requires the realm of an emperor just to start learning about it. The ancestor paused for a bit with a serious expression. If the emperor could actually understand it, it'll make him comparable to a 3-palace emperor and could even fight against a 4-palace emperor. Surpassing levels at the imperial realm, people took a deep breath. Those with common sense knew that at the imperial realm, the levels were very strict. A 2-palace emperor couldn't fight against a 2-palace emperor. Having an additional palace meant total oppression. One exception to this rule was if the lower-level combatant was in possession of an ancestral weapon. However, if 8 Formation True Emperor were to learn immortal slaying, then he could challenge emperors above him up to the 4th level. It's just like an ancestral weapon, or even stronger than a common one. Another murmured. Remember, 9 Secret System has been around for so long after its progenitor's era. Thus, only a few lineages had an ancestral weapon. Understanding this formation would give the Emperor an ace card fortifying his status in the system. It looks like Fairy Qin views the Emperor highly. A speculator whispered. He is worthy of it if he can figure out that formation. Someone from the last generation nodded. The guy will be unstoppable among the young generation, even Waterwatch Saber Saint might not be able to take him on. At that point, Calm Lotus might start supporting him in the competition for the throne. That's true. His peers agreed, if he becomes the one with the most potential in our system, then he should be the king, nothing surprising there. The Bingqi is quite perceptive. They sent a downtrodden princess to the new king and married Hanyu to 8 formation true emperor instead. Myriad formation, the Bingqi, and with Calm Lotus support. I think that's game over. People shuddered after realizing this. The Bingqi and Myriad formation were 2 of the 5 great powers. Their alliance was already strong enough, so if the emperor were to win the support of Calm Lotus, then that's 3 great powers in their alliance. Who would be able to compete against them then? 8 formation true emperor would definitely become the next king. While people were still musing about this matter, another meeting took place. A youth came riding a vigorous stallion. It rode the waves just like a true dragon flying in the mist. He had an impressive and dominating aura despite not moving that quickly. Such presence attracted everyone's gaze. It's General Tang. The spectators immediately recognized this rider. Tang Hexiang. Since when did he get here? So secretive. Someone else said. No idea, I don't think anyone saw him. People glanced at each other, confused. Hexiang was the commander of the Imperial Guards, a great genius of War Saint Dynasty, and a practitioner of the word, Zhe. He's coming to see Fairy Qin too. Everyone knew what he was trying to do. Well, he's still a good candidate for the throne, supported by War Saint Dynasty. An older expert said. After the king lost his kingdom, Hexiang became the de facto leader of War Saint. Many supported him becoming their next ruler. After all, he was also from the royal clan, a great advantage. After the disappearance of Li Qia, he had a good claim to the throne based on his background and status. Because of this, the 6 legions and their commanders wanted him to be the next king. This created a stalemate after the siege of the imperial palace between Myriad formation, the Bingqi, and Myriad formation. They couldn't pick out a new king. Hexiang is strong, but I don't think he can take on 8 formation true emperor. Plus, the Bingqi and Myriad formation are stronger than the 6 legions. Someone commented. In theory, yes. His senior elaborated, but don't forget, Hexiang has a better rightful claim to the throne. He's part of the royal clan, so the other sects won't have a problem with him taking over. It would be a lawful coronation. On the other hand, this doesn't apply for 8 formation true emperor, it would be considered a usurping attempt. Not everyone will accept him. People agreed with this statement. Hexiang's royal background was a great advantage. Chapter 2476, The impressive Tang Hexiang rode the wave, brimming with vigorous vitality, seemingly capable of stopping an entire army by himself. This powerful warrior was also an expert at military strategies. Because of this, the powers of 9 secrets and numerous other legions camping around the system had high hopes for him. There was no doubt that 8 formation true emperor was stronger than Tang Hexiang. However, the former focused on Dao cultivation while Tang Hexiang had other good points. He grew up in the royal clan, so he was exposed to strategies and business operations. Later on, he joined the military and had great success leading the Imperial Guards, going as far as receiving praises from Lucidity King on several occasions. His experience and history earned him the support from War Saint Dynasty and the 6 legions. Many powers in 9 secrets felt the same way. With someone like him as the king, he could do a great job governing the system, taking care of conflicts between his tributaries. This wasn't the case for 8 formation true emperor. After becoming the king, he would definitely show great promise and potential for the future. In fact, he could become a second Lucidity with the help of the Bingqi and Myriad formation. However, total tyranny would return to the system. Every other sect would be under their control. In order to prevent this, people found Tang Hexiang to be the best candidate. Of course, the ones that could actually affect the direction of 9 secrets were War Saint Dynasty and the 5 behemoths. The other clans and sects could only increase Hexiang's influence by a bit, unable to make him the king. General Tang's backing still can't compare to 8 formation true emperors. Another person said, I don't think it'll be easy for him at all. The emperor is a tough rival, but even Waterwatch Saber Saint is not inferior to him at all. True, but we don't know for sure yet. An ancestor replied, I have heard that the Sacred Cabinet is coming back out to help him. The Sacred Cabinet, people were startled to hear this name. This organization used to be the central power of War Saint Dynasty before Lucidity King, consisting of their strongest ancestors. It was in charge of both the dynasty and the system, and this limited the influence of the king. Later on, Lucidity King changed everything during his prime. He forced the cabinet into disappearing. Some said that he had personally destroyed them, while others believed that the two sides have reached an agreement and the cabinet voluntarily retired. Either way, this ended up with a total dictatorship for Lucidity in 9 secrets. Thus, hearing about their second coming was obviously surprising. Perhaps this could change the tides in the current power struggle. Alright, if Tang Hexiang can get Fairy Qin's approval, it'll confirm his position, and maybe 8 formation true emperor will be smart enough to back off. An ancestor said with a profound expression. Everyone was immersed in watching Hexiang. Everyone knew that Yang Bofen has successfully met Qin Jianyao, meaning that she thought highly of 8 formation true emperor. If Jianyao were to ignore Tang Hexian right now, it would be a detrimental blow to his cause. Of course, gaining her support would be incredible. With the help of Calm Lotus and his own advantages, 8 formation true emperor would need to think twice before going up against him. Please excuse my uninvited visit and grant me an audience, Fairy Qin. Hexiang stood on the other side, his voice echoed across the lake. The atmosphere became frozen since everyone held their breath, waiting for the answer. You're too polite, General Tang. Jianyao's pleasant and enjoyable voice resounded. She personally came out again to show the world her wondrous beauty and astonish the youths nearby. I have many things to ask you, Fairy Qin. Please guide me. Hexiang courteously said. Guide is too strong of a word. We can have a chat instead. Jianyao nodded. Her ethereal appearance made the heart beat faster. Everyone glanced at each other after seeing this. It looked like those who could win an audience were eligible to become an emperor. Someone like Ma Jinming was not. Looks like it's down to 8 formation true emperor or Tang Hexiang then. A cultivator said. Maybe, maybe not. Waterwatch Saber Saint has yet to show up. Remember, he's even more brilliant than 8 formation true emperor. Someone from the last generation shook their head. Qin Jianyao has caused quite a stir because of these meetings. Everyone knew that to a certain extent, her sect could decide the next candidate for the throne, so all eyes were on her. Your Majesty, General Tang and 8 formation true emperor's disciple have visited Fairy Qin. I'm afraid this isn't good news for you. Chu Qing has heard talks about the meetings and told Li Qie. Despite her innocence, she was keen enough to know the negative implications for Li Qie. Because of this, she became worried while he was completely nonchalant. Let them be. Li Qie shook his head. What are they going to do? Just struggling meaninglessly, thinking they're smart and capable enough to control the world. Unfortunately, it's only wishful thinking since they're mere chess pieces. Chu Qing refrained from replying. She was only worried about his well-being. As for the throne, that meant nothing to her. Being around Li Qie was more than enough to keep her happy and satisfied. He could just be a regular citizen and she would still stay by his side. Silly girl, don't be distracted by this nonsense. Any progress on the mantra I've taught you? Li Qie chuckled. It is awfully magical. Chu Qing said, I just feel a lack of experience and accumulation, an intangible feeling like it's there yet not. It's good that you're sensing something. Li Qie smiled, alright, while there is still time, I'll take you out since we just can't stay in the house all day. Where? She was surprised. Around 9 linked mountains, of course, since we're already here. We can't waste our trip. Li Qiye replied. Chu Qing nodded without objecting since she was willing to go wherever he went. The two of them went down the mountain and headed northward. It looked like a sightseeing tour. This path would take them across the 9 lakes. The lake closest to Great Desolate Mountain was their first destination. It was around 1,000 miles long. When traveling via a boat, one would think that they were in a great ocean. Li Qiye stared at the lake and played with the water. After a while, he looked at her and asked, "How are you feeling?" "Very good, the air is pure and refreshing." Chu Qing felt as if they were the only ones on the lake right now, so she smiled brightly. "Silly girl, you think this is a stroll? I'm taking you places so you can feel this land." Li Qiye gently pinched her cute nose and said. Chapter 2477, I see. Chu Qing realized she misunderstood and lowered her head, blushing and embarrassed. She became an obedient wife, closing her eyes in order to carefully sense the land. After a long while, she opened her eyes and said with excitement, "Yes. A certain aura is echoing, but I can't really grasp it. It resembles a crisp sound." "Good." Li Qiye smiled and nodded, "You didn't waste time training in your mantra. I'll have you know that you're currently training in 2 secrets of the 9 right now." "2 secrets?" She blurted out in astonishment, You're telling me that the mantra you gave me is 2 of the 9. She hastily covered her mouth and looked around, afraid of being overheard. Fortunately, no one was around, so she heaved a sigh of relief while patting her plump chest. Li Qiye had nothing but adoration for this cute appearance. What else could it be? I don't think this is proper." Chu Qing hesitated and worriedly looked at him. "You're secretly giving me Do and Je, it'll bring a lot of trouble. I don't want to learn it anymore." The 9 secrets were the strongest merit laws of this system, its very foundation and core. Everyone desired them, just one was enough. Other people would celebrate this opportunity. It was a peerless fortune. Moreover, Lu Chu Qing had trained in the word, Lin. She knew the significance of training in one. Strangely enough, instead of rejoicing, she only felt worried because of Li Qiye. If he were to pass these secrets of War Saint to someone else, a punishment would be in order. Even the king couldn't do so. In her mind, his safety far exceeded these secrets. As long as he could live a worried-free life, she wouldn't ask for anything else. "Why can't I pass it to you? Don't you want to be my wife? Then it's a matter of course for me to give it." Li Qiye smiled. The girl became red from ear to ear, feeling very sweet inside when he said the word, wife. This address was better than all others and she loved it. "But you still can't pass them down." She looked up, still worried. She naturally knew the rules of great powers. These secret laws couldn't be given away, no exceptions either. The consequences would be grave. Li Qiye disagreed. "I, Li Qiye, can do whatever I want in this world. If I say yes, then it is allowed and no one can say otherwise. Plus, I'm not giving you Do and Je. Not those 2. She became frozen again. Everyone knew that War Saint Dynasty had access to Do and Je. "I'm giving you Qian." Li Qiye revealed. "Qian." She couldn't stay calm. "I thought it was lost." 9 secrets existed in the system but only 8 were known. Qian has been missing, no one has heard of anyone nor lineage possessing this particular word in the present. Moreover, no one could materialize and derive this word from the Tao land. That word doesn't apply to me. I can find all that is lost without a single problem, as long as I will it so. He casually said. Chu Qing was still shocked. She didn't expect that she was actually training in a lost word. No one would believe her. Qian, it is a merit law that can boost power and allow its user to enter a crazed state. she curiously asked. This is the reason why it is lost. The fools only manage to learn the bare surface, thinking that they have mastered it. Because of this, they used it repeatedly and lessened their lifespan, or even dying from implosion. Li Qiye shook his head and laughed. The practitioners of Qian in the past could enjoy a massive, temporary power boost. Once activated, they would fall in a state of frenzy, allowing them to defeat enemies of a higher level. As you comprehend the mysteries of Qian more and more, you will find that entering the crazed state is only elementary and not presentable. The true practitioners of Qian will have a heroic and fearless heart, and this will, in turn, polish your Tao heart. In fact, one can say that Qian is the guiding principle of the 9 secrets. After comprehending it in full, you will have a smooth sailing to learn the other 8 while lowering the risk. You will soar in the sky like a true dragon. He elaborated. She listened attentively and began to ponder the content in a daze. Each word was carving into her mind. All right, silly girl, don't just stand there, start comprehending the mantra. Li Qiye pinched her nose again. The bashful girl regained her wits and entered a state of meditation. Being around Li Qiye made her have peace of mind. That's why she could meditate in public without any problem. Some cultivators also spotted these two during their journey northward. Looks like the king's nature is still the same, and here I thought he had changed completely to focus on cultivation. He only lasted a few days, I guess mud can't make a lasting wall. A few people became disappointed and shook their head after seeing the two idling about. That's why he lost his kingdom. Another was much more disdainful, Fairy Qin had no interest in him, and she's right. This piece of trash is not worth mentioning, there's no way he can get into her sight. What a pity for waterfront princess. An older cultivator felt pity, her talents mean that she has a bright future ahead, but now, she'll enter stagnation by hanging around with the king, bound by the marriage pact. She's destroying her own future. Right, that marriage pact is useless, she's only doing this to herself, no need to carry out a nullified pact. People felt sorry for her, a flower pinned in a pile of manure. Her potential wasn't inferior to Bingqi Hanyu or even Qin Jianyao, but she chose to waste it. In fact, everyone knew that even if she didn't hold up her end of the bargain, the king couldn't do anything anyway. The Bingqi sent a fake promise. Calm Lotus and Myriad Formation pretended that the pact didn't exist without suffering any consequences. The Princess of Myriad Formation and Qin Jianyao are doing just fine. The king had nothing right now, not worthy of these ladies. Even if he were to bring up the marriage pact, he would only be asking for humiliation. Lu Chuqing was the only one carrying it out. In the eyes of others, she wasn't thinking straight and choosing to jump into a pit. In this day and age, yet still upholding a promise with the weak. So rare, I don't know if this is considered a virtue or stupidity. An ancestor sentimentally said. This choice of hers could even result in her death, marrying an insect, and his enemies were the 5 great powers. Who would want to pay such a heavy price for the sake of a promise? The majority of cultivators certainly wouldn't. Chapter 2478, Others only saw Li Qiye and Lu Chuqing playing around and enjoying the scenery. However, she had an amazing harvest during the trip. Meanwhile, the reclusive Qin Jianyao suddenly held an event and invited many prodigies and talents. It's rare for everyone to gather at 9-linked mountains, so I invited everyone to the stone forest so that we can get to know each other. Jianyao said. The sudden event at the stone forest caught some people off guard because she has been staying behind closed doors after coming to 9-linked mountains, not meeting anyone outside of Yangbofen and Tang Hexiang. It's to be expected. The experienced ancestors have predicted this. Calm Lotus Monastery is finally choosing to participate, wanting to divide the world after Lucidity King's departure. They could read her like a book. During the reign of Lucidity, Calm Lotus couldn't share the royal reign at all and had retreated from any power struggle. With his end came their beginning. Because of this, their successor finally showed herself in these tumultuous times. Looks like they have made up their minds about their candidate. Another ancestor realized something and shuddered. This sect had two secrets, so they were quite unfathomable. No one could take them on outside of War Saint dynasty led by Lucidity. The other four great powers couldn't begin to touch them. In fact, in 9 secrets right now, every single person in sect were paying attention to their choice. They had the whole world in their grasp. Is it Tang Hexiang or 8 Formation True Emperor? This question lingered in everyone's mind. Both Tang Hexiang and 8 Formation True Emperor were quite evenly matched. If one of them could gain Jianyao's support, they would definitely be able to seize the throne. The older experts knew that this sudden event was premeditated and could very well determine the fate of this generation. Thus, anxiety and excitement permeated the crowd. Unlike the insightful masters, the younger cultivators cared more about the list of invitees. For these youths, especially the genius, being invited by her was an honor and a proof of their status. Plus, they would have a chance to get close to her. That's why everyone was waiting for their invitation card. Though she never really participated in political affairs, this event was swiftly carried out. Plenty of cards were sent right after the announcement. In fact, the requirement for entry this time was relatively lenient. Of course, it was all relative. The invitees were still famous youths consisting of mainly geniuses and incredible talents. Because of this, the lucky ones became quite excited after receiving their letter and earning her sex recognition, an honor indeed. I'm so proud of myself, being able to participate in Fairy Qin's party. One genius exclaimed. Ma Jinming was among the first group to receive an invitation. He laughed heartily and said, Fairy Qin is insanely insightful and visionary. I will do my best if she ever requires anything of me. He has been brooding about not getting an audience from her in the past. However, to be among the first wave of invitation wiped away any grievances. Eventually, the prodigies in 9 linked mountains have received an invitation, same with some of the older experts. Of course, the crowd still consisted primarily of younger people from 9 secrets. The ancestors could tell that she was using this to establish her own position and gain some prestige. After the last wave, some meticulous people noticed that she didn't invite a particular person. Fairy Qin didn't invite the king. The person who noticed this became surprised. After all, in terms of status among the young generation and even the previous, the king was on top. He had total authority before despite losing it now. This didn't diminish the innate nobility within him, but she still didn't send an invitation. How strange that the fairy to not invite him. The youths were surprised. After all, the first thing she did after coming here was visiting him. It seemed that there was some consideration to be had at first, but the lack of an invitation now was truly puzzling. A genius thought that he understood the matter and sneered, she acted based on his status, but when she actually met him, she found that he was a piece of trash, so she left. Looks like he can't enter her sight. This really shows that he isn't worth a single coin. Many geniuses agreed. Maybe Calm Lotus Monastery has abandoned the king since he has no value to be taken advantage of. An older expert also felt this way. Well, perhaps that sect has a different candidate to be the next king. An ancestor took it to the next step. He thought that maybe Jianyao was going to reveal some news about the next king. Inviting the previous would only lead to unnecessary conflict. Of course, many didn't care at all and focused on taking advantage of this opportunity by putting on a commendable front. No one wanted to waste energy worrying about the trash king. They didn't care about Li Qie, but Li Qie surely didn't care about them for the same perceived reason. In the next few days, he spent his time leading Chu Qing around the area, the main mountains and the 9 lakes. She had an incredible harvest thanks to his guidance. Her comprehension of the word Qian was improving at a rapid rate. She only needed time for training and polishment before obtaining a precious Dao heart. Li Qie was confident in this. What does one become after understanding all 9 secrets? The innocent girl had a strange thought and asked Li Qie along the way. What do you mean? They'll still be a human, not suddenly turn into a monster or anything. The progenitor finished all 9 and he remained a progenitor, not an immortal. Li Qie smiled and said. Oh, I see. Chu Qing was embarrassed by the question since it's not like no one has done it before. It's just that in the present, people only had access to 1 or 2, so it was hard to imagine the result of cultivating all 9. Maybe only the progenitor can finish training in these precious words. Her training under 2 words right now gave her a clearer understanding of their abilities. She thought that someone capable of finishing all 9 must be extraordinary. The most precious thing in the system isn't the 9 secret words. Li Qie gently shook his head. No. What is it then? Chu Qing was frightened and remained a skeptic. Everyone knew that the 9 secrets were the very foundation and core of the system, precious beyond imagination. What could actually be more valuable in this land? 9 linked mountains. Li Qie casually said. Lu Chu Qing immediately looked around this beautiful place and scratched her head. Are you saying that there are hidden treasure groves buried under this place? Li Qie shook his head. Those aren't necessarily precious either. The 9 secrets and treasures are not the most precious thing. Don't judge using a layman's vision. There's a reason why your progenitor was able to pass down this system, and why 9 linked mountains has been standing strong for so long. I see. Chu Qing didn't quite understand. The 2 of them finally made it through the 8 lakes. Only 1 was left. They appreciated its scenic beauty, a boundless expanse of blue water. That's Xiang Island over there. Over yonder across the mist and fog was an island, a scene as beautiful as a painting. She couldn't help but remind Li Qie. We'll return after finishing this lake. Li Qie gave it a quick glance but didn't care too much. They were waiting at a relatively small dock. Many other cultivators were waiting as well and immediately noticed these 2. Chapter 2479, Everyone in 9 Secrets knew about the king. When they saw him, a clear look of disdain surfaced or at least a cold smile. Once they noticed Lu Chu Qing, they felt pity and unfairness. Such a supreme beauty and heaven's favorite was ruined now by this useless king. Back when he was still on the throne, many would have prostrated in the most subservient and sycophantic manner. But now, at this small dock, no one was willing to greet him. Nevertheless, Chu Qing was still close to him, leaning on his shoulder as he held her hand. Being able to walk intimately like this with Li Qie was sweet happiness filling her heart. She didn't care about how others view him. Boom! Suddenly, a cavalry galloped closer with a mountain-pushing force and an incredible speed. It only had around a dozen members or so, but this didn't deter its frightening aura. Nay! Their stallions instilled fear and intimidated the nearby spectators as they were rushing over. People staggered backward in response, not wanting to be in the way. Impressively enough, despite the swift velocity, the stallions raised their front hooves and stopped instantly. They looked like statues, creating quite an imposing atmosphere. Nice! Many people clapped after seeing this. That's elite soldiers from the Ma for you, so experienced. An impressed spectator stated. The cavalry was led by Ma Jinming. He proudly sat on his mount and enjoyed the praises before jumping down. Young noble Ma, long time no see. Many quickly came over to greet him, acting very familiar. He was surrounded by these young cultivators and became the moon surrounded by the stars, a clear contrast to the abandoned Li Qie. The time was changing. A little character like Ma Jinming would have been standing in the back of the line outside the Golden Hall, not even getting the chance to prostrate and lick the king's boots. Unfortunately, no one wanted to fawn on the king or even get close to him. Ma Jinming was more than content in this situation. He was indeed a talent, a dragon among men, but just not on the same level as 8 Formation True Emperor or Tang Hexiang. Nonetheless, one would be hard-pressed to find an opponent for him among the young generation. Furthermore, his father was an authoritative figure in charge of the Central Legion and had the support of the other legions. His status was quite something right now. After chatting with the crowd, he turned towards Li Qie with a cold gaze before coming over. The crowd made way for him. Some had a sneer on their face while staring at Li Qie. Though their contempt of the king has been made clear, they didn't wish to provoke him. After all, a centipede dies but never falls down. The king used to be in charge, so his prestige still somewhat remained, especially when War Saint Dynasty was still around. Ma Jinming was walking closer, but Li Qie only stared at the scenic lakes and mountain, not bothering to look at him. Li Qie. Ma Jinming coldly uttered. Li Qie didn't bother to respond either, as if he didn't hear the guy. Everyone watched with bated breath, aware that the king had killed Xing Yibin, the cousin of Ma Jinming. The guy wouldn't let this go so easily. Moreover, one had lost all momentum while the other was akin to a rising sun. It wasn't impossible for Jinming to kill the king. The crowd was also surprised. Though the king had nothing right now, he was still putting up quite a haughty act. Li, don't tell me that you're too scared to speak. Jinming's eyes had an aggressive glint. I guess that's not strange at all. A useless idiot like you lost the throne for a reason, no courage to even breathe loudly before me now. No one dared to criticize or yell at Li Qie directly earlier, but Jinming was doing so. This required some courage and power. Just a traitor, can't reach the apex. Li Qie finally turned around and said, your father could be eligible to prostrate before me, but you aren't even qualified to do so. You. Jinming couldn't restrain his anger, such arrogance. Do you still think that you're the king? No, only a lost dog, a piece of trash that isn't worth a single coin. I will teach you a lesson right now about the cruel reality of the world. Having said that, he stepped forward. However, an older soldier pulled Jinming back and quietly shook his head. It wasn't because he was worried about his young lord, but because Li Qie was still the king. He has yet to be deposed. It would be inexcusable to harm him right now because the Central Legion still belonged to War Saint Dynasty. The justification for the previous rebellion was predicated on doing it for the people. But now, it would be a bullying act, a stain on their young lord and the Legion's reputation. Their Legion might be in control right now, but they couldn't afford to make any reproachable mistake. Jinming tried hard to calm his fury. He glared coldly at Li Qie and threatened with a snort, Li. My little cousin's death won't be in vain. Unfortunately, Li Qie has already lost interest and started watching the lake again. Splash. They were interrupted by splashing noises. A ship traveled at an impressive speed and instantly made it to the dock. Everyone's eyes brightened after seeing the girl standing at the bow of the ship. She met the wind like a fairy as her sleeves and ribbons fluttered. Fairy Qin. The crowd was instantly won over. It was Qin Jianyao of Calm Lotus. She attracted everyone's attention and caused them to stand there like fools. She looked at Jinming and said, sorry for the long wait and the inconvenient location, gentlemen. Please board the ship. Jinming and several geniuses were the first to come and got a personal reception by Jianyao, a clear display of their great status. You shouldn't have, Fairy Qin. Jinming happily jumped on the ship and came next to her. He cupped his fist and said, it is an honor to be here with you. His ego was fully satiated. He stood there proudly with his chest arched forward. Jianyao then turned towards Li Qie and nodded ever so slightly for the greeting, young noble Li, Miss Lu, we meet again. She no longer called him, His Majesty, using his real name instead. Chu Qing was always nice to everyone, so she nodded back. On the other hand, Li Qie ignored Jianyao like the rest. People considered her to be an unreachable fairy, but Li Qie saw her as no different from another ant. Jianyao didn't even have time to react before Jinming scowled and defended her. Li, Fairy Qin saying hi to you now is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Don't be so shameless. He thought about putting up a good act to make the beauty happy. Chapter 2480, Li Qiye turned a deaf ear to Ma Jinming's rebuke and didn't pay attention to Qin Jianyao either. Jinming wanted to impress the fairy and earn her favor, not expecting this lack of response from Li Qiye. He felt a murderous urge after being left in this awkward situation. Jianyao simply stared at him and didn't mind. The two of them were from different worlds. After today, they might not be able to meet again. This so-called king would fall into obscurity and never appear on her path again, since she would reach the peak and leave imperial lineage. Thus, he could act all arrogant and nonchalant, for he was nothing more than a ridiculous king. No longer a king, just another mortal. Why would a peak existence in the future care about the attitude of a mortal? She has already done her courteous part by greeting him. A mortal like me shouldn't go to the immortal garret. Suddenly, a resounding ode came about. A wooden boat crossed through the lake like an arrow and instantly made it to the dock. Everyone looked over and saw an old man sitting there rowing, allowing the boat to reach incredible speed. It's him. Some murmured in a daze after seeing the old man. They recognized that this old woodcutter was the one who participated in the killing of Zheng Yibin. Some glanced over at Li Qiye and wondered about the old man's identity. Even the Kamaz water Jianyao changed her expression. She quickly bowed and respectfully said, "Senior South Peak." Her sudden action stunned everyone and made them think about the implication. However, the old man didn't look at her, seemingly not hearing her greeting. He stopped the boat nearby. "Senior South Peak, this little girl is Qin Jianyao of Calm Lotus. I've only got here and didn't dare to disturb you." She respectfully bowed again. The crowd was speechless. This was the successor of a sect in possession of 2 secrets. Her status was incredible, not to mention that all the ancestors loved her. She rarely performed such a respectful greeting to her ancestors, let alone an outsider like this. Could it be that this ordinary woodcutter was even more important than the 5 supreme ancestors? He gently waved his sleeve in response. "Young miss, you are mistaken, I am only an ordinary working man." He then bowed towards Li Qiye and said, "Your Majesty, I heard you and the lady wishes to check out the lake. May I row your ship?" Chu Qing lowered her head, embarrassed, after hearing the address. Of course, she felt quite good about it. Li Qiye withdrew his gaze from the lake and glanced at the old man. "Go for it." The old man happily affirmed and acted as if this was a grand departure. "His Majesty and the lady are setting out." Though they didn't have any servant or guards, he still performed the regular announcement. This might be the shabbiest entourage of a king. Everyone wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to utter a single sound. After Li Qiye and Chu Qing got on the wooden boat, the old man shouted again, "Proceed." He had a serious expression as if they were back in the imperial palace and he was the king's eunuch. Splash! The wooden boat began to move with his rowing, seemingly empowered by his ode as well. "A mortal like me shouldn't go to the immortal garret." Everyone continued staring until the boat disappeared from sight. Even Jianyao herself remained in a bowing position and didn't straighten up her back till the old man was gone. She stood there and couldn't regain her wits in full. She knew many stories and secrets about 9-linked mountains, especially about this woodcutter from the southern region. Her supreme ancestor also told her about him prior to the trip. She was almost certain that this old man was the legendary woodcutter, the most unfathomable character in this sect, perhaps all of 9 secrets. Few knew of his existence, but he was a frightening eternal. Why is someone like him valuing the king so much? She thought but couldn't come up with an answer. Keep in mind that even Lucidity King was rather respectful and humble in 9-linked mountains, and one of the reasons was because of South Peak Woodcutter. Only the top talents could figure how strong he truly was. For example, Gui Fei from the Li clan. A being of this level actually wanted to serve Li Qiye by rowing his boat. Jianyao was truly astounded. In her eyes, the king was useless now. Her sect agreed with this viewpoint too. This didn't seem to be the case any longer after seeing the woodcutter's attitude. Everyone else gasped as well. Who was Qin Jianyao? There was no one else worthy of such respect from her outside the supreme ancestors. Just who was this normal-looking woodcutter? After calming down, Ma Jinming noticed her still standing there in a daze. He tried to curry favor. Fairy Jean, don't mind them. That Li guy is ignorant and arrogant, still shamelessly thinking that he's the king. Shut up. Jianyao shouted, no longer wishing to speak. She felt a loss of control over the situation resulting in a looming danger and wasn't in the mood to chat with this Jinming. Jinming turned red. As the young noble of the Central Legion, no one has ever yelled at him like that besides his father. However, he didn't dare to act out towards Jianyao, so he channeled his indignation and anger towards Li Chia instead. That bastard was who caused this, and he swore to have revenge, sooner or later. The tiny boat undulated on the lake filled with blue water, looking just like a piece of jade. It had a diameter of 1,000 miles, not much different from being in the ocean. The gentle breezes soothed the soul. Li Chia smiled while laying down on the boat and resting his legs on the hull. How rare to have a big shot like you rowing for me, this might shock all of 9 secrets. Lucidity King himself probably never got this treatment. Your Majesty, please. My meager skills can't get into your sight. Just a single thought of yours could decapitate me, and you would be using my blade to do that too. He tapped the cutter tied to his waist. He had his reasons for following Li Chia. His cultivation was unfathomable to outsiders, which was why Lucidity had reservations about acting arrogant in this place. However, his weapon was directly taken and controlled by Li Chia. He as its master couldn't regain control during the process at all. It meant that Li Chia's will had reached a frightening level. His own mental ability was that of a child compared to Li Chia's. An ability of this level, at the very least, belonged to a progenitor of the immortal level. This might be the strongest master he has seen in his life. As the saying goes, fawning favors hides ulterior motives. What is yours? Li Chia leisurely said. Your Majesty, I am hiding nothing, just wanting to be a good host for you. The old man said. I won't be reserved if you have no requests then. Just don't blame me for not being upfront with you later. Li Chia smiled. 1. The old man actually used the Chinese word for anyone married to the king to address Chu Qing. It can be used for a queen, consort, concubine, etc., so there is no right translation for this since no context is established. I chose lady instead since it is ambiguous too. Remember, he's addressing her as a wife to Li Chia. Lady doesn't fit perfectly here. I can't pick any of the above because it will be an assumption on my part, and by calling her a queen, consort, concubine, we're also adding information from the old man that isn't there in the original text. He doesn't know what she is exactly. Chapter 2481. The old man smiled wryly after hearing this and had to reveal his intention. I do have a tiny request, Your Majesty. When you do take action, please go easy on us. 9-Linked Mountains is just a small place that can't handle your invincibility. If the mountains were to be destroyed in the process, our disciples will be forced to leave their homes and wander about. This place is small, huh? Li Chia gently shook his head. Vast is the right word, and it has taken the most fertile part of 9 secrets too. That's only for regular people. The old man replied, for someone such as yourself, Your Majesty, this is a tiny, barren wasteland, not worth mentioning. It can't handle your full power. If you don't care about the disciples here, please think about the citizens of the system, just go a little easy and spare us. Otherwise, one punch of yours might penetrate the system completely, signaling its end. The old man wasn't exaggerating. An existence that was, at the very least, an immortal progenitor was a monster. Destroying a system was no problem, perhaps with a single strike. I suppose I can't refuse after you put it this way. Li Chia smiled, "Don't worry, your 9-linked mountains will be just fine, it won't lose an arm or a leg or anything else. I'm a merciful person who always cares for the people. I thank you on behalf of everyone, Your Majesty." The old man stood up and cupped his fist towards Li Chia. Meanwhile, Lu Chuqing sat next to Li Chia without uttering a word. "Oh right, how about giving me the plaque at your sect's entrance?" Li Chia casually brought this up. The old man didn't know how to answer. He awkwardly coughed before replying, "Your Majesty, it's embarrassing but I can't make that decision since it was left behind by the great forefather." "Is that so?" Li Chia continued with a smile, "I personally don't care for most items in the world since they're worthless, but I like this silly girl. If you wish to pay respects to me, I think it's about time for a greeting present." The man smiled wryly, "Well, I'm afraid that anything I can take out can't get into your sight. The regular items in this world aren't worthy as presents to a celestial like the lady." Chuqing became embarrassed again and looked down on the ground, still not used to this particular address. "Then hand over the 9 secrets," Li Chia nonchalantly demanded. She was stunned to hear this. The 9 secrets were priceless and no one could gather all of them. Li Chia spoke as if he was asking the old man to hand over some cabbages. "Your Majesty, you are messing with me. I've only fixed a few things, it's easier said than done to gather all 9, let alone reaching grand completion." "But your Qian is at grand completion," Li Chia replied. "Nothing can hide from your eyes, Your Majesty." The old man sighed and said, "The truth is that this is the accomplishment after a lifetime of effort. I am slow and inept, probably won't be able to finish all 9. As far as I know, true Emperor Jiuning is the only person who has done so. She has done so successfully, just like the rumors." Chuqing became curious. "Yes, as far as I know, my lady." The woodcutter nodded. "She studied both Jia and Lai in Calm Lotus, Do and Zhe at War Saint, and the rest in 9-linked mountains, but that's just starting on all 9. She had a long way to go before reaching perfection for all 9. Who knows what comes of it since she left for immortal lineage." He stared at a particular location in a daze after revealing this. "I thought Emperor Zheng had also done it," she asked. The woodcutter replied, "That's not the case. The Emperor didn't train in all of them but he definitely could have, given his amazing talents. Maybe it was because of his talents that he opened a new path, resulting in the supreme manual, Lucidity Scripture. This allowed him to jump out of the 9 secret systems boundary." "I see. So true Emperor Jiuning is the only person after the progenitor," she murmured to herself. "That's true till now, but who knows about the future?" The old man nodded before glancing over at Li Chia. "Just the 9 secrets, I'm not that interested in them. However, the underground parts or the item beneath this lake, that's another story," Li Chia said. "You're joking, Your Majesty." The woodcutter's expression changed after hearing this. "I am not," Li Chia calmly said, clearly revealing his stance. "Your Majesty, please leave behind a little bit for our sect." The woodcutter had a pained expression, virtually begging. Despite Li Chia's nonchalant looks, he could see that the guy was serious. The consequence would be unimaginable and no one could say otherwise. "I'm already leaving things behind for the sect. Otherwise, I would refine this place and take it as my own." Li Chia smiled. The man knew that Li Chia was telling the truth. If Li Chia wanted to, he could refine the entire system, not just 9-linked. "Your Majesty, our sect is very barren already." He kept on trying. "How about my silly girl right here?" Li Chia ignored the crying old man and gently stroked Chuqing's hair. One could see the clear adoration on his face. The lady is a priceless gem yet to be polished with the constitution of a heavenly being. The old man praised. Chuqing couldn't handle the flowery praises. "Senior, you're too kind. I am not exaggerating. He explained, there are plenty of dragons and phoenixes in this world, but few can actually enter His Majesty's sight, yet you can. That's a testament to you being special, my lady. He wasn't just flattering the girl. He knew that to earn the grace of a character like Li Qie was a great fortune, exceedingly rare as well. Beautiful girls have been viewed as ants by him in the past, such as Qin Jianyao. Lu Chuqing, on the other hand, had a higher standing in his eyes. Li Qie said, life is a game of chess. Some people believe that they're the chess players, but in reality, I'm the only one playing. Your Majesty, you mean? Chuqing didn't understand this random comment. Of course, she was satisfied just being around him and didn't care for other matters. That's why all of these items will be returned to your sect in the future, with my permission. Li Qie said. Your Majesty, you have already made up your mind, it's not like we have a choice. The old man smiled wryly. Indeed. Li Qie said, work for me and gain great benefits, or I can be more direct and get straight to the result, what do you think? Please don't, Your Majesty. We'll just obey all your wishes. The old man became startled and hastily said. Li Qie laughed and stroked her hair again, this world and its people need to thank my silly girl for bringing mercy here. Why? She asked for clarification. Li Qie gently patted her head and said, all right, just keep on focus on comprehension. She obediently obeyed and sat down cross-legged to enter a state of meditation, becoming one with heaven and earth. The old man understood what Li Qie was trying to convey. The guy didn't care for 9 secrets or its people. The girl ahead was the reason for him to show mercy, leaving behind certain things for this system. Otherwise, it would only be another place along the way in his journey. He wouldn't care about its prosperity and existence. My lady, you are blessed to have earned His Majesty's grace. The woodcutter emotionally said. No, one makes their own destiny by following the grand Tao, treating promises like gold and possessing a peerless Tao heart. Everything else is unnecessary. Chapter 2482, The Stone Forest in Xiang Island was located at the very center, laden with hills and peaks next to each other. It resembled a world of stones, these peaks looked like trees growing there. Staring down from aloft, it looked just like a forest of large stones, hence its name. There existed a great altar at the very end of the field with 2 peaks to the rear, seemingly protecting it from the weather. A stone stairway led up to the ridge of the peaks, culminating in a raised platform with a throne. The tables, chairs, and even the steps nearby seemed to have been carved out of the 2 peaks, originating from the same piece. The 2 sides were multiple statues resembling guards with spears as their weapon of choice. They seemed to be protecting something as they lined up by the steps. However, this place has not been cleaned in a long time. After years of rains and winds, it has lost its initial color and sharp edges. It was normally very tranquil with no visitors until the feast today. The heroes and prodigies from all over the world livened up the area. Preparation has been made quite early at the base of the steps. The servants darted back and forth to prepare, putting fruits and dishes on the tables for the guests. Jianyao arranged an informal banquet instead of a meeting. The guests could sit down or walk around and talk in groups. The lack of codes and formality made the atmosphere fun and exciting. The invitees were all important characters. This was a great chance for them, so they tried their best to stand out. Woven mats were laid on the ground with no prearranged seating chart. The guests mingled, talking with old friends or making new ones. As the feast was about to start, Jianyao raised her cup and spoke up, "The heroes of 9 secrets gather today, a rare fateful event for all of us. No need to be reserved, we're not leaving until we've had enough fun. Cheers, Fairy Qin." The guests raised their cup towards her. This was the climax of excitement at the feast. After the toast, she walked around the place, still as beautiful, charming, and transcending as ever. She occasionally talked to certain prodigies and was in her elements. She was the main target during this feast, eyes were following her steps. Some geniuses took this opportunity to come and chat with her, or even shamelessly tag along. They didn't wish to waste this rare chance of being close to the beauty. All in all, the feast gave everyone an amazing opportunity to meet the talented and accomplished geniuses in the system since the quality of the guests was excellent. Thus, not all wanted to be around Jianyao. Some wanted to befriend the other geniuses. Old friends gathered into groups and talked about all kinds of things. Tang Hexiang, Yang Bofen, and Ma Jinming naturally had the biggest crowd around them. It didn't matter if they were strangers at first. Tang Hexiang remained relatively calm while Bofen was very amicable. As for Ma Jinming, he had a gloating expression while occasionally stealing glances at Jianyao. Jianyao didn't show slight towards anyone. She looked quite natural and open-minded. A frown or smile, either one, could still seduce anyone. Watching her made some geniuses lose their mind. Fairy Qin lives up to her fame. One person sitting with his group by the corner said with admiration. Those with a humble background thought of her as a fairy and didn't dare to show their crush out of bashfulness and an inferiority complex. Fairy Qin is truly peerless. Who is actually worthy of her? Someone from a third-ranked sect felt inferior while staring at Jianyao. Perhaps the future king. Others felt the same way. Not many in our system, but General Tang might be one of them. One spectator sighed while looking at the impressive Tang Hexiang in the distance. Only a matchless man was worthy of Jianyao, and Hexiang was such a man. After all, he was quite talented and was at the top of his generation, albeit not as much as 8 Formation True Emperor or Waterwatch Saber Saint. Plus, he was a noble, so if he were to become king in the future, he would be worthy of Jianyao. 8 Formation True Emperor too. Another youth said, he's an emperor already with a promising future, far greater potential than General Tang, so he's a more likely candidate. But I've heard he's engaged with Princess Hanyu already. His friend replied. So what, it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Plus, he's an emperor, he can have as many lovers as he wants. The third person didn't disagree. The humbled beginning cultivators had a dejected expression. Though they had a crush on Jianyao, they knew they were only frogs wanting to eat swan's meat. Wait a minute, Fairy Qin and the current king have a marriage pact. Another recalled a key point during this conversation. A genius immediately barked at him, so. Can that piece of trash marry Fairy Qin? He can stop dreaming. That marriage was only under the supervision of Lucidity King. He is dead now and his successor has lost the kingdom, so this marriage is no longer effective. It is only a piece of paper now, so no one will give a damn, am I wrong here? Myriad Formation and Godstep are not bringing it up at all. Let's be real, the packs aren't worth a single coin to them, even more useless than a piece of paper. A different genius nodded. And even if Calm Lotus Monastery wants to honor this pact, the king has to be capable enough to fulfill it. Look at him now, only a piece of trash. Another prodigy said. Let's stop this pointless debate. A different cultivator shook his head, can't you guys see? Fairy Qin didn't invite the king and showed no interest in him. It's clear that she doesn't like him, but that's understandable. How could he be worthy of a supreme woman like her? Most agreed with this statement. The marriage pact was useless and that the king would be dreaming if he thinks he could marry Qin Jianyao. The atmosphere became more and more exciting. So many geniuses that have only met each other began to call themselves brothers while toasting. How could I miss this fun party of yours, Fairy Qin? A sweet voice resembling the pleasant ringing of bells resounded. It also carried an innate seduction causing people to go weak. Just hearing her voice would make people imagine a sexy demoness capable of stealing the soul. A breeze accompanied by a sweet and refreshing fragrance came about. A girl was floating closer and landed on Stone Forest. Slim and graceful, soft to the touch, each of her action flirted with the spectators. Seduction was innate in this beautiful girl dressed in a red dress with cloud and flower patterns, barely hiding her fair skin beneath. Her hair draped on her shoulders like the waves and rippled with the breezes. One lost strand of hair on her cheek looked out of place, but it only demanded more attention to her enticing features. Her figure couldn't be described by the pen and ink. Large, soft breasts yet proudly arching without drooping. Her dress had a low neckline, allowing everyone to see the billowing waves in motion or the white and bottomless valley. Yes, one glance was certainly not enough and people kept coming back for more. Long, fair legs accentuated her tall and thin figure along with her perfectly round and curvy buttocks. The well-fitting dress had a ribbon tied by the waist, clearly served to emphasize and display her praiseworthy bottom. Everyone would be shocked at first before thinking about how they would feel to the touch. Her apricot eyes, bright and animated, could hook the soul. Just a wink of hers made the heart beat faster. Obviously, all eyes turned towards her. The youths couldn't look away from her hot figure and sexy temperament. Chapter 2483, This woman was sexy enough to sway the mind. Spectators kept stealing glances at her, some started drooling unwittingly. Jianyao was also a peerless beauty but in a completely different manner. She was a serene, inkwash painting with few, exquisite strokes, so remote and transcending, exceptional like a lotus flower deep in the valley, visually incredible. On the other hand, this woman was a colorful oil painting, seemingly done by a splashing style, very eye-catching and gorgeous. One would instantly admire and adore Qin Jianyao, treating her as a goddess in their mind. As for the other woman, they would be tempted into taking her as their own for she was insanely seductive. Princess Hanyu, your presence honors our party. Qin Jianyao personally came to greet the woman. That's Princess Hanyu of the Bingqi. People still stared greedily, not wanting to avert their eyes. Evil and possessive desires stemming from Hanyu's sexiness permeated the area but no one dared to act on it. Remember, she was the golden daughter of the Bingqi, her power far exceeded Bingqi Ingjian on top of having incredible weapons. Her fury could take down the gods, so who would want to provoke her? Moreover, she was 8 Formation True Emperor's fiancée at the moment. Having thoughts about her was the same as courting death. There would be no place to go in 9 secrets after provoking them. I've only recently arrived and heard that you were having a party, so I'm here to take a look. Hanyu revealed a smile like a blossoming rose, causing others to gulp. Jianyao and Hanyu were acquaintances so they were relatively familiar with each other. Tang Hexiang and Ma Jinming came over as well. Needless to say about Yang Bofen, he greeted her while assuming the role of a junior despite not being that much younger. However, the Bingqi and Myriad Formation were allies now so she would become his mistress in the future. How is Tianzi doing? Hanyu asked. Tianzi was 8 Formation True Emperor's real name. It was fine for her to address him as such. Thank you for asking, Your Highness, Master is doing well. He is in isolated cultivation to study the immortal slaying ancient formation. Bofen answered earnestly. His talents are far above mine. I'm sure that when he comes out, he'll have full comprehension of the formation. Hanyu nodded and said. Though the marriage was decided by her clan's ancestors, she actually had no problem with it and was quite satisfied. After all, the two powers were evenly matched and the emperor had great achievements. They have met each other before and she had a good impression of him. The proposal went smoothly and she would become the queen of Myriad Formation Kingdom in the future. This was different from her last marriage proposal. The king was a useless idler so she strongly opposed it. Unfortunately, lucidity was still around so her opposition didn't amount to anything. After the crown prince became the new king, Hanyu still felt the same way. Though marrying into the imperial palace was an honor, she thought that the pervert wasn't worthy of her. It was nauseating just thinking about that piece of trash. Thus, their clan decided to replace her with a fallen princess, Bingqi Ingjian. I'm certain of it too. Bofen replied. Hanyu continued, he will shock the world and I believe the time is near. I shall prepare for his coming to Nine-Linked Mountains. The spectators nearby couldn't calm their heart rate, feeling lust, envy, and jealousy. Unfortunately, this beautiful woman wasn't meant for them. She seemed to be virtuous as well, already thinking for the emperor before the official marriage. Since you're here already, why not have a seat? Jianyao invited. Thank you, Fairy Qin, but Tianji should be coming soon and I need to make preparations, unable to hang around. Here, a toast to everyone, may this party never ends until everyone is satisfied. Hanyu raised her cup for a toast before drinking it in full. When the corner of her lips was moistened by the wine, she looked even more seductive. A toast to you too, Your Highness, and the true emperor. Everyone else quickly returned the gesture. Many emptied their cup while still having thoughts about the beautiful and classy woman. This place looks so fun, seems like I've been missing out. Suddenly, a leisure voice interrupted the heightened atmosphere. Everyone turned around to look at the newcomer. They saw Li Qiye slowly entering the stone forest with Lu Chuqing holding his arm like a shy wife. It's him. The crowd glanced at each other in astonishment. The ones here have seen him before so they recognized him. Nevertheless, they had no idea why he came. After all, he wasn't invited. Was he here to cause trouble? Qin Jianyao's brows raised ever so slightly. She had a strange feeling but couldn't quite explain it. Ma Jinming's expression darkened. He scowled and coldly uttered, Li, why are you here uninvited? You're not qualified to join this party. I have no need of joining such a crappy party. Li Qiye didn't bother looking at him and went forward towards the throne. Who is that? Hanyu has never seen Li Qiye before. Your Highness, that's the king. Yang Bofen quietly said. Hanyu grimaced and took a look at Li Qiye. Her expression became one of distaste. She had heard of his ridiculousness before. After losing his kingdom, this guy still didn't know how to keep a low profile. What an ignorant fool. Li Qiye stood on the steps and stared at the raised platform, not caring about anyone else. May I ask what you are here for, sir? Jianyao had stopped calling him His Majesty, but she felt that young noble Li wasn't appropriate either. Do I need to report to you before coming here? The world is beneath my feet and I shall go wherever I want. Li Qiye didn't look at her either. Jianyao knew that she wasn't liked so she backed off to the side, no longer speaking. How arrogant. Tang Hexiang snorted. He liked Jianyao and if Calm Lotus were to support him, Jianyao might be his queen in the future. Moreover, after obtaining the throne, he must eliminate this person. This world is no longer yours. Hexiang coldly uttered. Li Qiye finally turned back and lazily stared at Hexiang, aren't you General Tang? If it's not mine, don't tell me it is yours. The world belongs to the people, let the virtuous, Hexiang replied. Okay, no need to be a scholar. Li Qiye waved his sleeve, just say it if you want to become the king. You're only now daring to speak before me with a straight back. When I was on the throne, you kneeled in the golden hall, trembling with fear, not even daring to fart. Just one order of mine and your head would have rolled on the floor. Now, you dare to act haughty. You. Hexiang turned red and couldn't retort. He was indeed there during the coronation. However, Silver's secret legion occupied the capital along with Sun Lengying. Though the new king's prestige couldn't compare to lucidity, he was still above the rest. Who would dare to betray him then? Not to mention the 6 legions, even the 5 supreme ancestors obediently participated in the ceremony. The king was indeed standing at the apex of authority at that point. The northern general, the commander of a legion, opposed the king during the ceremony and his head instantly rolled on the ground. He was one of the 7 commanders, yet the king could still order his death before even stabilizing his reign. As the commander of the imperial guards, Tang Hexiang had great authority, but he could only kneel in the Golden Hall. Like Li Qie had said, he didn't dare to utter a single word then. Now, his name was known across the world as an imperial candidate. Being taunted by Li Qie before the geniuses left him in a difficult state. This is no longer the past. Han Yu jumped in and saved him while staring insipidly at Li Qie. This kingdom is no longer yours. Be smart and keep a low profile, doing so will save your life. Chapter 2484, Bingqi. Han Yu's comment made everyone stare at Li Qie. A few held their breath. She's right. Someone else quietly supported her. He still thinks of himself as a king instead of becoming smart enough to tuck his tail between his legs. Being arrogant and raising his tail will only result in an early death. Li Qie turned towards Han Yu and smiled, "You're that princess from the Bingqi? Getting a new lease of life after sending a fake princess instead, so you think you're a noble, a phoenix among women now?" Han Yu's expression soured. Everyone knew about the marriage agreement back then and that she should have been the one sent to the palace if it wasn't for her clan's deceit. It wasn't a proud matter, so no one would want to say it in public. That's why she became a bit awkward right now. Self-awareness is a virtue, it will save you from embarrassment. She found Li Qie increasingly exasperating. "I agree with you on that," Li Qie said. "An untrustworthy person, bereft of honor, shouldn't prance around all day, acting all beautiful and such. They would only be throwing away the reputation of their ancestors. Let's not act noble and show off your bloodline, and you can't even maintain the most fundamental virtue of keeping one's promise. You're only besmirching your ancestors by doing so." Her expression turned ugly from the verbal slap before everyone. "Young noble Li, watch your words," Bofen shouted with an aggressive glare. Li Qie didn't bother looking at him and casually responded, "You want to teach me how to speak? Tell your master to come instead. He was fortunate enough to be spared last time, but I will make a chamber pot out of his head now." The crowd gasped after hearing this. Some became frozen while staring at him. They have all heard of this infamous king, but it looked like the rumors were all true. This guy would say anything without scruples. Yang Bofen was ready to kill since Li Qie publicly insulted his master. How could he swallow this anger and let this nobody run his mouth? "You don't know your own limits," Han Yu snorted. In the beginning, she didn't hate him, but as time went on, the guy didn't change and was still as annoying either. He brought everything upon himself with his personality. Bofen took one step forward and uttered coldly, "My master doesn't need to do anything since I'm more than enough to handle you. Let's see what you can do." He had nothing but contempt for the guy, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. The crowd watched with bated breath. Bofen's power was unquestionable and could kill the king as easily as taking candy from a baby. Tang Hexiang had a gloating smile. Nothing would be better than if Bofen were to kill Li Qie. If he wanted to be emperor, he needed to kill Li Qie anyway, since the guy was the rightful ruler, the successor of Lucidity King. In fact, just abolishing him required more deliberation in the dynasty before it became official. So, if Li Qie were to be killed right now, he wouldn't have to do so himself and bear the infamy of being a kingslayer. "Gentlemen." Right before the explosion, Jianyao stood up and said, "It's rare for all of us to gather, this is a joyous occasion, let's not ruin it with blood." For some reason, intuition told her that something big was going to happen, and her intuition has always been accurate. Who wouldn't want to give her face? This was her party, and not giving her any respect was far out of line. "I'll listen to you, Fairy Qin." Bofen cupped his fist towards Jianyao and slightly bowed before glaring one last time at Li Qie. Come, drink again." Tang Hexiang was disappointed and started toasting people. "Cheers, Fairy Qin, General Tang, everyone." The atmosphere became lively again with cups being raised. Hanyu saw that Li Qiye was still there and no longer wanted to stay. She told Jianyao, "I've only arrived recently to Nine Linked and have things to do. Please excuse me. I'm sure you're not used to the area, allow me to see you off." Jianyao replied. Hanyu didn't refuse, so the two of them said bye to the rest before leaving the stone forest. Hanyu's departure was understandable, but Jianyao had her reasons too. She felt that something was amiss and didn't dare to face Li Qiye. Thus, she took advantage of this and left in order to observe any changes from the sideline. Li Qiye ignored the crowd and stared at the throne, then the statues to the left and right. They stood like guards with spears propped to the ground. Unfriendly gazes were on him. Yang Bofen and Ma Jinming actually wanted to kill him. Bofen couldn't let go of the insult towards his master earlier. As for Ma Jinming, his young cousin was killed by Li Qiye. Moreover, the guy had embarrassed him again and again. Tang Hexiang was calmer than the rest. He sat there with a smile, seemingly wanting to see a fun show. A strange atmosphere pervaded because with Jianyao gone, both Bofen and Jinming wanted to do something. Li Qiye seemed oblivious to the hostility. He started walking up the steps towards the platform with Chuqin next to him. Everyone was watching, not knowing what he wanted to do. "What is he doing?" someone whispered. "Who the hell knows? No one can read such a ridiculous person. Now that I think about it, what is that place?" Some started looking at the platform and statues. No idea. Though the party was in the stone forest, no one cleaned the higher steps and platform. Jianyao didn't dare to do so and chose to stay at the bottom instead. "I've heard of this place." An older expert watched Li Qiye and said, "This is the platform of virtue. Back in the old days, the ancestors of Nine Linked gathered the sages everywhere. This practice ended later on for some unknown reasons." People glanced at each other since it was their first time hearing this name. In fact, Nine Linked was older than any other lineage, including War Saint Dynasty and the other 5 behemoths. That's why most of its tales were unknown to outsiders. He made it to the top of the platform and glanced at the throne. With a simper, he didn't mind that it was dirty and sat down. Remember, the platform was carved out of the ridge of the 2 peaks. When he sat on the throne, he could look down on everyone at the banquet. It looked like he was the king and they were his officials. Since so many have gathered here today, it's time to end this trite show. Everyone quieted down just to listen, not because of his amazing prestige, but they were curious about his intention. "I'll let everyone know right now, the play is over. Time for me to bare my fangs. I don't care if you're a dragon or a tiger, you better obediently lie down on the ground or blood shall flow." Such a big tone. Jinming said with disdain, "You think the land is still yours? Are you dreaming right now? It is indeed, just like before. I am still its master, it's not too late for all of you to kneel." Li Qiye smiled at Jinming and declared. Chapter 2485. It didn't take long before a burst of laughter replaced the silence after Li Qiye's declaration. "Kneel? Are you insane from wanting to stay the king? You're a king in name only, why should we kneel before you?" Someone couldn't help but laugh. "Your Majesty, don't tell me you want us to perform a full ceremonial kowtow to you." Another sneered. Li Qiye sat straight and was unmoved by the taunts. He looked quite gentle as he said, "I suppose no mercy for the foolish. Today is finally time for blood and massacre." "Massacre?" Jinming snorted and coldly said, "You can't even defend yourself, let alone talking about a massacre. Better start thinking about how to get out of here alive." Li Qiye smiled in response, "So you wish to kill me? You tell me." Jinming began walking up the steps with aggression in his eyes, "An eye for an eye. You have killed my cousin, so I shall have my vengeance." Of course, this wasn't only about his cousin since he had a personal feud against Li Qiye. "Looks like Brother Ma stole my chances. Yang Bofen smiled and said, "I've been wanting to teach this fool a lesson, but I suppose I can let you do it in our stead." Bofen made it sound as if Li Qie were completely helpless before them. "Don't worry, Brother Yang." Jin Ming laughed, "I can give you a chance to vent some frustration too by taking off an arm or leg off him." "Thank you then, Brother Ma." Bofen smiled and cupped his fist. "Cease your clownish antics, come together so I can save time and send you both to hell." Li Qie chuckled. "Fool." Jin Ming's expression soured as he leaped for Li Qie. Boom. Suddenly, a huge foot stomped down with the force of a mountain. Jin Ming twisted his body and propelled himself backward like a carp reaching the dragon gate, able to dodge the stomp. The sudden attack wasn't from Li Qie but rather one of the stone statues. It looked gigantic with the attack, not allowing anyone to insult Li Qie. This shocked everyone, causing them to stagger backward. Clank! A second statue raised its spear and threw it straight for Jin Ming's chest with lightning speed. Break! Jin Ming roared and summoned a Vajra scepter, smashing it straight at the stone spear in order to shatter it. Boom! Sparks went flying, but unfortunately, the spear wasn't broken as he would have liked. On the contrary, the impact caused him to fall from the sky. Though his scepter had massive power, it wasn't enough to handle the spear. Boom! He slammed onto the stone steps. Before he could get up, the first statue stomped down again. Go! The aghast youth raised both hands and summoned a defensive shield. Boom! The large foot stomped on the shield, sending off a vibration causing everyone's ears to ring. Crack! The stone steps below him started cracking. His arm muscles bulged as he mustered all of his strength to resist the foot. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough. His own shield was being pressed down on his chest. Everyone gasped in response. The statues coming back to life and their power shocked the crowd. Die! Bofen suddenly joined in and unsheathed his sword. Its glint flashed as he rushed forward. However, he wasn't trying to save Ma Jinming. His target was Li Qie since he wanted to finish the guy off with one move. Clank! Before the thrust could reach Li Qie, it was intercepted by the statue closest to him with a swing of its spear. Buzz! Bofen raised his hand and summoned a sword formation with metallic hymns. An ocean of sword emerged behind him and all flew for Li Qie like a tsunami of steel. So strong! The crowd was impressed by this awesome display. This all-piercing wave of swords could annihilate the world and kill the gods. Even someone from the last generation murmured, "That's 8 formation true emperor's disciple for you. A few more years and no youth can match him." Bofen was undoubtedly stronger than Jin Ming by a large margin. "You overestimate yourself. Li Qie didn't bat an eye, continuing to sit on his throne without lifting a finger. Clank! 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 3 statues threw their spears in unison straight at the ocean of sword. Boom! The spears looked like true dragons entering the ocean. They ravaged and destroyed everything, quickly piercing through the formation. It collapsed with swords flying everywhere. Whoosh! The spears didn't stop there and crisscrossed on their path towards Bofen. Shift! He raised his hand again to control the formation and the swords came together to weave into a shield. At the same time, he swung his physical sword, creating curtains of blades around himself. These 2 lines of defenses were quite amazing. The youth was truly impressive. He's a master at sword formations. Both the young and old praised after seeing this move. Rumble! Alas, both the thick shield and defensive barriers couldn't stop the 3 spears and were instantly penetrated. Damn! The youth flew to the sky like a gust of wind, wanting to escape. Whoosh! A virtually undetectable spear appeared behind him and thrust forward. No! It was too late to dodge. Before people could react, the spear pierced through him and made a twist in the air before pinning him down on the stone steps with blood gushing everywhere. Meanwhile, Ma Jinming's shield has crumbled so the statue directly stomped on his chest. Ah! He screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest caved in completely as blood stained his robe. Jinming and Bofen were subdued at the same time as their blood flowed down the steps. The shocked crowd stumbled backward after seeing this. Jinming and Bofen were definitely some of the strongest geniuses around, but they were instantly defeated. One was stomped down and the other pinned down. How boring. Li Qiye covered his mouth and yawned, seemingly quite bored. Mere ants, I can't even bring myself to fight. The scene became silent. None of the pale crowd knew why these statues would suddenly spring to life on top of being so powerful. The first to react was Tang Hexiang. He has already run out of the stone forest the moment he saw Bofen being taken down. Chapter 2486, Everyone took a deep breath after seeing the quick defeat of the two youths. Ma Jinming was the weaker of the two, but Bofen was a third-level true god, an ascender. Moreover, his formation skills were incredible as well. The sword formations of his had an explosive potential and awed the crowd. However, he was still defeated within 3 moves by the statues. The two youths were insignificant in comparison. Could Li Qiye be speaking the truth? That it wasn't worth his time to personally attack? Rumble. While the crowd was in a daze, these statues landed from the sky and surrounded the stone forest, blocking off all the exits. No one gave a damn about these decorative rocks among the steps a while ago. But now, they realized that these statues were terrible experts. Everyone shuddered with a bad premonition. What are you doing? Someone shouted at Li Qiye. Li Qiye yawned again and said, You tell me, what does a perverted and lawless tyrant do? Of course it is taking women and slaughtering people. Don't be insane. Jinming was pale as he was being crushed by the foot. The entire world hates you now, not a single legion will support you, you're all alone. Keep on doing this and you will die without a burial. Maybe you're right, I do need the help of the legions to keep this up. Li Qiye said with a smile. My father is the central commander and has the support of the legions and people, it's not too late for you to release me. Jinming immediately saw hope after hearing Li Qiye's softened stance. And if I refuse? Li Qiye smiled. You will be opposing the 6 legions and the entire world. He threatened. Kill. Li Qiye lazily gave the order by waving his sleeve. You. No. The youth didn't expect this move to not work. Alas, it was too late. Pluff. Head went flying and blood splashed out. His head rolled down the steps with his eyes wide open. 6 legions. The world? Li Qiye laughed, I alone am enough to massacre everyone. As for those who do not obey, I'll kill until they give up. Everyone was stunned. A while ago, their impression of him was that he needed the legions to support his tyrannical tendencies. But now, he immediately killed the son of the central commander. This was offending all 6 legions. This ruthless style of his crushed their negative pre-existing perception of him. Anything else to say? Li Qiye turned his gaze towards young Bofen. Do as you will, my master will avenge me and people will sing my heroic tales later. Bofen proudly said, not willing to yield unlike the cowardly Jinming. Oh. Some courage, I see. Good, as you wish then, wait for your master to avenge you. Don't worry, you won't be alone down in the Yellow River for long, I'll send him down with you soon enough and you too can play master-disciple again. He nodded, seemingly satisfied with his idea before raising his hand, kill. Whoosh! The 3 spears pierced through Bofen and pushed him down into the steps more. Ah! His true fate was instantly destroyed, meaning certain death. The spears then raised his corpse to the air while drops of blood fell on the steps. This image seemed to be frozen, causing the crowd to take a deep breath. Ruthlessness and brutality, these adjectives were in full display from Wuxia. A while ago, everyone looked down on him, but once he showed his fangs, they finally saw the terror of a sleeping beast. Once it woke up and opened its bloody jaw, everyone else only looked like ants. A while ago, some people said that a perverted king like me is reviled and abandoned by the people. Wuxia smiled, I'm very curious, how does one win the hearts of the people? How about this, I will give all of you a chance. Kneel and worship me to become my loyal citizen, then I will think about being a merciful and benevolent king. The crowd glanced at each other, trembling with fear after hearing the domineering statement. Some realized that this king wasn't actually a piece of trash. The guy was insane from start to finish. Alright, start now. Kneeling might be your only chance to get out alive. Wuxia said. In your dream. One genius wasn't convinced and shouted, you think I would kneel to an unvirtuous king like you? Clank. A stone guard immediately took action and threw a spear at the genius. Break. He leaped to the sky with a deafening roar, holding a hammer with both hands and smashing it straight at the spear. Boom. The spear pierced through the hammer and his chest with lightning speed. Blood drops splashed on the ground. This genius was astounded. He has always been confident in his cultivation, not expecting to lose to a single spear throw and killed on the spot. We need to kill this tyrant for the sake of 9 secrets. Some felt pain after seeing this scene. Among them was the most powerful genius who rallied his 10 friends or so to attack Wuxia. Kill him. They howled and took out their strongest weapon, using their strongest attack in unison. Clank. Spears were suddenly thrown into the sky, forming a terrible net. They came descending down and sealed everything within. Rumble. Though these geniuses had amazing weapons, they were quickly penetrated by the spears. Ah! Ah! Next came agonizing screams. These youths couldn't even make it to the raised platform before being killed by the spears. The guards then raised these corpses to the air as an intimidation tactic. A while after, the guards casually flicked their spear to throw down the corpses as if they were trash. This was a one-sided massacre. These geniuses couldn't compare to the stone guards at all. Blood flowed down the steps like a spring, one wave after another. The thick stench of blood permeated all of the stone forest. Chapter 2487, Sigh, looks like I'm still not that good as being a tyrant. Wuxia shook his head, a real tyrant would be drinking blood and eating human flesh. After all, don't all of you wish to do the same thing while hating me? Gotta keep trying, I suppose. The crowd had no response for they were fixated on the corpses. Fuck this, run. Finally, a few couldn't handle this atmosphere and turned to flee. Go, go. They forgot all about reputation and face. All leaped backward and began to run. Whoosh! Whoosh! Unfortunately, the statues threw their incomparable sharp spears towards the fleeing geniuses. Ah! Ah! Blood and screams filled the air. These geniuses were pierced through the chest, leaving a gaping wound. They fell to the ground, no longer able to get back up or move, for it was death. We can't run, the exits were all blocked by the stone guards. Leaping to the sky would result in becoming a target practice. An older expert shouted. The youths who wanted to keep on trying stabilized their stance. Rumble. Next, the guards blocking the exit started marching towards them. Their spears flashed with a frightening glint. The crowd had no choice but to walk backward, eventually being forced to the base of the steps closer to Wuxia. What should we do now? The youths lost all sense of agency and had to ask the older cultivators. Unfortunately, even the ancestors present were helpless right now. These stone guards were unbelievably strong. Working together still wouldn't amount to anything. What else can you do? Li Qiye smiled on his throne, just kneel and vow loyalty and devotion to me, there's no other choice. If I get in a good mood, perhaps I will spare your lives. His words seemed to be a message from above, guiding everyone towards the light. They started glancing at each other. Long live the king, long live the king. A young cultivator couldn't handle the pressure. His legs grew weak, so he prostrated on the ground and, His Majesty is invincible. Your servant was as ignorant as a frog inside a well, please spare me. A few people broke down after seeing the first. More dropped to their knees, long live the king, may your reign lasts for an eternity. The majority of the crowd competed to get on the ground while chanting the same thing, Your Majesty will be eternal, a blessing for the citizens, please show mercy towards your servants. No one wanted to be the last one standing because it might invoke the wrath of the king and their head might fall on the ground. None dared to stand up before given permission. They prostrated nervously, awaiting his decision. Looks like your bones aren't as tough as you think. Li Qiye looked at the crowd and chuckled, see, it's not that hard to kneel, is it? The crowd felt their face becoming hot. They were kneeling before the guy they considered to be a piece of trash to be stomped on earlier, that he wasn't worthy to participate in this party. Now, they were obediently prostrating, stricken with fear. This swift change took them like a storm. Their pride and arrogance all dissipated since the goal was now to please the guy so that he would show mercy. Everything was worthless compared to being alive. What should I do now? A competition? Maybe one to see who can flatter me the most. The ones that don't do a good job will be decapitated. Li Qiye smirked. The kneelers turned pale. Li Qiye was deliberately stomping on their pride. Your Majesty, please spare them. Lu Chuqing stared at the crowd and quietly spoke for them. Li Qiye looked at her and sighed before stroking her hair, silly girl, I can't say no to you even if I have a heart of iron. She turned red after hearing such sweet words in public, feeling very happy inside. How boring, killing these fools will only stain my hand. Li Qiye lazily turned towards the crowd and said. The dreadful crowd could finally breathe after hearing this. Bam! He suddenly smashed down on his throne. Creak dash, the two peaks behind him actually started moving, revealing gap with a stone box inside. He opened it and unleashed rippling waves of light. It looked as if the box contained a type of immortal water. The ones on the ground knew that this must be an incredible treasure, but none dared to make a sound. He closed the box and said flatly, this platform isn't only meant for ceremonies and the statues aren't here as only decorations. They're protecting this place. Having said that, he put away the box and stood up, how boring. Chuqing held his arm and the two of them walked down the steps. The ones kneeling on the ground stopped breathing and didn't dare to lift their head. Those in the way started crawling to the side to make a path. Li Qiye glanced emotionlessly at them before speaking, it is not because I'm merciful that you're alive but because this girl is too kind, that's why I'm sparing your dog lives. You should know who to thank. The lady is benevolent, a shining symbol of virtue. The crowd started chanting. Chuqing could only see her feet right now from being so shy. Of course, she was very pleased with being called the lady since it confirms her status. Li Qiye smiled and left with her, no longer giving a damn about the group. Boom! After he was long gone, the guards returned to their initial position while holding their spears. When the group was certain that Li Qiye was gone, they finally slowly get up. Everyone looked astounded, no one knew what to say. In the end, they didn't even bother talking and left in groups. Today was too humiliating since they threw away their pride and got on their knees because of fear. South Peak Woodcutter took Li Qiye and Lu Chuqing back to the shore. He watched them leave while lighting up his pipe, it's a fortune that she is there to warm his heart or 9 secrets will be done for. The world is nothing to him. At the end of the game, he doesn't mind throwing the chessboard away. Cold sweats started running down his spine after imagining the destruction of 9 secrets. He started thanking Lu Chuqing in his mind. Chapter 2488. Prior to this, Nine-Linked Mountains was very lively with busy young cultivators looking around. However, the battle at the stone forest silenced the entire place. The once excited and confident youths immediately stagnated without making a sound, nearly shrinking their heads down their necks. It didn't take long before the king kills Jinming and Bofin on top of another dozen or so geniuses. He also forced several hundred geniuses and ancestors to kneel before him. The lucky ones who survived the ordeal found this humiliating. It had engraved deep in their mind for their entire life. Just imagine, these geniuses and experts have always been arrogant and proud. They always held their head high and even looked down on others. Unfortunately for them, Li Qie ruthlessly shattered their pride and stomped on their stretching neck, forcing them to lower their head. This wasn't easy for them, but if they didn't comply, they would have suffered the same fate as their fallen friends, being cold corpses at the stone forest. It didn't matter how strong and arrogant one might be, all were corpses after death, so insignificant and lowly. That's why they had to lower their head and kneeled before Li Qie. This cruel method of his had indeed terrorized everyone. He was a true tyrant this time around, not afraid of murders and brutality. One question sprung up in everyone's mind: what the hell happened to the king? How did he become so horrifying overnight? No one could come up with an answer. Turning from a useless king to a tyrant, he successfully wiped his previous image clean. Was he hiding his abilities from the start? One older expert said. But upon careful rumination, this didn't feel right. If he was hiding his skills, it meant that he was immensely powerful and wouldn't have lost his kingdom without a fight. Remember, even though Silver Secret and Sun Langying were gone, he still had the 6 legions and the general support of War Saint. The 5 great powers wouldn't have dared to rebel. At that particular juncture, he was indeed at the top of authority and had military power. There was no need to hide his abilities at this point. He should have shown them off in order to stabilize his throne. Instead of this, his actions led to a rebellion and the loss of his throne. There was no way this could have happened if he was actually a master. One explanation for this was that the guy was insane from start to finish. Instead of seizing the throne with his own abilities, he just let others push him off the throne. Who else would do this if they weren't crazy? Thus, people found this to be impossible. When someone was at the very top, they would never let others bully them and take over. But then why did he suddenly become so strong and brutal? No one understood what the hell he was doing or what had transpired. Nevertheless, the event at the stone forest changed everyone's perception of him. He became the biggest mystery and wild card. This king was really hiding his abilities. Jianyao back at Xiang was the first to hear this news from her fellow sect members. Her expression changed after getting the full picture and felt that they might have made a wrong move. Just who the hell is he? She saw a fog shrouding her vision. Prior to this, she thought she had figured out what kind of man he was, but now, only a blur remained. Did I make a mistake? She murmured in a daze. She had a marriage pact with him. Their sect didn't resort to switching the bride like the Bingqi nor aggressively demanded an annulment. They chose to just ignore and forget the marriage pact instead. This would allow both sides to back off without any awkwardness. She wasn't the only one who chose this plan, since the ancestors supported it as well. Say, if the king was indeed useless, then the plan would be great for them. They didn't wish to marry a promising disciple to someone like that, and especially didn't want to bet on him since they would lose everything. But what if the king turned out to be unfathomable? He would become an uncertainty, a wrench in their plan. Miss, what should we do now? The old servant asked for her opinion. Return to the sect and ask what the ancestors want to do. She pondered before giving an order. The old servant affirmed and quickly ran back to Calm Lotus Monastery. She then stared outside the window to look at the lake. Lucidity King's era has ended, so it was time for their sect to move in. Perhaps it would be just like the past where they exerted great influence into the royal reign. The best way to obtain this was to support a new king, since they have never directly seized the throne. Because of this particular choice, they have remained standing for so long. Dynasties have risen and fallen while they would always be around. At this moment, the most promising candidates were Tang Hexiang and 8 Formation True Emperor. Calm Lotus would pick one of these two. However, the current king came out of nowhere and showed his might. Jianyao was in disarray because they were not in control of Li Qia. The worst thing about it was that the king didn't like her at all, in spite of her beautiful face and transcending temperament. So many men would fall in love with her at first sight, but he had only disdain for her. Too smart for one's own good. Jianyao. Jianyao, you still think too highly of yourself. She sighed with disappointment. Although the curtains have yet to close, she felt as if she could already guess the final victor in this contest. She realized that she had miscalculated and made a foolish choice despite being wise all her life. What? Bofen was killed. Bingqi Hanyu was shocked to hear this. She had a very good idea of Bofen's power, a 3rd-level true god that could challenge a 4th-level one through the use of sword formations. One would be hard-pressed to find a match for him among the young generation outside of 8 Formation True Emperor and his peers. However, the guy was high-spirited not long ago, but now, he was killed by the king back in the stone forest. Just how strong is this king? Her expression became serious. Her follower began telling her about what had transpired at the party. Chapter 2489, Bingqi Hanyu sat quietly, perturbed, after hearing the recollection of her follower. Something of note was that the king didn't do anything from start to finish. One couldn't confirm whether he was hiding his skills and his true power. Could 9-linked mountains be supporting him in the shadows? She thought about this possibility. This sect has always kept a low profile and didn't care for external matters, but their power was unquestionable. Just their few disciples were enough to change the tides. But why? She didn't understand why this sect would want to help a king famous for being useless. 9-linked remained neutral even during Lucidity King's era, so it was quite perplexing for them to help the new king now. Return to the clan with haste and report this to the ancestor. She mused before giving orders. After dealing with everything, she wondered again, go to Myriad Formation Kingdom and report to 8 Formation True Emperor. Tell him to act with prudence, for this king will want revenge. Another follower affirmed before leaving in a hurry. This didn't lessen her anxiety at all. The clan swapped Bingqi Yujian for her instead so that she didn't have to marry the king. She had no problem with the engagement with 8 Formation True Emperor either. They didn't have strong feelings for each other and were friends at best after several meetings. Nevertheless, she was still satisfied with the clan's choice. In terms of innate talents, skills, status, and appearance, he was indeed a good match for her, a couple created by the heavens. Moreover, it was wise strategically. This alliance would allow for 8 Formation True Emperor to become the king. This was only a matter of time. Unfortunately, the fallen king seemed to be abruptly emerging again. She was worried because her side had already broken all pretenses with the king. If the king were to successfully regain his throne, he would definitely take revenge against them. Just what kind of person is he? Hanyu shared the same restlessness as Jianyao. Despite being arrogant, she wasn't a girl with big breasts and a small brain. Of course, her breasts were indeed large enough to cause blood to boil. Many were instantly seduced the moment they saw her enchanting beauty, but she wasn't just a flower vase on display. In the end, she sighed softly, aware that this situation was out of her control. Though she was the princess of the Bingqi, she wasn't much in the grand scheme of things. There were things outside of her control, such as her own marriage. The only thing within her grasp was guiding the ship towards the most suitable groom. "I hope we can get through this," she said, seemingly dejected. The mood at Nine-Linked Mountains remained somber. The proud youths were tucking their tail between their legs and felt a bit suffocated. This atmosphere finally changed with the arrival of a certain person. He came carrying his saber on his shoulder, accompanied by billowing saber intents and flashy visual phenomena. Many could sense this saber intent and instantly looked over. He looked relaxed and at peace while wearing a violet robe. His temperament was one of nobility. He wasn't especially tall but had eyes like the morning stars, sharp brows, and a heroic presence. Though his saber was resting in its sheath, people could still sense its sharpness, more than enough to cut through the celestial bodies. His sharp aura dragged for thousands of miles behind him. Strangely enough, the aura wasn't unbearable and aggressive. It was rather free-flowing and natural. He didn't try to exert the aura in full either or let it run wild. Some saber users had a massive aura as well, like a reservoir filled with water. When necessary, they would release it and let it rampage through the 9 heavens. This particular youth's aura, on the other hand, seemed to be innate and natural, akin to the always flowing current in a river. He didn't need to actively release it. Because of this, the spectators actually felt comfortable instead of the usual prickly sensation. Waterwatch Saber Saint. Someone recognized him right away. "He's here. Is he back from his vacation or did he have a good cultivation session?" His arrival caused quite a stir. "This guy is really comparable to 8 Formation True Emperor, no, maybe even one level higher," an older cultivator sentimentally said. This famous youth was the successor of Waterfront. Some even believed that he was already the pavilion master, but the sect has yet to publicly announce this. He might be the strongest member of the young generation right now. He didn't share the same reclusive style as Jianyao nor enjoy the fame of 8 Formation True Emperor, he was just a saber, unrestrained and lofty. Virtually everyone in 9 Secrets has heard of 8 Formation True Emperor before. He spent most of his time in the system as well. This wasn't the case for the Saber Saint. He preferred to travel the world with only his saber as a companion. This was why he wasn't as famous as the Emperor. However, for most cultivators, no place was better to train than their own system. After all, cultivating the system's merit laws in the Dao land received added benefits and efficiency. That's why the Emperor preferred to train in 9 Secrets. Despite being away from home, the Saber Saint still had amazing achievements. Everyone believed that he could fight a good match against the Emperor. He sparred against Jade Break and Pure Sword True Emperor before. It's not an exaggeration to say that those are 2 of the strongest emperors of the young generation in imperial lineage. It's fine to say that he could take on 8 Formation True Emperor as well. An old expert praised. Jade Break was the current emperor of the Li and Pure Sword was from the Mu. Either of them was currently stronger than 8 Formation True Emperor. During his journey across the world, the Saber Saint had sparred with both of these emperors, so he was very experienced in battle. He walked the path of the true god instead of the imperial path, but he could still take on the emperors. 8 Formation True Emperor have fought against Eternals before but not against the other emperors, so he lacked experience compared to the Saber Saint in this field. That's why the public had a high evaluation of the Saber Saint. They believed that he was one of the best candidates to be the next king. Unfortunately, he seemed to lack interest in the throne and never stated his stance. Chapter 2490, The Saber Saint saved the atmosphere at Nine-Linked Mountains by arriving. The suffocation became slightly tolerable. His massive saber intent spanning for thousands of miles left others in great admiration. Though he still had a way to go before being on the same level as the top Eternals, it was only a matter of time. The Saint continued southward until he made it to Great Desolate Mountain. The crowd naturally took an interest in this because they immediately thought about Princess Lu Chuqing. Am I looking at this right? Waterfront Pavilion wants to support the king. One speculator mused after seeing the saint's first destination in Nine-Linked. After all, Waterfront was the only one among the 5 that kept the promise pact. Their princess has been following and willing to marry the king. Perhaps it has always been siding with him. I'm not sure. An ancestor with a good information network gently shook his head. The princess herself wanted to keep the promise and met heavy resistance from some of the ancestors. Saber Saint dotes on her a lot, maybe that's why he's coming to visit her. That makes sense. His old friend nodded, because if Waterfront was siding with the king from the start, they would have mobilized to help him during the rebellion instead of waiting till he had lost everything with no value to speak of. If he dotes on her like the rumor, would he let her marry someone like the king or would he give him a slash? Someone else wondered. This made people glance at each other. Of course, some wanted nothing more than for this to happen. The saint is invincible among the young generation. I don't think the king can escape death regardless of his abilities. A young genius bitterly said. The bitterness was justifiable because of the humiliation he suffered back in the stone forest. How could they not have enmity towards the king? The saint climbed up the peak and stood outside the palace made out of stones and rocks. He didn't bother knocking and pushed his way through, strutting inside without a care in the world as if this was his place. The spectators held their breath, waiting for a fight to break out between him and the king. All eyes were on the door now. Meanwhile, Li Chia leisurely sat inside and didn't have a big reaction to the sudden intruder. Chu Qing was meticulously boiling tea for him like a virtuous wife. Senior brother. She looked up with slight excitement and surprise. Master said you are here, so I've come to take a look. He revealed a doting smile after seeing her. Ever since their youth, he treated her as a real sister and has always taken care of her. When did you return? She happily asked. A while ago, only to find our treasure junior sister is not in the same, so I've come to look for you. He smiled. I'm doing very well right now, you don't need to worry, senior brother. She had a bashful smile. The Saber Saint gently sighed, what more could he say? After the signing of the marriage pact, he vehemently refused it and had a fight with their supreme ancestor. Unfortunately, the sect didn't have a choice under the circumstances. Who would dare to go against Lucidity King? His eyes fell on Li Chia and became as bright as 2 divine lamps. People could finally feel his terrifying abilities at this point, like a saber leaving its sheath, capable of killing everything in its path. Such a sharp gaze was the origin of fear. Alas, Li Chia sat there, completely unaffected. You're very lucky to marry my junior sister. His eyes could tear apart the world and bring about the primordial chaos once more. I know. Li Chia sipped his tea and chuckled. She is the jewel of Waterfront Pavilion, so we will respect her decision. The saint said coldly, but if she were to experience any grievance or slight, even the smallest one, I don't care if you are the king or the heaven's favorite, I will be the first to interfere and you will need to answer to my blade. He tapped on his saber and unleashed a ferocious saber intent. This majestic murderous energy was shudder-inducing. Quite sharp. Li Chia smiled and praised, however, the women who stay by my side are lucky, I always spoil them. Humph. The saint didn't approve of this response. Chu Qing started pouting after seeing the potential conflict. Senior brother, His Majesty has been treating me very, very, very well. She blushed after finishing and lowered her head. The saint glanced at his junior sister, then at the nonchalant Li Chia. He sighed again and forced a smile. You're already siding with him before marriage, I can't imagine what you will be like after. Senior brother, tease me again and I'll start ignoring you. The shy girl said. He shook his head before giving Li Chia a cold stare. She is the best girl in the world, you better treat her well or I will take you dog life. You don't need to tell me twice. Li Chia casually responded. The saint looked at Chu Qing, whom he has always viewed as a real little sister. I'm here mainly to see how you're doing and if anyone is picking on you. Just let me know if anyone dares to and I will have your back. I know. She nodded, happy at the familial bond. The saint left right away without saying goodbye to Li Qie. Chu Qing turned towards him and was worried about Li Qie being annoyed. Your Majesty, my senior brother bears no ill will. He's been like that since we were young, very protective of me. Right. Li Qie gently stroked her hair with adoration. All the spectators have been eagerly waiting outside. After the saint came in, he released his saber intent. Each strand was chilling and laden with murderous energy, causing the crowd to shudder. Is he about to attack? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The youths shamed by Li Qie were quietly celebrating. He'll definitely shock the world. One youth couldn't wait to see the saint taking down the king and delivering them from this indignation. However, the saber intent came and left quickly, disappearing without a trace. Looks like he didn't do anything. It might just be a warning since he loves the waterfront princess. An experienced master read the situation perfectly. Sure enough, the saint came out of the hall with a natural look, bereft of bloodlust. People could see that he didn't attack. The youths were disappointed and sighed, thinking that the king got lucky this time. Looks like Waterfront Pavilion isn't supporting the king, but they won't be opposing him either. An old man murmured. Chapter 2491, After leaving Great Desolate Mountain, the Saber Saint crossed through the area to reach Xiang Island. Qin Jianyao was already waiting for him. Long time no see, Saber Saint. She stood there like a goddess holding her sword by the chest. Long time no see, Fairy Qin. The Saber Saint picked up the saber hanging on his back. It had the feel of a mountain, completely immovable. You have become stronger after several years. How many people can debate the Tao of the saber with you now? She sentimentally said. You're too kind, Fairy Qin. The world is full of hidden dragons and tigers. Just this saber Tao alone is not enough for pride. The saint shook his head. Back at the Li clan, Jade Break True Emperor's casual slash contained the profundity of the saber Tao, so I greatly benefited from it. So being proud of my current Tao is simply being ignorant. The crowd exchanged glances after hearing this. People have heard about the Tao discussion between him and two emperors before. It looked like this was indeed the truth since he confirmed it himself. Jade Break and Pure Sword True Emperor stood at the apex of the young generation. They were far stronger than 8 Formation True Emperor. The fact that the Saber Saint could even have a Tao discussion with them proved his worth and power. Not all were lucky enough nor qualified to do so. Jade Break True Emperor is an incredible talent. Jianyao nodded. His move must have been brilliant, but your saber Tao is still quite matchless, especially for the young generation. The saint smiled. You're still too polite. It's rare that I come back to 9 secrets, and coincidentally enough, this is our second meeting, a type of fate. Will you have a discussion with me? I occasionally think about your sword Tao. How can I refuse when you are in the mood? Jiao Yao smiled, resembling a flower blossoming beautifully. Please. The Saber Saint stepped into the island. The crowd took a deep breath and started thinking. The Saber Saint is certainly superior to Yang Bofen, just look at the hospitality shown. One youth became emotional. Remember, when Bofen met Jianyao, he maintained a respectful demeanor. This was nearly the case for Tang Hexiang as well. On the other hand, the Saber Saint spoke with her as an equal. He clearly had a higher status than Hexiang, even though the guy was a 5th-level true god with the Imperial Guards under his command on top of having the support of the legions. Who will win? The saber or sword Tao? People curiously asked after these two disappeared deeper into the island. No one could give a definite answer. Only talents like the Saber Saint and 8 Formation True Emperor are qualified to challenge Fairy Qin. Her sword Tao is magnificent, just one glance is unforgettable. Someone who has seen her in action praised. The crowd was taking this casual bout very seriously. Jianyao didn't have support just because she was pretty or that she was from Calm Lotus. Of course, she was unreachable because of them, but she wasn't only a pretty flower vase. Her own power was also exceptional. She cultivated two secrets, Jia and Lai. Not many in the system right now had access to two, fewer than few, in fact. She used them as the foundation and support for her sword Dao. This allowed her to have great achievements down this path. She rarely showed herself or fight, but those who have seen her sword Dao before couldn't forget about it. Because of this, very few people dared to challenge her. Even 8 Formation True Emperor would need to think twice. Everyone naturally wanted to witness the fight between two traditional weapons used by two masters. Unfortunately, the island was sealed since the two didn't want others to watch. Only those on the island could actually see. Clank. A while later, a sword hymn resonated. Its energy soared through the sky with an unstoppable sharpness. Clank. At the same time, a high and steep saber Dao cut horizontally through the air, capable of opposing anything in this world. No one could take a step further. People could hear the clanking and hums of the sword and saber from very far away in Nine-Linked. Occasionally, the images and energy strands of these slashes would ravage the sky. One could only imagine the destructiveness of the battle. All eyes were on Xiang Island right now. Despite not being able to witness it, they could sense the fierce battle raging on from the ripples and waves of energy. The real experts could sense the variations and transformations between their moves, switching from offense to defense, from having the advantage to otherwise. Will senior brother win? Chu Qing was worried back at Great Desolate Mountain. Li Qiye turned briefly towards the island before looking away. Strictly speaking about the thickness of the Dao, your senior brother is not a match for Jianyao. She has trained in two secrets in Calm Lotus all of this time, accepting the gestation of this land, so her energy is quite pure. One could say that she is blessed by heaven. But in terms of Dao finesse, your senior brother is superior. He has immersed himself in the Dao of the saber, already excellent but always strive to be better. Each slash, each cut, all have been perfectly refined. Moreover, he has fought in many battles, so he has far more experience, knowing how to deal with perilous situations. Jianyao doesn't have the same training. Her sword Dao is profound, but she lacks the ability to create a miracle before the clutch of death. He easily analyzed the fight as if he could see the winner already. Chu Qing heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this while hoping that her brother would win. The crowd didn't let up on their observation. They wanted to know the final outcome. Clank. With one last clank, the sword and saber pierced through the sky vault and left behind a lasting scar. The energies slowly dispersed and the hymns stopped as well. The battle has finally ended. A while later, the Saber Saint left Xiang with his saber tied to his back. His expression was unreadable, no one could tell the result. The crowd became disappointed. Who won? The young one still wanted to know. The outcome doesn't matter. An ancestor from a powerful clan shook his head. I only know that this battle shows their supremacy in their generation, especially Fairy Qin. She has always been reclusive, yet she can amaze the world with a single feat. If anyone wishes to court her, they better train like crazy and become strong enough to earn her favor. People smiled wryly after hearing this. Just how strong does one have to be to get into her sight? Perhaps one would need to at least be as strong as Tang Hexiang. Quite powerful. Bing Qi Hanyu became worried after seeing this. I wonder what Fairy Qin is thinking. The situation doesn't look good for Tianji. I hope he can understand the formation and come out soon enough. She wanted to pull Jianyao to her side because it would be very beneficial for 8 Formation True Emperor. Now, she wasn't sure of Jianyao's stance at all. Chapter 2492. No one knew the result of the duel between the Saber Saint and Qin Jianyao, but their energies and weapon intents took a long time to dissipate in the region. The crowd needed a moment to regain their composure. Suddenly, this brief lull was interrupted by something else. Boom! A blast resounded across 9 secrets. Next, continuous rumbles that made the world quake and the air tremble. People saw a river of stars crossing through the sky with a silver color. It seemed to be descending from above straight for 9 linked. Rumble. This earth-shaking momentum scared the fish and birds. They either became frozen or hid in their lairs. The sects and experts were naturally startled. They ran out and looked towards this silver river surging like a primordial beast, capable of destroying everything in its path. "That's the Central Legion," a spectator saw everything and cried out. In the beginning, this impressive flood made people think that a disaster was coming. Upon closer inspection, it was an army consisting of millions. They marched with lightning speed, traveling thousands and thousands of miles per day. "You're right," his friend became startled after getting a good look. The troops wore silver armor, the same with their horses. This resulted in a scene of stars illuminating the sky. The flood of stars coming from the sky seemed to be unstoppable. No sect or person dared to stand in front of their rampage. A 1,000-mile path in front of them was wide open. Anyone could see that they were furious, seemingly blazing with fire, and would kill anyone trying to slow them down. The most terrorizing member as the old man in front. He led this legion as if he was leading a tsunami. His silver armor made him look like a rising moon, its luster pierced the eyes of the spectators. He exuded the aura of an eternal all around him. On top of his head was a floating pagoda shrouded in primordial chaos energy, as abundant as the ocean. This pagoda could crush the firmaments, rendering others out of breath. When it came crashing down, it could turn anyone into a rain of blood regardless of how strong they are. Central Commander, Ma Mingchun. "He's a real Eternal," some people gasped and said. The guy was indeed one of the strongest Eternals in 9 secrets. Some even said that he couldn't be weaker than any of the 5 supreme ancestors. He was also the strongest commander in the 6 legions, hence their support for him. Who is he mobilizing again? Which poor soul had provoked the legion? The clear fury of the torrential march left people astonished. Ever since the disappearance of Silver Secret, War Saint Dynasty went under the rule of the 6 legions. The Central Legion became the strongest and no one would dare to insult them. This sky-splitting legion could completely scorch the earth below. "I heard his only son, Ma Jinming, was killed by the king right here in 9 linked." Someone else revealed. "He's poked the hornet's nest. Does he want to go all out against Central Legion?" One person took a deep breath. "It's no big deal." Another person said, "The Central Legion led the other 5 into rebelling and surrounding the imperial palace. All of them have betrayed the king, so they are considered rebels in his eyes. It's understandable why the king would kill Mingchun's son." No one responded. It didn't matter why the 6 legions surrounded the palace, but Li Qiye was the only rightful king of 9 secrets. The moment they maneuvered against the king, they became traitors and could never wash their hands clean of this act. The seal of betrayal has been marked on them. Of course, this was a sensitive issue and many powers didn't wish to talk about it due to the potential consequences. Is he using the entire legion just for revenge? That's too much. Someone else said. Some exchanged glances. Back in Lucidity's era, he would never dare to do so even if his child was killed. Not only would he lose his head but Lucidity would also exterminate the rest of his clan. The 6 legions are listening to Ma Mingchun completely, especially the Central Legion. The elites of that group are all from the Ma clan, so who would dare to say no? Plus, the boy was his only son too. It would be strange if he were to let this go. An older expert sneered. This wasn't something a commander should do except he was completely untethered. No one else could stop him from doing so when he had total control of the Central Legion. Boom! The march continued on at a rapid pace and finally made it to 9 linked mountains. The great army suddenly stopped yet still maintained a perfect formation right outside. This was indeed an impressive showing of discipline, perhaps proportional to their might. Though Ming Chun was furious and ready to kill, he still had a sliver of reason and didn't dare to directly march inside the mountains. No one in history has dared to do so, not even lucidity. That would be insulting Nine-Linked, or could even be construed as an invasion, becoming enemies with the sect. That's General Ma and the Central Legion. The ones inside Nine-Linked Mountains were startled to see the magnificent scene. He's here for revenge. Everyone knew what he wanted to do. Some simply wanted to watch while others had a gloating smile on their face, especially the young geniuses. It would be a joyous occasion if Ming Chun could kill the king. Please hand over Li, Nine-Linked. Ma Ming Chun stood outside, his eyes shining on the entire area. His aura took the breath from every spectator. The suppressive force of his pagoda was even more frightening. This was an eternal with a massive army behind him, a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 2493, Your Majesty, I have bad news. General Ma led an army here, they're outside already. Lu Chuqin caught wind of this and quickly reported to Li Chia. He remained calm and glanced at the horizon, unperturbed. An army? Not a bad thing, I've been waiting for one so that I can make rivers of blood. That's suitable for my status as a tyrant. Two fists will have a hard time going against four. Chuqin was still worried because Ming Chun still had the other legion behind him. Silly girl. Li Chia gently rubbed her nose. Numbers mean nothing, just more corpses at best. Do you think people can take care of a tyrant like me so easily? Don't worry, not to mention just one legion, I don't mind if all of 9 secrets come at the same time. Her nose twitched in a cute manner, but the anxiety remained. Li Chia only smiled and didn't say anything else. Nine-Linked Mountains didn't respond to Ma Mingchuan's request. No disciples stood out as if nothing was happening regardless of the great army outside. Even the middle-aged man watching the entrance stayed in his wooden hut. He seemed to be sleepy due to the hot summer weather. The crowd naturally didn't expect this reaction, or rather, lack of one. Where is the sect master of Nine-Linked? Or at least a disciple should come out to say something. Someone critiqued. You know anyone who is actually from the sect outside of the greeter? Have you seen its sect master? An older expert answered with a question. This made the group fall into silence. The truth was there were some difficulties in spotting disciples from this sect because some travelers have been staying here for so long. Moreover, the place was huge. Who could tell the difference between outsiders and the sect's disciples? As for its sect master, it seemed that no one has seen this person before. The crowd became confused. In reality, since the olden days, few had the privilege of meeting the disciples of this sect and the honor of seeing the sect master of Nine-Linked Mountains. Ma Chuanming's expression darkened. He was a powerful eternal, one could count those who could match him in 9 secrets with their fingers. Moreover, he had 6 great legions behind him. Even the 5 behemoths needed to be courteous when dealing with him. But now, Nine-Linked Mountains didn't bother responding at all. They simply didn't show any respect. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't furious over this matter. Moreover, the death of his son had already infuriated him. The man's inflection turned cold. May I ask if your sect wishes to harbor the villain? Do you wish to become enemies with the rest of the world? Nevertheless, his words were still rather polite. Nine-Linked Mountains' powerful reputation remained in his mind. Perhaps the general was losing his patience, but the sect still didn't care. Not even a regular disciple showed up to answer him, as if this was the consensus of the sect. Then you all will have to excuse me. I have carried out peaceful measures before using force to the best of my extent. Ma Mingchun finally lost his patience from the thirst for vengeance and a demand for respect. Start the formations. He raised his hand and shouted with a murderous gaze. Boom! The army rearranged themselves, ready to march into Nine-Linked Mountains after receiving his order. The visitors in Nine-Linked held their breath, wondering how this sect would deal with it. Just how many masters from the sect would come out? The mysteries behind Nine-Linked Mountains lingered on everyone's mind. How many masters do they have? Are they actually strong or just bluffing and fooling everyone all along? A few wanted nothing more than a battle right now. This could reveal whether the sect was actually powerful and unfathomable like the legends or not. General Ma, please calm down. Someone from inside finally stepped out. Tang Hexiang. A spectator recognized him. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Tang Hexiang. Back at the stone forest, he was sharp-witted and vigilant enough to escape the moment he saw the stone statues coming back to life. It didn't matter whether Li Qie himself was powerful or he had backing, it still meant that the guy had ace cards up his sleeve. That's why he ran the moment the situation became unfavorable, or he could have lost his life like Jin Ming and Bofen. General Tang. Ming Chun wasn't happy to see the guy. General Ma, we need to take our time before making a decision. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. Hexiang ran over next to Ming Chun and hurriedly said. Ming Chun uttered coldly, my Jiner died a horrific death, and I shall have revenge for him. Blood for blood, I am not letting emotions affecting me. I know that you're furious, General Ma, but this place is troublesome, it's best to exercise prudence. Of course, we'll make sure you have your revenge too. Hexiang continued. This went on for a bit until Ming Chun's anger subsided. The two of them finally went into a tent to come up with a new plan. The lack of a battle disappointed some of the crowd. They wouldn't be able to see the might of Nine-Linked Mountains like this. No one knew what these two were planning inside that tent either. Rumble. Eventually, the Legion spread out and began to guard the important locations and pathways outside of Nine-Linked. If anyone spots that Li Brat, send a signal and kill him right away. Ma Ming Chun ordered. It was obvious that Ming Chun wanted to prevent the king from escaping. Both he and Tang Hexiang were still afraid of Nine-Linked Mountains, not daring to actually march inside and offend this sect. That price wasn't worth it. Hexiang came up with a blockade instead to prevent Li Qie from escaping. The moment he set one foot out of Nine-Linked, the army would immediately surround him. Another thing to note was Ming Chun gave the kill order out of revenge for his son. He no longer cared if others call him a kingslayer. His only son was killed, so why would he give a damn about his reputation? The fire of anger has successfully drowned out reasons. He only wanted revenge at this moment. What a shame. Li Qie shook his head and smiled after seeing the containment. Looks like they won't be coming for a massacre. No rush, once I'm done here, I'll take care of all the legions. That's more satisfying. What a shame. The ancestors from the various powers said, why can't they come in and test Nine-Linked Mountains? Chapter 2494, The occupation of the army outside didn't affect Nine-Linked Mountains to the disappointment of those who wanted to watch a fun show. They had no choice but to wait for the day when the lakes change color. As the day drew closer, there were clear changes to the lakes. The already green water turned even more green, almost like the color of jade. It's almost there. Someone murmured after noticing this. This brought back excitement to the area. Some began to record the changes while others focused on different parts of Nine-Linked to spot anything new. This might be a good chance either for understanding the 9 secrets or finding some amazing treasures. An aristocratic ancestor was eager to try. Some cultivators began looking around the 9 lakes, busily running about. No clear records existed pertaining to the changes of the 9 lakes or the potential result and benefits. There was a lack of complete records about the previous winners as well. 2 characters were usually brought up on this topic, Emperor Zhang and True Emperor Jiuning. The former was the one who revitalized the system, bringing it from the brink of collapse to the very apex, including the foundation of War Saint Dynasty. Coincidentally enough, the lakes also changed color when he was at 9 linked mountains. Because of this, future generations believed that he had found an amazing treasure here, allowing him to walk on the path towards invincibility. This also stated that during this moment, he researched the grand Tao of the Celestials, resulting in the core principles found in his lucidity scripture. As for true Emperor Jiao, who was the most powerful in recent generations, people talked about her 9 secrets. They said that she also learned the mysteries of the 9 secrets during the color change of the lake, becoming one of the few masters of the 9 secrets. There were rumors about other characters as well, but they weren't on the same level as these two, therefore these stories weren't as popular. This was the reason why the place was packed right now. Cultivators all around 9 secrets came to learn. Perhaps they could figure out one of the words or another profound fundamental of the Tao. Either way, they would benefit from these harvests for the rest of their lives. Finally, the color of the lakes began to stabilize. Each had a different color, deep into the spectrum of thickness. For example, the green lake couldn't be any greener, resembling a piece of jade with a chilling feeling. Another was a scarlet red, almost like blood. It gave off the feeling of a bloody stench, quite a frightening sensation. It's starting, get ready. The cultivators began entering the lakes after the stabilization. They chose different lakes. Some preferred to work alone since they didn't want to share their findings, while others preferred moving in groups to work together. Clank! Suddenly, a sword hymn echoed in the world. All the other swords in existence hummed back. Clank! 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 These swords seemed to be resonating and led by another divine presence. An artifact is coming out. Cultivators were startled to see the reaction of their weapons. Clank! The hymn of this sword rang again, and everyone saw a ray of light rushing to the sky at Myriad Formation Kingdom. Just this one strand of the sword was enough to sweep through the ages and kill 3,000 worlds, more than enough to slay the gods and devils. This sword energy filled 9 secrets. An ancient bronze sword slowly rose into the air, seemingly stained with the blood of true immortals. What is that? Not to mention the youths, even the ancestors shuddered after seeing this single strand of ray. Invincible true gods felt insignificant before the glint of this sword. Immortal slaying ancient formation, an ancestor said with astonishment, noticing the sky bereft of clouds and winds. 8 formation true emperor has understood the formation. Another sect master took a deep breath. Looks like he can defeat a 3-palace emperor and even challenge a 4-palace one then. An ancestor from an ancient lineage murmured. Beating someone above his level isn't the most frightening part. The formation itself is the key point. An even older ancestor shook his head. His eyes became serious. This means that he could control the 3 immortal slaying swords, allowing him to do what you said earlier. But if he could actually ready the formation and add in the Tao of the world to create a great momentum, even a 12-palace emperor might not be able to escape alive. It's that terrifying. His peers were taken aback. Yes, that's why this formation is even above the 3 great ones in Myriad Formation. Remember, Myriad Formation is a lineage versed in arrays, so their 3 great ones are incredible. The ancestor continued, since immortal slaying ancient formation is so strong, no one but the founding emperor of this sect has been able to truly learn it. Tianji did it. Bingqi Hanyu was ecstatic to see this. At grand completion, even a great immortal can't get out of this formation. The other 4 great powers were shaken to see the sword ray as well, including the supreme ancestors. His power and the 3 swords aren't enough to actually touch an eternal. One of them said, the question is, how much power can he get out of this formation? At 50%, Eternals might need to start praying once trapped inside. In another location, Qin Jianyao had a serious expression as well while staring at the horizon. She eventually sighed, I can handle the 3 swords but will lose once the formation comes out. Incredible, that's why he picked formations as his Tao. The Saber Saint said with a sigh, I need to run before the formation takes form or I'll be chopped into mincemeat. As for Tang Hexiang, his expression greatly changed into a pale color. The hand holding his spear started to shudder. Right now, the two most promising candidates for the thrones were himself and 8 Formation True Emperor. Previously, it looked as if the Emperor had a great advantage. However, he had more supporters and perhaps the two sides were evenly matched. This was no longer the case after the Emperor's newfound understanding of the formation. The guy would absolutely crush him now, so his aspiration for the throne seemed even more far off. Will the Emperor come to Nine-Linked Mountains since he is finished with his cultivation? Everyone understood that the Emperor was about to come out. I believe so. A young genius said, Yang Bofen is his direct disciple, so he would never let the guy die in vain. At that point, with the formation in full effect, no one will be able to escape death. The king won't be able to prance around for long now. Right, the king is done for. Someone else sneered right away. So many were still wishing for the king's death. Lu Chuqing herself was moved after seeing the spectacle in the sky, since she has heard of this famous formation before. That's good, someone will be bringing a gift to me and I can't be rude by refusing it. Li Qiye revealed a wide smile. Chapter 2495. Even though the Emperor's understanding of the immortal slaying formation shocked 9 secrets, everyone quickly focused back on the task at hand, the lakes. Let's enter the lake now, it's ready. People left their abodes and headed for the lakes. Because the 9 lakes were large, they presented many options. People didn't fight over the locations and rather spent their time finding fortunes instead. How about the Yellow Lake? One junior asked his senior, attracted by the lake at the very center. It was the largest one, surrounded by the other 8 lakes. It was a bright yellow. Normally, yellow energy would ooze out from it as if golden powders were falling into the lake. After the color change, it looked like molten gold now. It was full of temptation and made everyone salivated. Don't think about it. His senior immediately stopped him. It is the hardest of the 9 to sense. One needs to be a genius with absolute confidence in order to do so. Anyone else would only be wasting their time. This lake is impossible to harmonize with. The junior had no choice but to give up since he didn't want to waste this rare opportunity. Nevertheless, people still tried the Golden Lake despite the difficulties. The first to do so was Tang Hexiang. He came quite early on his stallion and several hundred soldiers. Unlike before, they were walking right now, still adorned with their silver armor. Through the plates, one could tell that these soldiers were quite old and powerful with a cold expression. Hexiang's spear seemed to be cast from gold, pulsing with a dazzling glow and decorated with draconic symbols. The group this time didn't have an aggressive or fierce aura, a stark contrast to their arrival at Nine-Linked Mountains. Nonetheless, people still took a deep breath and felt a chill while witnessing their quiet march. That's the most elite group of Central Legion, probably containing half of its battle potential. This little group right here is so important to the Ma clan and had numerous meritorious feats in the past. This made everyone realize that the relationship between Tang Hexiang and Ma Mingchun was quite good, since Mingchun was okay with sending the elites of his clan after Hexiang. That's not all. Someone noticed the spear on the youth's back. Hexiang is bringing his family's heirloom with him, the golden dragon spear. He's going all out this time. This quiet march this time drew more attention than Hexiang's previous entry to Nine-Linked Mountains. I'll test my luck as well. Just when Hexiang had entered the Golden Lake, another youth laughed and did the same. Water Watch Saber Saint. Someone cried out. Clank. One could hear the hum of a saber after he took the first step inside. The golden liquid suddenly came together to create the image of a saber. The youth stepped on this saber as it took him closer to the center of the lake. Buzz. Next, lotus flowers materialized near the shore and started growing towards the central area. Before the crowd could calm down, a girl as transcending as an immortal landed on the lotus. Pop. The petals started to spread in an elegant manner. As she walked on these flowers, they began to blossom after each of her steps in such a beautiful manner. Everyone became immersed in this fascinating scene. Fairy Qin is always unbelievable and graceful regardless of the situation. People couldn't help but praise. The moment Jianyao got to the lake center, she found Tang Hexiang and the Saber Saint talking to each other. Next, a cool and fragrant breeze blew by. Another girl landed by the shore, Bingqi Hanyu. She was accompanied by two old men dressed in gray with their hands drooping down in a casual manner. However, lightning currents seemed to be coursing in their eyes, indicating their status as extremely powerful true gods. She casually threw out a treasure onto the water. Splash! It was a large boat made out of jade, looking quite extravagant with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, a carriage worthy of a queen. Splash! It started heading for the center of the lake with her standing at the bow and enjoying the breeze. Princess Hanyu does have the virtues found in a queen. People praised after seeing her nobility. Of course, her sexiness also won many youths over and intensified their desires. The three who got there first greeted her. Jianyao calmly spoke, "Congratulations, the Emperor's success at learning the formation will make the system even more colorful. You're too kind, Fairy Qin, Tianji will be needing your guidance in the future." Hanyu charmingly replied. Jianyao simply nodded in response. "When that formation comes out, I will have no choice but to run for my life." The Saber Saint laughed and said. "You're joking, Saber Saint. Your Saber Dao is unique in the contemporary. Tianji had told me about his admiration for your Dao." Hanyu was the princess of the Bingqi, so she was naturally spoiled and prideful. However, she knew how to act appropriately depending on the circumstances. The Saber Saint smiled, who knows if he believes her or not. "Congratulations." Even Tang Hexiang, a rival, seemed to be quite cool and congratulated Hanyu. So far, the spectators were most impressed with Hanyu's elegance and innate nobility. Princess Hanyu is truly peerless, only someone like the Emperor is worthy of her. A fan commented. While the young geniuses were greeting each other, Li Qiye and Lu Chuqing made it to the shore of the Golden Lake. "The king is here, the king is here." Someone shouted and the rest of the crowd turned towards the duo. In the past, only words of disdain would run through the crowd, such as calling him a useless king, a piece of trash beyond fixing, etc. Alas, after the event at the Stone Forest, everyone realized that he was a tyrant. His brutal methods have shut everyone up. Some held their breath while staring at him, wanting to see what he would do at the lake. Li Qiye smiled and said, "Such a deep lake, how am I going to cross? Drowning wouldn't be a good way to go." This comment made everyone glance at each other. Rumble. Suddenly, majestic figures appeared in the lake. They were massive in size. The water could only reach their ankles. Their divinity was shocking, these were unstoppable gods. What the hell? The crowd stared at these colossal beings in astonishment. Splash! A jade bridge materialized across the lake, made from precious and ancient materials. The entire thing was filled with chaos energy, capable of reaching towards an immortal realm. It gave off a holy presence. Boom! Water splashed everywhere. The great beings directly dropped to their knees and started raising this bridge. "Your Majesty, please board." They shouted in unison with a cry as sonorous as the chant of an army. Everyone suddenly saw an illusion, a peerless king was out on patrol above the 9 heavens. The gods had no choice but to prostrate to greet him. Chapter 2496, The deafening chant of the massive beings shook the firmaments and lower realms. So many people felt a primal fear. Some lost control of their legs and dropped down to the ground. The deities raised the bridge with both hands while kneeling. This subservient act didn't deter their divinity at all. In fact, it only added more supremacy to this scene. The one walking on the bridge would be above everything else. No one could keep a cool expression, since who else could display such an ostentatious scene in all of imperial lineage? It seemed that only a supreme king would be able to walk on this bridge shrouded in clouds, leading to the center of the lake. Li Qiye casually walked on the bridge with Chu Qing holding his arm. The entire thing felt so natural. As he walked on the clouds, he became an untouchable existence, the king of the gods. When he looked down, the experts of the world were mere ants. Of course, he still seemed natural, as if he was only walking on a common bridge. He didn't have an impressive aura or momentum, no different from a mortal. However, this ordinary appearance of his looked so right when walking on this extraordinary bridge, a perfect and unsurprising harmony. The crowd stood there in a daze, unable to regain their sanity before this incredible scene and the endless divinity from the gods. Just imagine, these gods were kneeling on the lake to raise the bridge for him. Even Lucidity King didn't have this incredible showing of prestige. Is this just an illusion? One cultivator had to ask. People simply couldn't accept this scene. How could the Trash King enjoy this welcoming act? Thus, some felt that he was using a certain spell to put up this frightening display. I don't think so, but they don't look like real gods either. An ancestor activated his heavenly gaze and still failed to comprehend the event. An illusion shouldn't have this type of divinity. Even if it did, it required an even more powerful aura to create this type of atmosphere, meaning that the user himself is already strong enough, no need to put up an act to fool others. At that particular level, it's not an illusion but rather, a visual phenomenon. What is it if not an illusion? People couldn't believe that the king could muster up such a powerful phenomenon. If he is really this strong, then he wouldn't have fallen to this level. No one could give an answer since most didn't believe that the king was this strong. Even Jianyao and the Saber Saint focused on this scene. They could tell that it was no illusion. Tang Hexiang became more serious than the rest with a glint in his eyes. Murderous thoughts surfaced, he was more certain than ever now. He naturally wanted the throne and the current situation in the system was his only opportunity. However, this king would certainly be in his way. The stronger the king, the more problem it would be. He had no choice but to eliminate this person. As time passed, more complications would arise. Bingqi Hanyu was also watching with a complex gaze. Prior to this, she had nothing but disdain and hatred for him. How could she like someone with such a bad reputation? A man like that was no different from a maggot. It seemed that the rumors aren't exactly right. Certain things were developing against their expectations, and not towards a good direction since their clan has broken all pretenses with the king. There's something amazing going on here. The Saber Saint murmured with narrowed eyes. No one else dared to enter the lake while this grand phenomenon was going on. The saint himself couldn't see the mysteries of these images. What the hell is going on? Hexiang scowled, not wanting to accept from the bottom of his heart that the king was actually powerful. It's not an illusion. Jianyao's voice became serious. This is the hidden power of 9 linked mountains, the reason why it has been staying strong for millions of years. Masters have come to this place and couldn't touch them at all. Though Jianyao didn't travel the world like the Saber Saint, she was quite knowledgeable from reading so much. The sect's hidden power. Hanyu was surprised, how could he control this power? It's impossible. I do not know. Jianyao shook her head. These are the secrets of 9 linked mountains, but there are legends about it. When someone can fully grasp the Tao source of 9 secrets, they would be able to control the system's momentum. It wouldn't be hard to use this hidden power in that case. Grasping the Tao source. The Saber Saint tilted his head in contemplation. I heard that even the great true Emperor Jiaoning could only control the momentum and a part of the Tao source's power, not the Tao source itself. He sighed at this point, lamenting the fact that no one has any knowledge regarding their own system's Tao source and its location. Only the progenitor was privy to this. This was the reason why no one has been able to control the Tao source, only parts of its overarching momentum. He's controlling the Tao source. Him. Hexiang snorted while looking at Li Qie. His expression said it all, the guy was still looking down on the king. After all, the king was chased out and defeated by them, just another loser. He wouldn't have been chased out of his own kingdom if he could grasp the Tao source. Hanyu quietly murmured, feeling unrest as she felt that her group was gradually losing control of the situation, unable to predict the next steps. Jianyao didn't say anything else since she was occupied with different emotions. She regretted her decisions back then. Perhaps the king wasn't like the rumors at all. He was just putting up an act to fool everyone. Eventually, Li Qie made it to the center of the lake while maintaining the awesome visual spectacle. Splash! The golden water of the lake rose and came together in the sky to form a throne. 9 dragons with pearls in their mouth coiled around the place. The entire thing was in one piece and formed in such a natural manner, bereft of any signs of carving. This made it look coarse but also animated with divinity. Only a supreme king would be qualified to sit on it. The glowing throne made the crowd nervous. Just sitting on a throne of this level required great courage. However, Li Qie casually sat down on it without thinking twice. Next, the water also created a golden table in front of the throne, seemingly the working chamber of a king where he makes official decisions with his royal seal. Chapter 2497, Li Qie directly rested his feet on the great table. He made himself comfortable before looking at the people below. Oh. Is everyone here to study the mysteries of 9 linked mountains? Li Qie said with a smile. The changing of the lakes is a rare opportunity, so we can't miss it. Jianyao said, Your Majesty, you're also here for the lakes. Her attitude had a subtle change. During her first visit, she also referred to him as His Majesty. This eventually changed to Young Noble Li, then Sir, before ending with His Majesty once more. Just her address alone indicated the continuous shift in her impression of him. The fortunes and mysteries here at the 9 lakes aren't worth mentioning, at least for me. He looked at her and said. The crowd naturally didn't like this because they came specifically for this opportunity. But now, he said it wasn't worth mentioning. This was the same as holding the rest of them in contempt. You speak as if you can figure out the mysteries here. Hanyu couldn't help but mock him. He took a quick look of her and chuckled, looks like you have big breasts but no brains, far inferior to the Qin girl. She might be a tiny bit despicable but certainly not stupid. But I suppose it is understandable since the size of your breasts interferes with your intelligence. You. Hanyu turned red and glared at him. The truth was that her breasts were truly large. One would be hard-pressed to find a larger pair. Everyone stole glances at her breasts while Li Qie was speaking. Because of her anger and rapid breathing, her breasts were shaking up and down. Just imagine something of this size going up and down, it created quite a seductive wave. She was a natural-born temptress with charms engraved in her bones and actions. The spectators were losing control and became hot. The weak-minded started having nosebleeds, looking quite embarrassed. Well, am I wrong? Li Qie also took a good look of her heaving breasts without holding back. Hey, she's 8 formation true emperor's fiancée. You should give up thinking about it. The Saber Saint reminded him after seeing his blatant and invasive stare. Of course, his true intention was for the sake of his junior brother. She was standing right there yet Li Qie was still looking at Hanyu's breasts. How unacceptable. So what? Li Qie didn't mind at all, not to mention a fiancé, so what if they have gotten married? If I want, then I'll just take it since don't forget, I'm a debaucherous tyrant. Taking people's wives and daughters, now that's real entertainment. The crowd was astounded with their mouth wide open. Of course, some of the crowd shared this thought but they would never express it in public. Makes sense. The Saber Saint regained his wits and said, after all, why should a tyrant care about conventional moralities? The crowd actually agreed with the Saber Saint after thinking about it. The tyrant was known to be debaucherous and lawless. It made sense that he would want to take Hanyu regardless of her current status, especially when he had tried to do so before by sending the 6 legions to her clan. Ridiculous. Hexiang snorted and coldly uttered, War Saint Dynasty was going so well yet you lost it. Under your leadership, the flames of war will ravage the land, you are a sinner of the system, don't pretend to be a symbol of virtue now. Li Qiye waved his hand and interrupted, you can utter all the flowery words and make all the excuses, it's all useless and won't change the fact that a traitor is a traitor. Even if I was a good king, you all would have rebelled after Lucidity King's death anyway. My debauchery is but an excuse for speeding up the process. The only reason you're still standing here right now is because I had no interest in killing you before. People glanced at each other and thought about one thing. Was the rebellion of the 6 legions and 2 great powers just because the new king was a deviant? Who wouldn't have grasped the chance to seize power after Lucidity King's death? The best opportunity would have been when the new king has yet to consolidate his power. Nonsense. Hexiang retorted, if the king is virtuous, his subjects will be loyal. Li Qiye smiled, no need to argue since it will only end with your embarrassment. 100 more excuses still won't change the fact that you chose to betray the throne during a battle. 8 Formation True Emperor didn't lose a single troop during the siege of the imperial city since you defected and opened the gate. Yes, I was not a good king, but who was it that handed the capital over to the enemy despite being part of the royal family? Hexiang turned red and couldn't reply. People stared at him, no one said anything but their expressions said it all. Just like Li Qiye had said, he was a terrible king. However, as the commander of the Imperial Guards, Hexiang still defected and opened the gate for the enemies. Nothing could ever erase this stain. Let the virtuous rule the world. Bingqi Hanyu has finally calmed down and added, the just will gain support while the immoral will be abandoned. The people abandoned you, that's why you lost your kingdom. The just will gain support while the immoral will be abandoned. Li Qiye laughed, then who is virtuous enough to rule this land? Hanyu didn't hold back and directly revealed, 8 Formation True Emperor, he will rule with the citizens' interest in mind, so he is worthy of the throne. In the past, everyone was aware of the current power struggle. Right now, the 2 hottest candidates were Tang Hexiang and 8 Formation True Emperor. Of course, neither of these 2 dared to publicly announce their claim to the throne, that they're the ones qualified to be the king. Even Myriad Formation and the Bingqi have skirted around this topic even though they wanted it so bad. But now, Hanyu had just made a public statement, piercing through the veil of pretense. Li Qiye smiled and said, how interesting. Your foolishness is actually a little cute. At the very least, you are better than the ones craving the throne so bad yet not daring to say it, only pretending to be on the side of justice, talking about working for the sake of the world and the people as if they were being forced to become the king. Unfortunately, your fiancé won't have the chance. You think you still have a chance? Hanyu scowled. Who else can rule this land but me? I was the king in the past and am still the king now, the same case in the future. Humph. You were indeed the king in the past, but you can stop dreaming now. Hanyu was no longer as courteous as before since it was past that point, even if you want to keep your throne, how are you going to compete against Tianji? Do you have a single soldier? Tianji is a true emperor with limitless potential, perhaps becoming a progenitor is possible as well. Furthermore, he has the Bingqi and Myriad Formation Kingdom behind him, and the support of the people. You're nothing outside of being the previous king. The throne is no one's but his. Hanyu's declaration now showed her total support for a full-fledged rebellion. There was no going back from this, so the crowd was astonished and needed to take a deep breath. Chapter 2498, her words carried significant clout as the fiancée of the emperor. It showed that the emperor's ambition for the throne. Everyone knew that he was indeed qualified to compete for it, but declaring his intention in public was another issue altogether. Tang Hexiang snorted after hearing this but didn't express anything else. He was naturally unhappy as the other rival. A bit interesting. Li Qiye smiled and glanced at her. Looks like you are very confident in your fiancé, but the more hope, the bigger the disappointment. You think you can amount to anything? She coldly stared at him. Tianji is worthy of trust and confidence. I'm sure he won't let me down. Why do you think I'm not worthy of trust and support from others? Just because everyone says that I'm a useless king, that's why your clan sent a fake princess for the marriage. He smiled. Cousin Ingjian is more than good enough for you. She said. So I'm not worthy of you? He replied, what you're trying to say is only that 8 formation guy is a good match for you. That's right. She said decisively, self-awareness and knowing when to give up are virtues. Since she was so certain of the outcomes, she no longer tried to make excuses and directly answered. I have a good idea. He rubbed his chin and leisurely said, how about I kill 8 formation true emperor and make you a servant? That might be very interesting, what do you think? Her voice turned colder. Bingqi Hanyu, am neither arrogant nor unduly humble. My husband is a true emperor, only a true dragon soaring in the horizon can win me. Of course, she was qualified to be proud. She had a noble bloodline as the princess of the Bingqi. Her talents were impeccable and her looks left no room for criticism. An ordinary man was indeed not worthy of her. Since they were formally engaged, she had no problem standing up for 8 formation true emperor. I know you are proud, but there are no women I can't conquer as long as I will so. Li Qiye interrupted her. The nonsense ravings of a lunatic. Hanyu snorted, you think you are more excellent than a true emperor? More than a rare genius. What are you going to conquer me with? In the current 9 secrets, 8 formation true emperor was the only man she would marry and serve. Someone like the king could only daydream about having her. We're done here, I've made up my mind. Li Qiye waved his hand, just wait till I'm done here and I'll start training you. Don't worry, I'll teach you how to be a good woman. I suppose it can be fun since you are indeed an attractive girl. Hanyu turned red after hearing such vulgarity. She was still an innocent girl and wasn't used to this obscenity. Humph. You better clean up your mouth. One of the 2 old men behind Hanyu became annoyed and uttered coldly. Asking for a fight? Come together then, for that is my purpose here today. You 2 will be the first victims. Li Qiye laughed and said. The 2 old men became furious after being looked down upon like this since they were stronger than Yang Bofen and Ma Jiming and commanded respect. Elders, no need to be angry. Hanyu stopped them before they could start. Tianji is coming soon, let him do it. The 2 men scowled and slowly got back behind her once more. Alright, since everyone is here today. Li Qiye looked around and said, time to settle some stuff, who will be the first? Gotta have some courage if you want the throne instead of just dreaming while hiding in your nest like a turtle in its shell. He glanced towards Hexiang after saying this, making his point as clear as day. All eyes were on Hexiang, aware of his ambition for the throne. However, Li Qiye was the only rightful king. Would Hexiang have the courage to challenge him right now? Despite his unfriendly expression, he wasn't in a rush to fight. What should come will, no need to rush. Although I'm not interested in being a king or whatever, I do want to have a match with you since you're so full of confidence. The Saber Saint smiled and stepped up instead. Senior brother. Chu Qing unhappily said, nearly stomping her foot on the ground after seeing the Saber Saint challenging Li Qiye. Silly girl, don't worry, I only want to teach him a lesson, not his life. That's an impudent comment, but I'll spare your life out of consideration for Chu Qing. Li Qiye looked at him and said. Such arrogance, I haven't seen such a conceited person like you in a long time. The Saint's saber intent slightly intensified while his eyes narrowed. He has traveled the world and competed with the top emperors as their equal. This showed the guy's status and power. Saber Saint, you're too eager. Jianyao interrupted with a kingdom-toppling smile, one elegant enough to immediately ease the tension. She continued, Your Majesty, we're not here today for political struggle and killing, our goal is to search for the Tao and reach the origin. I do have to admit that you're capable and have proper rhetoric despite certain shortcomings. What are you trying to search for the origin then? Jianyao wasn't angry and kept a humble attitude. I have cultivated Jia and Lai, but they're not the original versions, only what the ancestors have found through research. That's why today, I wish to feel the heaven and earth, hoping to combine the profundities of the Grand Tao in order to search for the truth. That's a realistic goal, not impossible. Li Qiye chuckled and said. What are you searching for then, Your Majesty? She smiled once more. This appearance of her has won over the hearts of so many youths and incited jealousy. Keep in mind that though she has always been polite with everyone, she also maintained an unreachable distance. A smile like this was quite rare. Alas, Li Qiye completely ignored her beauty and said, The 9 words are so easily obtained to me, no need to search for them. I'm here for only one thing. All eyes widened after hearing these unreasonably arrogant words. The 9 words were the apex merit laws of 9 secrets. So many people searched for them, yet few were fortunate enough to learn. But Li Qiye said that he could obtain them so easily. No one could take this seriously. Humph. Tang Hexiang snorted, there are few cultivators of the 9 words in all of history. You need to have a limit when boasting. No one can use the word easy when talking about learning the 9 words. His expression was full of disdain. This was indeed the truth. He had trained in the word, je, and understood how profound and esoteric they were. That's because you're stupid. Li Qiye casually retorted. The constant disrespect only made Hexiang want to kill Li Qiye even more. Humph, I don't care how smart you are, you can't comprehend all 9, just cultivating one is amazing enough. Those who have learned 2 are extremely brilliant, Han Yu said. Extremely brilliant? More like idiots. Li Qiye interrupted her again, are you trying to laud your accomplishment by having 1 word or 8 formation true emperor? I don't need to laud his talents and achievements. She struck back, his Zhen is at grand completion, allowing him to seize the fortune of the heaven to learn the immortal slaying ancient formation. He doesn't need to boast or act arrogant like you, not even possessing the 2 words from War Saint dynasty yet claim that it is so easy to learn all 9. Chapter 2499, The spotlight shifted towards Li Qiye. Many people believe that he didn't cultivate the 2 words from War Saint despite being the king. Indeed, I haven't cultivated those 2 words. Li Qiye admitted right away. The 2 words represent War Saint dynasty. You don't even have one yet you dare to claim legitimacy? Tang Hexiang uttered. He intended on removing Li Qiye's orthodox claim to the throne. It was ridiculous that the rightful ruler didn't even have 1 word of the kingdom's legacy. Tang Hexiang had trained in the word, je. At the very least, he had learned the arts of War Saint, so this was something he had over Li Qiye. Li Qiye ignored him and spoke to Han Yu, I might not have a single one, but isn't it just Zhen at grand completion? No need to brag about that to me since it's trivial. So ignorant. She snorted with contempt, with Zhen at grand completion, Tianji can control the formations of this world. His achievements are unreachable by you. Of course, you're better than him at shameless boasting. Li Qiye burst out in laughter, still think that I'm boasting? He turned towards Lu Chuqing and said, My Chuqing, do you think I can obtain the 9 words without any effort? Yes. She nodded without any hesitation since she had absolute trust in him. Junior sister, don't be blind. The 9 words are exceptional and rare even across the long trek of time. Only 1 or 2 people such as true Emperor Jiuning have obtained all 9. The Saber Saint smiled wryly and shook his head. He didn't directly refute Li Qia's claim, but his stance was made clear. Let the guy indulges in his fantasy. He Xiang mocked. Han Yu stared at him and coldly said, be more reasonable now, it would be a miracle of the ages if you can get all 9. The only person who didn't speak among them was Qin Jianyao. She tilted her head, seemingly in rumination. The spectators outside didn't spare him either. One scowled, who does he think he is? The progenitor of 9 secrets? Only someone without the slightest bits of common sense would make this comment. An ancestor shook his head, the 9 words are so profound and magical, no one can figure them out with ease, even true Emperor Jiaoning couldn't do so back then. He's still a ridiculous person, speaking without thinking. People rapidly shook their head. A while ago, they thought that he was on the verge of rising, but this no longer seemed to be the case. He was still as weird as before. Something so easy can't be considered a miracle of the ages. Li Qia maintained his viewpoint. Very well, if you can actually do it, I'll be the first to be convinced by you. Han Yu stepped forward and taunted him. I don't need that. Li Qia smiled, your feeling isn't worth a single coin, I'm more interested in training a beauty like you. Her face turned red, but she didn't become angry this time. She stared at him for a moment before speaking, it will be my loss if you can figure out the 9 words, you can do whatever you want to me afterward. But what if you lose? The crowd was astonished to hear this, not expecting this betting proposition. What do you want? Li Qia smiled at her. She strongly responded, I won't make it difficult for you personally, it's very simple, you just need to announce to the world that you will be passing the throne to 8 formation true emperor. The crowd jolted in surprise. Once they calmed down, they admired her intelligence. This would be a way to legitimize 8 formation true emperor's claim to the throne. Others would be considered traitors for going up against him by that point. No one would say anything about his rule either, a great advantage for his reputation. He Xiang felt regrets for not coming up with the same bet too. The crowd thought that Han Yu would win this bet for sure, so they wondered if Li Qia would actually agree. She was indeed a virtuous wife, winning the precious role of being an orthodox ruler for 8 formation true emperor. Do you dare to bet? She pushed the issue, wanting to seize this chance. Sounds like you're willing to do anything for 8 formation true emperor. The smile turned into a smirk on Li Qia's face. He's worthy of my support. A great man like him should indeed be in a position to help 9 secrets and its people. She said. Thus, yes or no? Are you willing to give him the throne in case of a loss? Don't tell me you're giving up now. She sneered, wanting to egg him into accepting the bet. As long as he agreed, her victory would be assured, since no one in this world could come up with the 9 words so easily. Fine with me, but you can rethink it. Li Qia's smirk became thicker. I will keep my words. If you win, you can kill me or do whatever you like. She solemnly declared. Good, I'm in. He clapped in jubilation. Everyone immediately thought that he was insane. He Xiang became crazy, overwhelmed with regrets for letting Han Yu seize the initiative. The moment Li Qia lost, he would have to pass the throne to 8 formation true emperor, granting him all the legitimacy he would need to compete for the throne. He would be the rebel for going against 8 formation at that point. So ridiculous. The Saber Saint shook his head, not believing in Li Qia either. Though the Saber Saint had no interest in the throne, his junior sister was married to the guy. At the very least, he still had the status of a king. After this bet, he would have nothing left. Someone said without any surprise, no wonder why he lost his kingdom. It would be a miracle for someone like him to stay on the throne. Looks like 8 formation true emperor will be the next rightful king. One ancestor murmured. No one expected for 8 formation to win the throne so easily. Of course, it was all thanks to Bingqi Hanyu, his virtuous wife. Not a single soul had any confidence in the king, thinking that he would win the best. The only one quiet was Qin Jianyao. She looked at him and felt something strange, unable to put her finger on it. Intuition told her that Li Qie was completely confident in his abilities. However, it was impossible and unprecedented. No one has been able to come up with the 9 words with ease in history. Alas, her intuition has always been apt, and it was telling her to bet on him. The internal conflict left her speechless. All she could do was watch the development in silence since this was the best choice. Very well, it's a bet then. Hanyu relaxed and said, if you wish to learn the 9 words, then we'll leave an empty spot for you. No one will come to bother you, and furthermore, I won't make you seize all 9. You just need to understand them and it's your win. She was being quite generous due to her confidence. It was fine to be nice to the guy right now. Everyone stared at Li Qie, waiting for him to give up his throne to 8 formation true emperor. 1. Gen equals formation. Chapter 2500. Everyone focused on Li Qie, just waiting for him to pass on his throne to 8 formation true emperor. 9 secrets. Li Qie smiled while sitting on his throne and resting his legs on the table, seemingly not in a hurry at all. Is he buying time? Someone murmured after seeing him just sitting there. It's useless since he can't delay for a lifetime. Not to mention taking out all 9, if he can't comprehend them, he'll have to abdicate. A senior shook his head. The 2 old men next to Hanyu didn't miss a single move. In their mind, his attempt was utterly futile, so they waited for the inevitable announcement. If he dared to renege, they would attack without holding back. Unfortunately for the waiting spectators, the guy continued to stare towards the horizon with a grin on his face. Hurry up and try to comprehend the 9 words already, so that we can broaden our horizons. One spectator in the distance couldn't help but shout. That's right, learn them now. We haven't seen anyone capable of this until you. The crowd loudly chimed in. The humiliated geniuses back in the stone forest were even more boisterous. Don't play the hero if you can't do it, just announce your abdication. Who doesn't already know that you're a useless and idiotic king? No need to waste time. They didn't want to miss the chance of kicking the man when he's down as payback for the previous humiliation. Although they couldn't personally dish it out, this was still a rare chance to vent. Li Qie didn't care about the taunts and sarcasm, evident by the persisting smile on his face. How long until you start? Bingqi Hanyu finally spoke. Of course, she wasn't in a hurry because victory was already within her grasp. The only thing she needed to do was prevent him from reneging. He asked with a question instead, you're trying so hard to give him an advantage, do you think he would risk his life to save you once you've become my prisoner? Such a thing will never happen. She strongly responded. Don't be so sure now. I'm about to learn the 9 words and your fate will be up to my whims. He smiled. You can say this again after learning the 9 words. She snorted. I suddenly have another interesting thought. He grinned, tell me, after I make you my slave and train you, do you think your fiancé will still marry you, someone who had been a slave? Hanyu's expression was shrouded by coldness from annoyance. Watch your words. One of the 2 old men shouted again, eyes brimming with murderous intent. He rubbed his chin and kept on speaking, I suddenly feel that there are still fun things to do in this world. Maybe I should spare 8 formation true emperor and we'll see if he can ever escape from my shadow. The crowd glanced at each other, thinking about something else. Whether the king was a piece of trash was still up for debate, but one thing was for certain, the fact that he was a perverted. Only someone with these characteristics would have such a crazy thought. The Saber Saint's eyes narrowed, becoming a bit skeptical after hearing the insanity of it all. Could a useless king come up with such a bold idea? Jianyao felt a jolt of fear out of nowhere, thinking that this king was a terrorizing existence, a dark hand behind the curtains controlling everything. Hurry up now. Hanyu uttered, buying time is useless, just give up and pass your throne to 8 formation true emperor. Stop wasting people's time. A king like you only brings trouble to the people. Someone else shouted. A piece of trash like you can only figure out the 9 words in your dream. Even a true emperor can't do so, so who do you think you are, clown? More and more people started to protest, especially those who have kneeled before Wuxia before. Wuxia's eyes became serious, but the smile was still there, just the 9 words, can't reach the apex. Watch how easy it is. With that, he casually raised his right hand. Everyone suddenly felt as if the land of 9 linked mountains was being torn apart. The place itself was a massive primal beast, but with a wave of his hand, its fur and skin were flayed in entirety. People thought that the ground felt soft and light, on the verge of collapsing at any moment despite being solid. A small maelstrom took form in his right palm. With quiet buzzes, the space in this place flapped like a cicada's wings. In this blink of an eye, needle-like strands of lights drilled out of the Tao land. Each was around a meter long with a brilliant, golden glow. As they slowly floated to the air, the entire mountain range became an ocean of light. These golden needles spanned as far as the eye can see. If they were to fall down, the sect would turn into a sieve. Everyone became slack-jawed since they didn't know what was going on. Jianyao turned pale and couldn't believe her own wide eyes from astonishment. The Saber Saint had no knowledge of this either, but he could tell that the profundities within were beyond his comprehension. Keep in mind that he had trained in numerous merit laws, but he couldn't tell anything from the countless strands of light. Hanyu was also unaware, but she felt something ominous in this instant, as if her fate was no longer her own. Someone else had grasped it and she was powerless to stop them. Hexiang put on a serious expression and gripped his golden spear tightly, eyes flashing with murderous intent. Deeper in the mountain range, the woodcutter was also watching, his brows slightly furrowed. He couldn't do anything but sigh. For millions and millions of years, so many try for a lifetime only to fail, but for a few existences, it comes so easily. The cultivators and gods are mere insects before a real overlord. He continued smoking his pipe without taking action, for he knew just how terrifying Wuxia was. Even his soul-bound artifact was taken so easily. The guy must be, at the very least, a progenitor, not someone he could handle at all. Chapter 2501, The countless needles of light floated in the air and astounded the spectators. What is this? Someone murmured and reached up to touch the light. Unfortunately, the light seemed to be incorporeal and his hand simply passed through it. Pop! Wuxia flicked his finger. With a series of quiet buzzes, the floating light started shaking. As the shaking intensified, they seemed to be attracted by something, almost like needles heading to a magnet. They started coming together and flowing like currents without interfering with each other in the slightest. Everything was orderly without a touch of chaos. This scene was magnificent. The currents of light rapidly flowed with an all-penetrating force. These currents gathered together, each with their own special order and trajectory in the air. They looked like powerful pulsing rays now, seemingly forming an unknown sequence and order. Since the rays were so close to each other, they looked like gigantic ones from the distance. In the end, there were a total of 9 massive rays darting around in a magnificent manner. Rumble. With the momentum of a great army, the 9 rays fell down from the sky and suddenly leaped back up, this process repeated continuously. It resembled an assault of countless divine swords to the horror of the spectators. They had enough power to pierce through any entity in existence, more than enough to destroy 9 linked mountains in the blink of an eye. Some were scared out of their mind, trembling with shaking knees. After several metallic hums, the rays suddenly stopped and started connecting with each other. Upon closer inspection, the needle-like strands of light were turning into laws, innumerable and complicated. Next, the quiet laws began to weave together as if there were a skillful pair of invisible hands directing them. The results were 9 extremely thick laws lying across the sky like iron chains, splendid beyond words. Clank, clank, the 9 laws began to coil around just like true dragons with full autonomy. They were performing their own derivation and transformation while emitting a blinding light. No one could keep their eyes open. Clank. The first law finished its transformation, drowning out the world with its brilliance. Boom. The heaven and earth quaked violently because of its tempestuous aura, capable of breaking anything as if they were dried branches. Not to mention regular cultivators, even true gods were quivering with fear, realizing how insignificant they were. It turned into an ancient word and imprinted itself in the air. Lin. Many recognized this ancient word. The Saber Saint gasped despite his rich experiences because this was the word he trained in. Boom. A second explosion signaled the successful transformation of the second law. Another word accompanied by a massive energy appeared. Bing. More screamed out its name. Hanyu was the pale one now because she was too familiar with it. However, this particular aura was far more primordial and pure compared to her own. Boom. Next came the third. Do. The crowd burst into an uproar. Je. And another loud shout afterward. Jie. Some even jumped in the air from bewilderment after seeing the fifth word. Zhen. The screeching furor was reaching a climax after the sixth word. Lai. Their cries echoed into the horizon, lingering for a long while. Qian. Their throat was on fire now but they still roared. Xing. The ninth and final word finally showed up, garnering a roar in unison from the crowd. The entire mountain range shook from the outcries. Lin Bing Do Zhe Jie Zhen Lai Qian Xing. Someone finally read the whole mantra. The energy of this power immediately engulfed the world. The 9 words. They are really the 9 words. People boisterously blurted out. No one could stay calm while looking at the 9 characters floating in the sky, regardless of their own experience and knowledge. Some even dropped down on the ground. One ancestor murmured, "My life is not wasted, to be able to see the 9 secrets. I have no regrets now as a disciple of 9 secrets system." Tears began to flow down their cheeks. In their mind, the 9 words were unreachable, but today, to be able to see their true forms in person. This filled them with fulfillment. Jianyao was completely stunned by this incredible scene. Her cherry mouth was wide open since the unreachable 9 words were so close to everyone. Hanyu thought that she was dreaming. No, not even in her dream would she be so close to the 9 worlds. She was mentally unprepared for this development. The only one staying calm was South Peak Woodcutter. He put down his pipe and stared at the words. Only true Emperor Jiuning managed to cultivate all 9, yet this person can grasp them so easily. He took a deep breath, overwhelmed with emotions. The Saber Saint thought of himself as a cool and collected person with plenty of life experiences. But now, he felt dread and awe. As for Tang Hexiang, the guy was dumbstruck and couldn't regain his wits. Chapter 2502, The 9 Secrets were the supreme merit laws of this system, the very foundation yearned and researched by its members. It was a well-known mantra. For millions of years, numerous geniuses and wise sages have tried to understand them. Each word could become a mental chant, merit law, martial style, or an unstoppable technique. However, returning to the origin was the true profundity of the 9 words, a display of their true power. Though each only consisted of a single character, they also contained the transformations of the profound Grand Tao and various worldly orders. Because of this, understanding them was exceedingly difficult. Just figuring out one would yield lifelong benefits, going as far as allowing one to start their own sect. This was the case for War Saint Dynasty and the 5 great powers. Their patriarchs figured out some of the 9 words and managed to start their own long-lasting legacies. Just figuring one out resulted in these achievements, what about all 9? That would be on the same level as becoming a system progenitor and shocking the entire world. I've heard rumors about 9 linked mountains hiding the words, looks like it is the truth. One ancestor murmured in a daze. This rumor was the reason why so many disciples in each generation came to this sect. Unfortunately, the majority returned empty-handed. Eventually, people questioned its validity. Alas, the old sages didn't lie to them, but their own incapabilities let them down. See. Too easy to grab the 9 words. Li Qie casually commented while the crowd came to a hush. Prior to this, no one believed him and criticized his ignorance and arrogance. Now, the truth was before them. He pulled out the 9 words so easily. He could make any domineering, insane comments and it would still be acceptable. He had the power and qualification to say whatever he wanted at this point. His right hand reached forward with one flicking finger. A ripple effect started from his fingertip and spread to the entire mountain range in a fascinating manner. The 9 words also undulated from the resonation. They turned into specks of sand and started scattering. His fingertip suddenly had an attraction force and all the specks started flying and gathering in front of him. They came together into a tiny law, yellow in color and looked like a gold chain, exquisitely made and complicated with many parts just like a work of art. The tiny law flashed with the luster of a diamond, each pulse was moving as if it had formed its own world. The law of the mantra. An ancestor salivated after seeing the tiny entity floating around Li Qie's finger. The knowledgeable spectators knew that although it was small, it contained the 9 words. To have this law was the same as grasping all 9. Every disciple in the system knew how precious the 9 words were, truly priceless and above anything else. Because of this, people started salivating. Possessing this law meant creating their own sect would be no problem in the future. That's the 9 words, nothing special. Li Qie carefully looked at the tiny law and casually told Lu Chuqing, "Little girl, consider this my meeting present to you." With that, he touched her forehead with this finger. Pop! Her mind opened and the tiny law entered her ocean of memories before she could even calm down. Boom! A tsunami overwhelmed her consciousness, so she stood there in a daze, a sensation akin to being smashed with a boulder. She started seeing stars, unable to digest the massive influx of information. After all, the 9 words have entered her mind. Its profundity was as vast as an ocean, virtually endless. A genius still couldn't comprehend this profound grand Tao so quickly. It was incredible that she hasn't fainted. The crowd was struck just as hard. The 9 words were a priceless treasury. Any man or sect could benefit from them for a lifetime. There was no doubt that they would keep it to themselves, not wanting to share it to their closest ones. Everyone thought that Li Qie would keep it as well, but he casually gave it to Lu Chuqing. This required so much generosity and decisiveness. Even the richest wouldn't be able to take this step, throwing away the 9 words like trash. The unaware would think that they were common items. That's why the crowd was so stunned and couldn't believe their own eyes. Is he insane? One ancestor refused to accept this. After a while, the crowd calmed down and realized that they weren't just seeing things. The king had indeed given the 9 words to Lu Chuqing. That's the 9 words, nothing special, this might be the most domineering thing they have ever heard, and he was indeed backing it up with his action. People started staring at Lu Chuqing. Some felt greed, others envy and jealousy. A few wanted to be her right now. A few ancestors started to ponder about karma. Just think about it, when the world laughed and looked down on the king, going as far as to renege the marriage pacts, who continued to stay by his side? Only Lu Chuqing. She didn't mind carrying out her end of the bargain and accepted the same ridicule while being with him. Thus, she surely deserved the 9 words right now. Qin Jianyao was overwhelmed with emotions. She was confident in her own intelligence and vision, thinking that she could read people. Unfortunately, she found herself wanting today. If she wasn't blinded by prejudice and conventional ideas back then, perhaps she could have recognized the jewel instead of being a frog under the well. Perhaps she would be standing behind him as well. Unfortunately, there's no take back in this world and no medicine for regrets. It was over the moment she made her choice. She sighed with disappointment and accepted his prior criticisms of her, that she has yet to transcend from having a vulgar and basic mentality. Chapter 2503, Bingqi Hanyu was greatly affected by this generous showing of Li Qie. She quivered for quite a bit as chaos infiltrated her emotions. It wasn't only about losing the bet but the sheer ridiculousness of it all. How could this guy give this priceless treasure to his woman without thinking twice? He was full of charisma and decisiveness right now, a unique case since no other men would be willing to do this in 9 secrets, not even 8 formation true emperor. Even if the emperor had the 9 words, he would keep it to himself in order to train. Of course, she would understand because she wouldn't give it to someone else. Thus, this unique characteristic of Li Qie overshadowed everyone else, causing her to have all kinds of emotions after recalling about their marriage pact. If the clan had continued it then. This was quite an uncomfortable moment for her. She hated and even looked down on this man, thinking that he was a useless king. However, this man managed to easily grasp the 9 words, something her clan couldn't do. Most importantly, he even casually gave them to his woman. Comparison only brought about pain. She couldn't find relief from these emotions. The Saber Saint murmured to himself, "Lucky girl. I guess a fool has his own fortune that no one else can get. I don't think the ancestors could have expected this." He was quite happy for Lu Chuqin. Previously, she faced strong resistance but still decided to come here. He herself was very worried, afraid that Li Qie might bully her or that she might have a tough life. But now, he became rest assured since no other man could be so generous. Tang Hexiang was speechless. The 5 fingers holding his spear were completely pale. Everyone held their breath while watching this scene, realizing that the king was deserving of his throne, that he was the rightful ruler of 9 secrets. Anyone else would only be mere usurpers. "You have lost," Li Qie told Bingqi Hanyu. She shuddered again, biting her red lips and couldn't respond from the emotional instability. All eyes turned towards her. In fact, no one would mock or laugh at her right now. No one believed that Li Qie could easily summon the 9 words. It was simply impossible. They thought she would win for sure, not expecting for this unbelievable miracle to happen. I will keep my words. Do as you like." She gritted her teeth and said resoundingly. "No rush." Li Qie smiled and turned towards the spectators, "Anyone else who isn't convinced? I know many of you are annoyed at me. That's okay, this is a good chance to voice your criticism. I'm listening." Not a single word came out from the crowd. The ones who laughed at him earlier lowered their head. Come on now. A man who could take out the 9 words. Messing with him was the same as courting death. Everyone was feeling regrets. They should have been watching the situation more instead of being so harsh earlier. Since no one responded, Li Qie spoke to Tang Hexiang, "I know you want to kill me, here's your chance. If you can withstand 3 moves of mine, I will pardon you." The crowd wondered if Hexiang would dare to fight or not. Hexiang's grasp on the spear trembled for a bit. He took a deep breath and said, "I'm not in a hurry." Li Qie shook his head disapprovingly, "How disappointing, even if I don't kill you, you wouldn't amount to anything for the rest of your life." Hexiang's expression soured. This was so humiliating, but he still managed to restrain himself, turning a deaf ear. Everyone could tell how terrifying this king was right now, so both the amazing geniuses and powerful ancestors present were smart enough to shrink into their shell. "I'll try." Suddenly, a burst of laughter interrupted the silence and one man stepped up. "Waterwatch Saber Saint." This surprised everyone. Even a fool could see that the king especially dotes on Lu Chuqing. Perhaps the king wouldn't be that nice to Waterfront Pavilion, but he wouldn't be tough on them either. So they thought the Saber Saint would be the last person to walk up right now. Alas, he shocked them all. You. Li Qiye smiled. That's right. The Saber Saint was in high spirits like a saber leaving its sheath. He looked straight at Li Qiye and said, I rarely misjudge people, but I was wrong about you. I don't know how strong you are, but I still want to try. 9th level. Li Qiye casually commented after a quick glance at the saint. That's right, I've just broken into the 9th level, not enough to reach the apex. The Saber Saint said without any arrogance. A 9th level true god. The crowd was shaken to hear this. That's more powerful than 8 formation true emperor. Someone murmured. Yes, in terms of cultivation, but the emperor has the immortal slaying ancient formation, that's incredible too. Another whispered. The Saber Saint is something else, no wonder why he's the top genius of our system. A genius became moved. As a 9th level true god, the Saber Saint was very close to being an eternal. This was a commendable achievement, perhaps he could become even stronger than Lucidity King. Can't reach the apex indeed. Li Qiye smiled, I've met a sword god at the 9th level but his Tao is far superior than yours. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing this. A being at the 9th level was immensely powerful, looked up by so many people. Yet the king spoke as if they were worthless. If 9th level true gods were worthless, then they would be inferior to insects. Even an insect should try to fight against the heaven. The Saber Saint held his saber and had a serious expression, can't just give up because you're nothing at the start. Good, I can appreciate that. Li Qiye clapped, an insect, however weak it might be, should still go all out just once instead of giving up. Because of this comment, I will spare your life. Chapter 2504, Li Qiye had already talked about going easy on the Saber Saint even before the start of the battle. This could have invited ridicules in the past because of the saint's cultivation. It was indeed impressive among the young generation. Perhaps not even 8 formation true emperor could take him on. Now, Li Qiye spoke as if he was so certain of victory. Of course, no one opened their mouth because they knew that a fierce battle was going to ensue. The one paying the most attention was Tang Hexiang. He attentively stared at the two while holding his spear tight enough that his fingers started to turn white. The guy resembled a bow fully drawn, ready to shoot at any moment. I should thank you for showing mercy then. The Saber Saint showed no sign of anger and took a deep breath before slowly unsheathed his saber, issuing a metallic hum. During this slow process, the saber and the sheath had a clear sound from the friction, almost like a song of sorts. More and more of the flashy glint inched out. Once the entire blade left its cover, its brilliance rushed out all at once. Clang! The saber hummed loudly and clearly like jade and gold hitting each other with a trace of grand Tao contained within. Space rippled as a result. Though he has yet to emit his explosive aura, the saber intent was in full swing. His saber stood tall among the heaven and earth, completely immovable. No one could take half a step past him and his eventual slash. Clang! Another hymn came about, not from the blade itself this time around but from the Saber Saint. As he held the saber with both arms, he became an invincible saber with incomparable sharpness. The snow-white rays coming from him could cut through all. He seemed to be one with his saber, he is the saber and the saber is him. This sharp saber intent was enough to make the crowd shudder with fear. Boom! He finally released his energy in majestic aura, turning him into a mighty mountain, towering, powerful, and immense. Lin. People recognized this aura of his. He might have the most energy among the young generation. One ancestor claimed. Lin was a merit law focused on energy. Although its user would have a slow time amassing and increasing their overall energy level, the grand completion of this merit law would yield a massive amount far exceeding others. The Saber Saint's energy level wasn't only pure and thick, it also had a regal presence akin to a rainbow reaching for the sun. This regal force made him look like a king and changed the color of his violet robe to a yellow shade, that of an imperial king. Say, a while ago, he was a noble, then now, he was a saber king, able to rule the world as long as his weapon was in his grasp. The combination of his ample energy and this particular regal force made him quite peerless and stately. This is my minor achievement in the Tao of the Saber. I named it, Imperial Saber. The saint didn't resort to using the merit laws from the sages of Waterfront Pavilion, not the true emperor ones either. Instead, he chose his own creation. Imperial Saber, the name is apartment. One spectator saw the magnificent state of the saint and agreed. Well done. Temperament, energy, and Tao are all fused together in harmony. Li Chia praised. Please. The saber saint pointed his saber forward with a solemn expression. He remained courteous in battle since to him, showing respect to the enemy was the same as showing respect to himself. Li Chia smiled and said, since you're using the imperial slash, I'll be using a fiendish slash then. His eyes slightly focused, resulting in a deafening explosion. An evil flame engulfed his body and devastated the area around him. He instantly turned into an unequaled devil king with 18 black wings. All existences only served as his food. Damn! This oppressive power boost startled the crowd, forcing some of them to drop butt first on the ground. What evil merit law is this? One guy quivered. It's not a merit law. An ancestor carefully gazed at Li Chia before concluding, it's a direct transformation process. A single thought to become a devil, the Saber Saint became even more serious. He has seen many strange things during his journey, so the guy realized the terror of Li Chia's ability. Clank! Li Chia raised his hand and an evil saber emerged from the flame. It possessed an aura drowning out the world, turning it into a fiendish hell. This saber seemed to have been empowered by evil energy 1,000,000 times over. It pulsed with a dark flame, adding to the image of him being a devil king even more. Just one slash could reap countless lives. I've been bored for a while now, so let's play with this form. Li Chia casually swung his saber around to warm up, not looking like a serious combatant at all. No one dared to say anything about his flippant attitude. Only respect and awe permeated the crowd after seeing his transformation. Please, your move. The Saber Saint was ready. He was a king with an orthodox grand Tao. Just standing there made him look like an inviolable ruler. Li Chia smiled and said, I will be a bully if I were to go first, since you won't have the chance to retaliate. You may start with 3 moves before your inevitable defeat. The Saber Saint didn't take offense to such arrogant words at all. Very well, excuse me then. He didn't refuse and took a deep breath before taking his stance. Boom! His regal aura erupted, capable of toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Clank! He made his move, bereft of flashy movements yet enough to flatten the world. Dangers and difficulties became trivial before this regal slash, only a broad and open road lay before him. The path of a king. He roared and unleashed his attack. Who knows if he was the one performing the slash or if his saber willed it so. This was a technique-less slash, only a Tao of the saber that could calm the universe. The move naturally astonished the spectators. All along, they searched for refined and fatal techniques. However, these techniques seemed meaningless and feeble before this regal Tao of the Saber Saint. Chapter 2505, The Path of a King. Li Chia chuckled at the sight of the incoming slash and nonchalantly swung his saber, fiendish annihilation. Boom! The evil saber exuded endless radiance. Each strand of light resembled a mighty pulse with enough force to pierce through the stars above. In this blink of an eye, Wuxia no longer existed, neither did the Devil King and the evil aura. Only the saber was left behind with an apocalyptic slash without equals. Boom! The fiendish annihilation directly shook the path of a king. The move from the Saber Saint had flattened everything, but this path was shaking right now. The rainbow-like passage leading to the sun weakened. Rumble. Inch by inch, the passage began to crumble. The slash from the saint lost its brilliance and regal energy, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. At the same time, the saint was suffering a terrible pressure as if he had just been struck mercilessly by a hammer in full force, causing him to stagger several steps backward. The saint had just lost after the very first move. The crowd shuddered with fear after seeing this. Moreover, it was just a casual move from Wuxia, yet it was enough to trouble the saint. Just how strong was this man? The path of a conqueror. The saint roared, gathering more true energy in the form of a tsunami, one wave after another. His momentum became multi-layered as a result. There was no end to his true energy right now. This oceanic source allowed him to always be able to utilize his moves at their strongest potential. Clank! He instantly unleashed the second slash, less regality and more domination. This ferocious attack shattered the earth and the sky, the apex of power and domineering. The move actually also empowered his energy source, causing a total eruption. He looked like a god of war right now. The swings of his saber could take care of everything. The slash scared the soul out of people, instilling fear into the enemies in 3 waves. Boom! 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 Each wave was more powerful than the previous, intending to destroy the evil saber. Fiery sparks went everywhere and brightened up the sky. So domineering. People said with admiration after seeing the saint rising up to the challenge with unstoppable momentum. Clang! Unfortunately, it only managed to slightly shake the evil saber. The latter retaliated with the same move, fiendish annihilation. Nevertheless, this move was still a sure kill, destroying the 8 realms and the myriad ages. The Saber Saint might be fierce, but he still couldn't stop the evil slash. Everything crumbled before its power. The only thing the enemies could do was to stretch their neck out and accept their fate. Boom! The saint was pushed back dozens of steps this time around and vomited a mouthful of blood. His domineering aura instantly dispersed while his majestic true energy became significantly weaker, though not to the point of depletion. He finally lowered his dimmed saber and became quite pale, clearly wounded from the previous exchanges. Is it over? A spectator wondered. Everyone held their breath. The saint was considered an invincible genius by many, yet he had lost to the king already. They didn't think anyone else in this generation could challenge the king anymore. Seems like the king was indeed hiding his abilities. The crowd thought, horrified. They felt a chill surge coursing through them, almost akin to being bitten by a venomous snake and on the verge of death. They have confirmed that the king was actually a terrifying master, far stronger than a 9th-level true god. What would be the result of those who have betrayed, mocked, and bullied him? They shuddered after thinking about this, since many among the group have mocked him before. Even if they didn't verbally express their disdain, they certain thought lowly of him. What if he were to seize the throne once more? They could already see the disasters to come. So many people in 9 secrets were about to die. Your saber Dao isn't bad, just lacking polishing. When you reach grand completion, you might be able to stop several moves of mine. Li Qia's voice came about. He appeared again in the same pose and spot as if he didn't move at all. This no longer sounded like an insult but just straight fact now, due to the changed circumstances. The Saber Saint took a deep breath and roared, again. He took another step forward in the sky, the path of a ghost. This was a reverse slash, starting from the bottom then up vertically. Boom! A lofty saber energy was unleashed, but he didn't stop there, releasing more slashes in succession. The energy waves eventually gathered into a saber, flying straight for Li Qie in the same sweeping motion. The hymn of the saber drowned the world, adding an ocean of energy, more than enough to herald an apocalypse. Even the stars above weren't spared. Everyone found it hard to breathe while being stuck in this aura. They struggled to get out of this ocean of energy. Annihilation. Li Qie didn't bat an eye and the evil saber casually swung down again. Resistance was futile before absolute annihilation. Even the gods up in their firmaments could do naught. Buzz. In this split second, someone suddenly appeared behind Li Qie, the Saber Saint. It seemed as if he had been there the entire time. Pluff. He thrust his saber into Li Qie with lightning speed. A ghost is indiscernible. He slowly uttered. No. Chu Qing finally realized the gravity of the situation and shouted. Ra. At the same time, a golden dragon came out of a spear thrust. Tang Hexiang, who has been observing, leaped into the air and turned into a golden ray full of murderous intent. Pluff. The spear instantly pierced Li Qie's head. Time seemed to be frozen and became an image. The crowd stood there, stupefied. The crafty move from the Saber Saint was unpredictable enough, but Tang Hexiang's ambush took everyone like a storm. Chapter 2506, The sudden thrust ended successfully in a tiny fraction of a second to the astonishment of the crowd. No one could regain their wits. This was a fair duel between Li Qie and the Saber Saint. Though the Saint's last technique ended with something resembling subterfuge, it wasn't a sneak attack but rather a crafty move. One couldn't say the same about Tang Hexiang. He, as a spectator, got involved in the fight and took advantage of Li Qie's weakness. Such action couldn't be construed as anything other than being despicable. Of course, cultivators have always performed ambushes and sneak attacks before in the past, just not in circumstances like this one. Tang Hexiang was a genius of 9 secrets and arguably the representative of War Saint dynasty. Furthermore, he was the commander of the Imperial Guards. Each of his actions and words was influential and reflective of his moral conduct and reputation. It was one thing to ambush a mortal enemy. However, Li Qie was still the king of War Saint, busy in a duel. Taking advantage of this moment was utterly contemptible, inappropriate to his status and position. This move would always be criticized, a permanent stain. What the hell are you doing? The Saber Saint was greatly affected. The duel has been ruined by Hexiang. Saber Saint, I'm simply lending you a hand to avoid further complications. Hexiang smirked. Li Qie was too big of a threat, so he didn't want the guy to have a chance to breathe. You're nothing. I don't need someone like you to get involved in my fight. The Saber Saint's saber intent intensified while his voice became aggressive. A genius like the Saber Saint hated people interfering with his fights the most. Tang Hexiang naturally didn't take this in stride. He always believed that the two of them were on the same level, but the Saber Saint clearly didn't think so. He took this as a great insult. Your Majesty. Lu Chuqing nearly fainted from shock. She composed herself and rushed forward. Junior sister, the Saber Saint didn't know what to say. It was one thing if he were to defeat Li Qie himself, but the ambush had stained the duel, leaving him in a difficult spot. Your Majesty, she grabbed him as tears poured out. Pop. A bizarre event occurred. Li Qie was still in her embrace, but another hymn came out from his body, almost like a shedding process. After the second one came out, the first one disappeared with a spatial fluctuation. The crowd was stunned again and again, realizing that it wasn't a shedding process, but he has always been there, just in another dimension. Both the Saber Saint and Tang Hexiang failed to hurt him. Silly girl, don't cry. No one in this world can kill me, and those feeble laws can't hurt me. He hugged her back and wiped away the tears. She leaned deep into his chest and tightened her grip, afraid of losing him. The Saber Saint heaved a sigh of relief since Li Qie being alive was good for him. If Li Qie were to die, he would lose the joy of victory on top of feeling guilty towards his junior sister. The path of the ghost is a bit interesting once you become an eternal, but the current you is still too young. Li Qie chuckled and said. The Saber Saint smiled wryly and sighed, I humbly accept my defeat. He had no intention of going again, aware that Li Qie didn't go all out and was only playing around. Otherwise, after 3 moves, he would be lying on the ground already. He knew the great disparity between the two of them, virtually impossible for him to ever catch up. He found the rumors of the king being useless and idiotic to be hilarious. The world actually considered a being who viewed them as mere insects to be useless. At the same time, he became excited for his junior sister. It looked like she has chosen the right person. This so-called genius from War Saint is but a despicable fool, not worth worrying about. Li Qie glanced towards Tang Hexiang and chuckled. All eyes turned towards Hexiang. Though the crowd didn't say anything, their expression revealed plenty. No one was perfect, but the sneak attack earlier betrayed his status and position. Hexiang grimaced, overwhelmed with embarrassment from the spotlight. If he were successful earlier, then it would be just fine since the victor takes it all, his goal would be achieved. Who cares what others say by that point? But now, this became a terrible mistake for him. Come out and fight, I will have your dog head today. The saint pointed his saber at Hexiang. He was truly furious since he had a fair duel with Li Qie. The outcome didn't matter since losing was part of life. Even the greatest warrior would eventually lose. However, Hexiang suddenly interrupted their fight. Others might even think that he and Hexiang were conspiring together. This would be a stain on his reputation in the future. Thus, the only way to quell his anger was to quell Hexiang. Saber Saint, we have the same enemy, that's why I helped you out of goodwill. Hexiang forced a smile and said. Shut up. The saint interrupted Hexiang and didn't hold back. We do not have the same enemy since you're not qualified to be on the same side as me, come out to accept your death. Clang. His saber hummed again with impressive murderous intent. The Saber Saint didn't give Hexiang any face at all, causing Hexiang to have an ugly grimace. They were both young and he was the commander of the Imperial Guards, they were equals in his mind. Meanwhile, Qin Jianyao shook her head. Though she didn't want to kick a man while he's down, Hexiang was too despicable and asked for this. If it was a different matter, she would try to mediate but not something like this. The spectators became excited again. The Saber Saint was being aggressive but as a 9th-level true god, he was qualified to act in this manner. Someone like Tang Hexiang still had a way to go before catching up. Saber Saint, you're being serious right now? Hexiang uttered coldly. The saint snorted, you think I'm afraid of you? Go ahead and call for backups, my waterfront pavilion has never been afraid of trouble. Hexiang gripped his spear tightly again, thinking about killing. His goal wasn't the saint but rather Li Qie. He still had hidden aces up his sleeve but the saint was making this difficult. Of course, he couldn't back out right now since he had reached the limit of his patience due to the saint's overbearing manner. Chapter 2507, As a genius of 9 secrets, he had both power and backings, why should he be afraid of the Saber Saint? Saber Saint, you better think twice. It is not wise to oppose me. The murderous intent in his eyes reddened. Stop blabbering, come out now. The saint's saber intent intensified as well. He wanted to kill Hexiang regardless of the guy's backings. The saint wasn't a nice person. During his journeys, once he had made up his mind, he had killed people regardless of their background and sect. The crowd thought that in a one-on-one fight, they would naturally pick the Saber Saint as the victor. After all, one was a 9th-level true god while the other was only at the 5th level. The power gap indicated a boring match. However, Tang Hexiang didn't seem like he was looking for a duel. Thus, people became curious about what he had hiding in his sleeves. Humph. He scowled, not wanting to back off like a coward. Alright, you can back off. As the atmosphere between those two became quite tense, Li Qie suddenly waved the saint off and said, "His dog life is mine, just stand there and watch." The saber saint glared at Hexiang before uttering, "Consider yourself lucky today." Having said that, he sheathed his saber and stood to the side. Hexiang was very annoyed right now, being treated as a non-factor by the saint. How could he be feeling good after being shown such contempt? Li Qie turned towards Hexiang and chuckled, "How do you want to die? If you want an easy death, then kill yourself. If I have to do it myself, it won't be pretty, your corpse will be a mess." Hexiang was about to explode, being looked down upon by the saint and now Li Qie too. Though he realized how strong Li Qie was, he still couldn't contain his anger. "You think you're invincible?" His eyes spewed out fury. "That's right, I'm invincible," Li Qie said while looking around at the crowd. "Anyone who thinks they can challenge me, come, I'll show you how unbeatable I am." Even a true emperor wouldn't dare to make this declaration, but the king had just done so to the rest of the world. People smiled wryly. This king hasn't changed at all. When he was weak, they assumed that he was an idiot. But now, after realizing he was strong, they only had one word to describe him: insane. His nature hasn't changed at all, only the perspective used to view him. What now? Going to be a coward like earlier again? Unfortunately, that still won't save you. He turned back towards Hexiang. If Hexiang didn't dare to fight right now, his reputation and prestige would be in shambles. Even if he were to somehow become king in the future, many people wouldn't be convinced by him. Hexiang took a deep breath and glared back, "Very well. I am a general versed in leading troops into battle, adept in formation and strategy. Stop, no need to be indirect." Li Qie interrupted him, "Just say that you want to go with your group, what is this about leading the troops to battle nonsense?" Hexiang turned a little red. He was indeed trying to come up with an excuse to go together with his men. After all, he knew full well that he couldn't match Li Qie in a duel. His biggest card right now was his men, but he couldn't blatantly say it. 100, 1,000 men, or your entire legion, whatever, even the 6 entire legions too. I, alone, am more than enough. Li Qie nonchalantly smiled, "Of course, it's best if all 6 of your legions come together so I can save time, not needing to deal with them one by one." The crowd shuddered after hearing this nonchalant statement. They could smell the stench of blood in the air wafting by their nose. They suddenly saw an illusion, Li Qie waving his hand and massacred the 6 legions. Millions of troops fell to the ground, bones piled as mountains and rivers overflowed with blood. They suddenly believed that Li Qie could actually carry it out. The 6 legions would have a hard time escaping this disaster once he made up his mind. "That's why a tyrant like you lost the trust of the people, why all your friends and followers have abandoned," Hexiang coldly responded. "Stop preaching." Li Qie interrupted again, "I don't need to hear this from a worm. It's time to call for help or I'll kill you right away." Hexiang's expression became extremely unsightly. He roared, "Start the formation, we'll see what he can do today." Clang! With this order, the group behind him immediately stepped up and organized themselves. Buzz! Once they took out their diagram, a great formation with intertwining runic lines appeared beneath their feet. Hexiang leaped back into the center of the formation. With a buzz, numerous laws floated around him. The formation's majestic power gathered on his body. Some people rolled their eyes at this sight. "How strange!" One quietly murmured. "What about it?" his friend asked. "You don't notice it?" The person said, "This group isn't part of the Imperial Guards, they're the elites of the Central Legion, mainly the old soldiers from the Ma. But look at this formation, so smooth and well practiced, not a hasty measure at all." The ones nearby became surprised and carefully pondered this little detail. Remember, the ones with Hexiang right now were the elites of the Central Legion, not his own group. These two legions were far off from each other, so how could Hexiang be working so well with these elites? This teamwork required practice and experience, impossible to be done this well during their first attempt. Well, remember now, Lucidity King was on his deathbed for a long time. One ancestor flew closer and chimed in. The group understood right away. After the king's death, who was the most likely candidate for the throne of War Saint? Clearly Tang Hexiang. This implied that Hexiang and the Central Legion have been scheming for a long time. That's why they could work so well right now. Boom! Tang Hexiang started growing bigger and bigger. The members of the formation also fused into the array, turning into a large shield in his hand. Rumble. Eventually, he was the size of a mountain, wearing the sky on his head and trampling on the ground with his feet. The clouds only reached his waist and the lake water only managed to reach his calves. Chapter 2508, Tang Hexiang stood there holding a great shield, looking as mighty as an ocean. The spear in his hand also became larger, almost resembling a golden dragon. Just a casual swing seemed enough to destroy the myriad Dao. Tang Hexiang looked awe-inspiring as he looked down on the world, seemingly untouchable. Li, come fight now. He proudly declared with eyes shining like divine lamps hanging in the sky. He looked down and they emitted rays like two waterfalls. He purposely released his divinity so his aura resembled a sea drowning out the area. How strong is he right now? Someone murmured. Though they couldn't exactly gauge his power level, they could tell that he was far stronger after this array fusion. He wielded the power of the elites from Central Legion, their vitality and true energy as well. Not only that, he had become one with the shield-shaped formation. Not to mention his own power boost allowing him to become a giant, the formation itself was quite formidable. All in all, he had an insane surge in fighting potential. Hard to say, shouldn't be weaker than a 9th-level true god, but I don't know if he's above an eternal right now. That's a tough gate to get through, not that easily broken. An ancestor stared at the giant and said, Li, what are you waiting for? Come out and die. The majestic Hexiang shouted again with full confidence. You're a clown for wanting to rebel with such meager abilities. Li Qiye glanced briefly at the guy before concluding, a piece of trash like you can still be considered a genius of War Saint is truly humiliating to the kingdom. Do you dare to fight or not? Hexiang turned red and shouted. You think too highly of yourself. Li Qiye smiled, I can barely warm up fighting an ant like you. The Saber Saint is considerably stronger than you. Hexiang had enough of the continuous disdain, come if you dare, you can't possibly comprehend my power. This made people glance at each other. Li Qiye's might was as clear as day, so why was Hexiang so confident still? Did he actually have something warranting this outrageous challenge against the king? Alright, let's see what you have then. Li Qiye smiled and made a move. Boom! The casual wave lifted the water from the lakes. The entire volume rushed to the sky and became a tsunami. R.A. The aura of a dragon surged like a storm, assaulting the entire area in a reckless manner. Everyone looked up at the expanse of flashing golden light above and saw a massive dragon created by the lake water. The water had turned golden, so this dragon also had a blinding shade of gold. The body expanded for 10,000 miles, seemingly cast from gold. The scales, tendrils, and the sharp claws seemed so real as if it was an actual dragon. At the same time, its torrential aura spared nothing. That can't be a real one, right? The crowd was stunned by this magnificent scene. No, but it is very animated and vivid. An ancestor was impressed by the majestic draconic aura. No big deal, can't reach the apex. Tang Hexiang looked down on this art. In his eyes, turning water into a dragon was child's play. No matter how perfect the art might look, it was only impressive in appearance and couldn't possess that much power. R.A. The dragon seemed to have intelligence and understood Tang Hexiang. It answered with a vertical claw slash. Just imagine the sheer size of this creature. Its claw came down like a golden Wuxia mountain. Crack. Space crumbled, resulting in a scene of glittering glass fragments falling down. Boom. The power of this strike shocked Tang Hexiang. He hastily raised his shield to block it. The terrorizing force made his monstrous body take several steps back and trampled a mountain. The dragon didn't stop and slashed again, leaving 2 deep scars on the ground. The earth seemed to be as fragile as tofu before its might. Everyone took a deep breath, astonished. No one expected for this golden dragon to be so powerful. Die. Hexiang grimaced. All of this effort to grow this strong, yet he was forced back by some lake water. Quite a humiliating result. Though he was indeed underestimating his enemy, the dragon showed its capabilities with the first blow. Clank. Hexiang's spear became resplendent, acting as another golden dragon bearing its fangs. In this split second, he unleashed a thrust with a deafening him, pricking everyone's eardrums. The light of the spear gathered together into something incomparably sharp and faster than lightning. It also pierced through the sky and left a permanent scar. The dragon didn't let up, clawing directly forward to meet the thrust. Boom! The shockwave crushed the area with gigantic fiery sparks, akin to the eruption of 1,000 volcanoes. During this contest of strength, Hexiang slammed his shield mercilessly in a simple yet effective manner. The shield contained immense weight and power, resulting in a black hole. The dragon blocked the destructive slam by swinging its tail, but the impact was great enough to make the beast flip around 3 times in the sky. Limitless Spear Ocean. Hexiang roared and swung his spear vertically down. The light of the spear drowned out the dragon and restricted it. Boom! The dragon struggled to withstand this ocean of spears. At the same time, he slammed his spear with a meteoric force right on its head, successfully taking it down. The dragon fell into the lake, resulting in massive waves that propelled the beast upward again. Once it fell down for the second time, it was forced back to its original form, turning into the lake water again. Splash! The surface of the lake raged wildly, but the majestic draconic aura and the beast were no longer present. There was no doubt that Hexiang had successfully subdued the beast. Chapter 2509. This victory from Tang Hexiang earned him some admiration from the crowd. They were shaken by his current power. Definitely strong, perhaps enough to fight against 8 formation true emperor, unlike most others. One expert said sentimentally. Although his despicable sneak attack earned him the contempt of the spectators earlier, they had to admit that this lowly man was quite powerful. Clank! Hexiang pointed his spear straight at Li Qia and looked down with an arrogant smile. Such meager skills aren't worth showing off. All eyes were on Li Qia now. Of course, most didn't think the king would lose since he was simply unfathomable. They were only curious about his next move. Shamelessly boasting when that's all you got. Very well, behold what I can do. Li Qia smiled and slowly stood up. The king is finally getting serious now. Everyone watched as he stood up with their eyes wide open. They didn't want to miss a single action from him. Hexiang was annoyed to see the attention the king was getting. In the past, he was the one in the spotlight, not this terrible king. The king is unfathomable, he's about to shock everyone. An ancestor said with a serious expression. Someone else quietly brought up, how many moves can Hexiang handle? I'm guessing, around 5. He's fused with that formation, so it's not just his own power. Those elites are there too. A young expert replied. 5 moves. You think too highly of him. The Saber Saint gave up after 3 moves, and I don't see how this guy is stronger than the Saber Saint, who is a real 9th level true god, and a strong one at that. A different genius disagreed. He Xiang naturally heard the comments as well, so his face became quite ugly. Previously, whenever he made a move, everyone would be talking about how amazing he was as a genius and how they wanted to see his amazing techniques. But now, it sounded as if he was so incapable. Others were actually looking down on him. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he threatened, "Li, don't think about leaving this place alive today." Li Qiye stood there and dismissively waved, "Got your fill of threats yet? If you're done, then get ready, once I make my move, you won't even have the chance to retaliate. Let's see what you got." He Xiang angrily roared. Boom! His true energy erupted straight to the sky like a pillar. This pulsing mass of energy seemed to be shooting straight to space. He exuded an endless light. Layers of gold metal materialized on the shield and made it bigger and thicker. Same with his dragon spear. It also grew in size to become a weapon capable of piercing the firmaments. Boom! The world quaked once as he chose a stance with the shield blocking in front and the spear in the thrusting position, parallel to his waist. This stance was perfect since it consisted of both offense and defense. It's about to happen, let's see how strong He Xiang is really. Some of the crowd praised him. Li, come now. After gathering all of the true energy onto his body, he was confident in stopping a move or two from an eternal. Li Qiye smiled in response and flashed into nothingness. He was unreasonably fast and ended everything before the sound could catch up. Pop! Space rippled from his speed exceeding all limits. The realm trembled as time seemed to come to a halt. Fear and nervousness permeated the spectators as they watched this still image in disbelief, Li Qiye kneeing the gigantic shield. It instantly collapsed and Tang He Xiang's gigantic body flipped over backward while vomiting blood. Boom! A while later, the sound of the impact finally came about. Li Qiye had nearly exceeded time itself, creating an illusion of temporal stagnation in chaotic dimension. Time began flowing again and the crowd finally captured these developments. He Xiang landed on the lake, causing the entire mountain range to shake. Water splashed up everywhere like tidal waves before pouring down like rain. He was floating on the surface, who knows if he was dead or alive. Just a little while ago, people were still debating how many moves he could last. Some said 5, others were less optimistic. However, no one expected for the king to crush He Xiang's shield and knocked him down with a single knee. This truly rendered them speechless. Bingqi Hanyu was terrified to the very soul by Li Qiye's power. This was the first time she had witnessed such a powerful man. She thought that her fiancé could sweep through the young generation, but this belief was being questioned right now. She felt the emperor being insignificant and weak while standing before Li Qiye. Jianyao gently sighed, realizing that this story was over. The new king would be the ultimate supreme of 9 secrets. He was only playing around earlier. In this system, regardless of how brilliant and powerful one might be, they were just chess pieces on his board. The Saber Saint forced a wry smile. Li Qiye was just toying with him earlier, showing mercy by letting him slash 3 times first. If Li Qiye were serious, he wouldn't have been able to block a single move. Just one slash was enough to split him in 2. Though he wasn't an arrogant person, he was certainly proud. Unfortunately, all of his achievements so far were trivial, virtually nothing compared to the king. Chapter 25:10, The crowd stood there dumbfounded with their mouth agape. See how ridiculous you are. Boasting with such meager power. Li Qiye nonchalantly said, posing with both hands behind his back as if he hasn't moved at all. People actually felt that he wasn't the one who attacked earlier. They eventually regained their wits and stared at him, shuddering and feeling their hair standing on end. They exchanged glances, the power of the king far exceeded their imagination and judgment. What is his cultivation realm? An untouchable eternal? Someone quietly speculated. This made people ponder since they had no information about his cultivation. There was no way to find out either. I don't think anyone in the young generation is his match. The normally prideful geniuses all lowered their head, not daring to look at him. It looks like the late king was wise and insightful for passing the throne down to the prince. He must have known that the prince would be able to handle this. One ancestor commented. Prior to this, everyone thought that Lucidity King had grown senile or was too doting towards his illegitimate child. However, in retrospect, he was perfectly clear-headed and had chosen the right successor for 9 secrets. They realized the gap between themselves and Lucidity King. There was a reason why he was able to reign for 3 generations. How does he compare to Lucidity King? Many shared this particular thought. They wondered who was the stronger between Wuxia and Lucidity. During his era, Lucidity's prestige suppressed the entire system. No one dared to be disrespectful towards him, so comments and evaluations weren't readily available. After his death, people began to assess his actual power and contributions. So now, they compared him to this new king. Maybe he'll be a second Lucidity King. Someone else said. Certain members of the crowd were shaken after hearing this and needed to take a deep breath. No one dared to respond. Just imagine, Lucidity King helped make 9 secrets into one of the strongest systems in Imperial. Only the Li and Mu clan were on the same level. However, this wasn't a good thing for the sects and lineages within the system. They had to live in terror because of Lucidity's total authority, always being under his shadow. A second Lucidity King was something frightening to think about. Splash! Their rumination was interrupted by splashes and flood-like waves. The floating Tang Hexiang struggled to get up. He was as big as an ocean, so he created large waves from the attempt. He finally made it with the help of his spear. The spear's weight made the ground shake as if something extremely heavy was knocking on it. The guy stood upright, showing wounds and broken armor plates everywhere. The shield in his hand was in pieces. Blood flowed down the corners of his lips, looking as pitiful as can be, no longer as imperious as before. He's up! Someone shouted. Everyone felt that he had already lost. Wanting to reverse the tide was virtually impossible unless he had a real killer move up his sleeve. Jianyao gently shook her head while looking at him. Though he could still stand up, she knew that the outcome has been determined. No one could change the overarching direction. Trying to go against the current was only a waste of energy. Instead of struggling needlessly before death, if Hexiang were smart enough to surrender to Wuxia, perhaps he would be able to keep his life. Boom! 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 Water poured down from his body resembling waterfalls. After standing up, Hexiang straightened his back while arching his chest proudly forward, always arrogant and proud regardless of the circumstances. After all, he came from the royal family of War Saint dynasty, the blood of nobility flowed through him. His conceitedness was understandable. Alas, he was knocked down today by someone he considered to be a perverted and useless king, nearly unable to get up. This has crushed his pride in a cruel manner. Thus, he tried his best to stand straight in order to protect his dignity and face. You do have a bit of willpower to be able to stand up. Wuxia smiled and said, I thought you would stay down. Don't celebrate so early, we don't know who will be the last one smiling yet. Hexiang shouted and let out his fiery fury. Is that so? Looks like you still have moves left then. Go ahead, use them all, I'm waiting. Wuxia stood there and said. Boom! Hexiang released his true energy straight for the sky again, trying to connect with the heaven and earth. Buzz! A great formation appeared with dense coordinate lines appearing. Ancient lines emerged above and beneath him, beginning to change and fuse together. After a loud explosion, the formation exuded a blinding light. Light rays from the stars poured down and illuminated Hexiang as if they were being attracted by the formation. Rumble. The pulsing cosmic energy turned him into the center of the universe. The stars seemed to be rotating around him. Boom. Finally, the stars entered his body. Each inch of his flesh became resplendent, seemingly cast from these celestial bodies. The massive power surge eventually formed two large wings of fire behind him. Clank. 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 The shattered shield and armor came into form again. He was fully equipped with a flashing glow around him, looking more radiant and powerful than before. He's stronger now. Everyone was startled to see him fine and well. That shield might have been broken earlier, but not his formation. An ancestor understood the events and explained, looks like he and the Central Legion has fused to the limit. This teamwork must have taken a long time to perfect. Tang Hexiang pointed his spear at Li Qie and roared, again. He was brimming with battle intent and vitality once more, looking quite intimidating. He believed that he was too careless earlier and didn't prepare sufficiently. He wasn't going to repeat this mistake. Foolish beyond words. Do you think using this formation to the extreme can stop me? Know your own limits. Li Qie smirked after his patient wait. Chapter 25:11. Spectators were still fixated on this fight. One quietly asked, what techniques will the king use? Maybe he won't use any technique like earlier, just straight up killing. Someone else responded. Many nodded in agreement after hearing this. Earlier, they thought he would need several moves to defeat Tang Hexiang, but he ended up only using his knee. Perhaps the same thing would happen again. You shouldn't be so excited when I'm still alive. Hexiang furiously roared, unable to handle the disdain shown by both Li Qie and the crowd. Alright, I'll make sure you give up entirely. Li Qie smiled and started floating into the sky. It didn't take long before he was at the sky vault. Even someone as large as Hexiang needed to look up. Go now, do your best and have no regrets. Li Qie casually said. Despite being high above, he still only looked like a fly compared to Hexiang. Just one swat from the shield could end him. Alas, everyone knew that size didn't matter at all in this match. Die! Hexiang shouted, his body as resplendent as a star. Boom! He threw his sky-blotting shield up above and smashed through several stars along the way. The sky turned dark due to its massive size. Li Qie looked so insignificant, seemingly on the verge of becoming meat paste. Weak indeed. Li Qie shook his head disapprovingly while looking at the star-destroying shield. He casually spread out his palm and pushed down. The sheer disparity in size between his palm and the shield created a comedic scene. Boom! However, just this carefree palm strike was enough to stop the shield. It couldn't move an inch forward, unable to affect his palm. The resulting shockwaves from the impact were still plenty destructive to the stars around. Unfortunately, it did nothing to the main target. The gap is too great, having a big body and giant weapons can't do anything. Someone from the last generation shook their head. Logically, Hexiang should be able to crush Li Qie easily due to the size difference. However, his heavy shield failed to move Li Qie at all. Go! He roared and sent out his true energy. A starry brilliance crazily engulfed the world as his power surged. The shield also became resplendent and more powerful. Alas, still ineffective. Rumble. The shield moved back and forth in order to gather momentum to slam into his palm. It's a shame that Li Qie's casual positioning resembled the suppression of the high heaven. Even the strongest character couldn't get through his grasp. Die! Hexiang's eyes flashed after seeing the failed attack and added a spear thrust into the mix. Whoosh! The dragon spear turned into a terrible ray aiming straight for Li Qie's throat to deliver a fatal blow. It seemed that Hexiang was waiting for this moment for a while now, so his speed reached the limit, only taking a split second to reach the target. Due to the murderous intent and lightning-fast speed of the thrust, the spectators felt a chill by their neck, thinking that the spear was heading for them. Clank! A metallic clanking resounded and the shooting ray suddenly stopped. Everyone saw Li Qie stopping the spear with his other hand, using just 2 fingers to stop the tip. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief, but something else happened right away. A pagoda appeared and slammed into Li Qie's back. The sudden appearance of this treasure coincided with the spear thrust. The moment the spear got close to his throat, the pagoda appeared right behind his back. Since both of his hands were occupied, he couldn't stop the pagoda. Another ambusher had joined the fray and worked perfectly with Tang Hexiang. Boom! The pagoda oozed out the crushing might of an eternal. Not only did it crush the space nearby, but it also took down the temporal affinity as well, turning everything back to the primordial chaos. The shocked spectators found it hard to breathe due to the aura of an eternal. He took the full brunt of the strike and fell into the lake, sinking deep into the lake and disappeared from sight. Everything happened so quickly. From the initial spear thrust to the pagoda sneak attack only took the blink of an eye. No one expected this to happen. Lu Chuqing's expression soured as she blurted, "Not good." Humph. The aura of the Eternal flowed like mercury in the air and permeated the place. Everyone was frightened by this incredible divinity. They looked up at the sky and saw an old man standing there since who knows when. The pagoda floated above this godlike being. Central Commander Ma Mingchun. No one dared to say his title loudly. An Eternal had entered the scene with a sneak attack with immense power. Remember, the Saber Saint was very strong, but he was still only at the 9th level, still a way to go before becoming an Eternal. Plus, there were weak and strong Eternals. Among the crowd right now, few would dare to claim having enough power to challenge Ma Mingchun. Not too many in the systems were truly stronger than this commander. Only great existences, such as the 5 supreme ancestors, were stronger than him. An Eternal has made his move. This speaker didn't dare to call it a sneak attack. In fact, it was unthinkable that a character as famous as the Central Commander would resort to a sneak attack in public. It was one thing for him to directly challenge Li Qie. After all, his son Ma Jinming was killed by the guy. Unfortunately, no one dared to criticize him the way they did with Tang Hexiang. Thus, people only shuddered while looking at this Eternal. Chapter 25:12. The crowd was still shell-shocked since there was no sign of Li Qie in the lake. People glanced at each other, not expecting for Ma Mingchun to do something like this. Plus, his military jurisdiction was given to him by the royal rule. Doing something like this was blasphemous. It was one thing for him to lead the 5 legions against attacking the Bingqi. At the very least, he could justify this decision by bringing up the people's well-being. However, this ambush was inexcusable. He clearly had a personal agenda and ulterior motives. Nothing could wash the stain of this despicable act. Ma Mingchun carefully peered the lake surface. If the king were to be alive, he would deliver another fatal blow without any hesitation. He no longer gave a damn since he only had one son to pass on his legacy. Vengeance was a must and reputation no longer mattered. Is he dead? Someone whispered after seeing the calm surface of the lake. Everyone shook their head and focused on watching. They waited and waited to no avail. The king seemed to have sunk to the lake bottom. Bingqi Hanyu nervously clenched her fists. Jianyao was also serious, contemplating while tilting her head. An occasional frown would appear. The one affected the most was Lu Chuqing. She anxiously held her sleeves and started praying for Li Qie. Most became dejected. Has Ma Mingchun done it? The king died from that attack. There's no way. Even the ancestors began to believe it. Prior to this, they believed that even an all-out attack from Mingchun wouldn't be enough to kill the unfathomable king. However, as time passed, their belief wavered. The most excited was obviously Tang Hexiang, since this was a great opportunity for him. If Li Qiye had died, it would increase the chance of him becoming king in the future. A long while later, the lake was still calm with no sign of Li Qiye. Looks like that blow was fatal. Someone quietly concluded. Prudence is necessary for long-lasting success, no matter how strong one might be. An old expert lamented. The king was so strong, yet he still died to Ma Mingchuan's cheap shot. Ha ha ha. Hexiang burst out in laughter and uttered coldly, "See, no one knows what will happen until the very end. That's what he get for boasting shamelessly with such meager power." The guy was lost in jubilation, thinking about the easy path ahead. The death of the king vented his anger and garnered great advantages to his cause in the future. All of the humiliation and criticism didn't matter anymore. "Unfortunately, I'm always the last man smiling." A leisure voice interrupted his gloating moment. "It's the king!" Someone shouted joyfully after hearing this familiar voice. People looked around, but there was no sign of Li Qiye anywhere. "Where is he?" They became confused. Where did his voice come from? "Over there." Another reacted quickly and pointed at the sky. The crowd followed his direction and saw Li Qiye lazily sitting on his golden throne once more with his legs resting on the chair's arm. He looked so comfortable and satisfied in his spot, as if he has been relaxing the entire time without moving an inch. This naturally astonished the crowd. They saw him being smashed into the lake earlier, but from the looks of it now, the victim earlier felt like it was someone else. No one saw how he got on his throne. Could it be that he has been there the entire time? If he was knocked down the lake, someone should have spotted him going back up, especially Ma Mingchun. But if he has been there the entire time, it would be even more terrifying. That was only a Tao avatar in action earlier. But then people should have noticed his real body being on the throne. What's going on? The ones with shallow cultivation didn't know what was going on at all. That's unreal. His power level is far above anyone else. An ancestor could see a little of the mysteries and tremble with trepidation. The king could kill someone without anyone noticing, chopping off his enemy's head at a moment's notice. You, as an eternal, Ma Mingchun also realized something and staggered backward. Remember, only people like the 5 supreme ancestors were stronger than him in 9 secrets. However, he still couldn't spot the fact that Li Qiye has been on the throne the entire time. The guy tricked him so easily. He took a deep breath, aware of the enemy's true terror. He only had this feeling once before when facing Lucidity King. You're still alive." Hexiang was as white as a ghost as he stumbled backward, his gloating celebration replaced with fear. Chu Qing heaved a sigh of relief, certainly the most excited person here after seeing that Li Qiye was fine. Jianyao only confirmed her previous belief that the king was unbeatable. Resistance would be futile in the future. "I've been waiting for your sneak attack for a while now, but you kept your patience." Unfortunately, the attack only tickled. Li Qiye sat coolly on his throne and glanced at the frightened Ma Mingchun. The Eternal naturally became frustrated. His fatal move only managed to tickle the guy. "One of us will die today. Even if I die, I will still take your head as an offering to my son." Mingchun gritted his teeth and threatened. The hatred of an Eternal was naturally oppressive, especially with this extreme declaration. The crowd felt suffocated. "No, you'll be the only one dying today." Li Qiye interrupted him, "I will send you down to hell so that your son won't be lonely while walking on the Yellow River." Mingchun started shouting with an unsightly grimace, "Little animal, I will flay you, drink your blood and rip out your tendons." The guy was ready to die now, wanting revenge regardless of the cost. Chapter 25:13, Alright, time to take care of you all since I've grown bored. Not a single expert has shown up today. Li Qiye stood up and smiled, his attitude was a stark contrast to the furious Ma Mingchun. The crowd clammed up. In their mind, the Saber Saint and Jianyao's groups were all geniuses and experts. They could only look up to these beings despite training for a lifetime. Ma Mingchun was even more impressive. His achievements couldn't be replicated by just anyone. Few could be considered his peers in the system. Alas, none of them could enter Li Qiye's sight. Not one could be considered an expert. Such a domineering attitude showed that he considered himself unbeatable. Many smiled wryly, including the geniuses like the Saber Saint and Jianyao. If someone else were to say this, they would certainly bark back. Unfortunately, they had to accept the statement obediently when it came from Li Qiye. You, and you, go all out already before I wring your neck. Last chance. Li Qiye smiled at Hexiang and Mingchun. The two responded with a murderous glare, brimming with hatred from being shown such contempt. Boom! Tang Hexiang channeled the power of the stars once more, becoming shrouded in blinding brilliance. The stars around him started to move as if he was the sky itself. Die! Hexiang was even more eager than Mingchun and rushed towards Li Qiye, attacking with both his shield and spear. Boom! The colossal shield smashed down mercilessly. The dragon spear turned into a cold ray piercing through space, instantly appearing before Li Qiye's throat. Li Qiye finally sprung into action in this split second. His speed froze the spatio-temporal affinities. The scene ahead became clear and crisp to the spectators. He leaped up with both knees forward. The spear shattered, then the shield. His knees carried enough force to penetrate everything, turning them back to the primordial chaos. Thus, the formation instantly crumbled and the elites materialized again. Poof! Several hundred elites became mists of blood from the attack. Li Qiye didn't stop there and continued towards Hexiang's chin. Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions finally resounded. These were the sounds of the shield and spear collapsing. It was hard to tell which came first. Senior Ma, save me! Hexiang bellowed right away. In fact, he had screamed when Li Qiye's knees broke the spear, but due to the guy's immense speed, his voice only came about right now. Ma Mingchun also retaliated with his pagoda carrying the might of an eternal. It broke the worldly laws as it aimed to turn Li Qiye's head into a pulp. Boom! Time started flowing again, and who knows which attack made this explosion. No, Hexiang screamed before death. Pluff! Everyone saw Li Qiye's knee connecting with Hexiang's chin. The latter's head exploded into a mist of blood. Li Qiye didn't bat an eye and casually slapped the pagoda back at Mingchun. Mingchun stopped his own pagoda and staggered backward while vomiting a mouthful of blood. The crowd didn't have enough time to process all the events before Li Qiye killed Hexiang and wounded Mingchun with a single knee and punch on top of several hundred elites. While they struggled to keep up, Tang Hexiang's headless body was falling to the ground. Li Qiye turned around and glared at Mingchun, who was holding his pagoda. The guy was frightened and instinctively walked backward. I have already spared you once during the rebellion, yet you still keep on pushing your luck. Death beckons you. Li Qiye declared. Having said that, he did a simple whipping motion with his leg, devoid of any technique in Grand Dao. Its speed caused the air to split open and left behind an afterimage. Strangely enough, this rather common kick left the ancestors in shambles. It was a sure kill, no way to escape even if one could make it to the horizon. Mingchun was astounded by the might of this attack, but he knew that escaping wasn't an option. He had to face it head-on. He roared and the divine rings around him soared to the sky to create his own realm, opening a Tao order. Boom! All of his true energy gathered on the pagoda. It rushed forward to meet the incoming kick while issuing wind-breaking howls. 9 true dragons appeared and aided the pagoda, pulling the treasure in the newly formed realm to meet the attack. This was his stronger technique, 9 dragon protectors. The pagoda would borrow the might of these dragons. Their auras ravaged the world while their fangs seemingly aimed to tear everything to pieces. These beasts were wondrously powerful, more than enough to tear out the fabric of reality. Bam! The kick approached with enough force to beat the world back to the origin. Ra, the 9 dragons were instantly turned to dust. The space around them was buried into oblivion. The pagoda was next to be struck. It completely disintegrated, the pieces started falling down. Bam! The remnant power from the kick came from Ma Mingchun. Ah! His body instantly got split in two and his blood poured down like the rain. Splash! The 2 halves fell into the lake. His blood slowly created a red puddle. The crowd lost their mind upon seeing this. Killing Tang Hexiang with 1 knee was impressive enough, but 1 vertical kick to defeat Mingchun's treasure then split him in 2. An Eternal had just failed to stop a single move from Li Qie. This story could scare people to death. The world became silent. The weak-minded felt their legs giving in, so they dropped to the ground. Some even soiled their pants. An Eternal was proven utterly inadequate. Who else in the world could match him? The faint-hearted members of the crowd vomited their stomach juice, legs still trembling. That's unreal, even some of the ancestors were horrified. They realized that this was a being capable of annihilating a sect with a single move. Chapter 25:14. The puddle of blood spread wider as Mingchun's 2 halves sank to the bottom. He's dead, an ancestor dropped on the ground and murmured. Jianyao and the Saber Saint were stunned too, especially the latter. He had tasted Li Qie's power earlier and felt suffocated. Though they were already aware that Mingchun wouldn't be able to take on Li Qie, for him to die to a single kick was something they never expected. The Saber Saint felt cold all over and needed to compose himself. Li Qie didn't only show mercy earlier, the guy was being extremely charitable towards him. Mingchun was a real Eternal, far more powerful than him. If Li Qie wanted to kill him, the guy could do so in a split second and he wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. Cold sweats started to run, he had just been to hell and back without knowing it. His life was dependent on a single whim of Li Qie earlier. Jianyao was slightly pale. Her Dao heart has always been tough, allowing her to stay calm regardless of the situation. However, his dominating power made her hair stand on end. She remembered how he always referred to people as ants. Prior to this, she felt that he was still being arrogant. Now, it seemed that this was the truth. Even her powerful sect only consisted of ants in his eyes. It would be too simple for him to destroy them. She began contemplating his seemingly preposterous acts in the past resulting in him losing the throne. What was the reason for this? He was more than capable to rule the world. She came up with a ridiculous answer, that he was just playing around. All of this was to cure his boredom. All of 9's secrets and its inhabitants were only puppets. When he was in a bad mood, he would play around with them. Otherwise, he would ignore or destroy everything. It was the same as watching an ant nest. It could be entertaining or he could just throw a torch down and burn all the ants to ashes. Jianyao had a deeper understanding of this matter than anyone else and it left her horrified. This was a being who could easily destroy all of 9's secrets. She needed to take a deep breath to calm down. Splash! The lake splashed, causing everyone to look over. It's Ma Mingchun. A spectator shouted. Sure enough, Ma Mingchun's 2 halves have come together again without any visible scar. An Eternal was strong enough to survive the dismemberment. Of course, he still paid a heavy price. He was trembling all over, completely white. Just getting up again required all of his strength. Fixing his body and stabilizing his wounds required an inordinate amount of true energy. Oh. Not bad. Li Qie smiled lightly after seeing the guy. This development was no big deal to him. Mingchun calmed his emotions and his trembling body. He found himself utterly exhausted. Still alive at least. The spectators heaved a sigh of relief, finding this to be a cause for celebration. In the past, it was amazing if someone could withstand a blow from him. Now, it was extraordinary for him to survive a move from the king. Yeah, he still made it past one move. The ancestors smiled bitterly, not knowing whether to be happy or wallow in despair. This gave a sliver of hope for the other masters. If Ma Mingchen couldn't even handle one kick, true despair would swallow all of them. Li Qie asked with a smile, "Will you kneel and surrender, try to run, or drown yourself?" The acrimonious statement showed no mercy, telling an eternal to drown himself. Of course, Li Qie could say whatever he wanted to right now and be justified in doing so. This was the privilege of having a bigger fist. All eyes were on Ming Chen, eagerly waiting for his choice. Some put themselves in his shoes and thought about their choices. In fact, they sympathized even if he chose to surrender or run due to the powerful enemy. This was perfectly normal. No one would mock his action since they might already be on their knees to beg Li Qie for mercy already. One of us will die today. However, Ming Chen stood straight with a fierce glare, not losing the temperament of an eternal despite being quite feeble. He didn't beg for mercy or shaking with fear. Instead, he arched his chest proudly to face Li Qie, still as aggressive as before. This earned him the admiration of the crowd. An eternal was special indeed. Such courage and determination were beyond them. Oh. Still got more moves to show. I'm waiting then to see how strong they are. Li Qie said with both hands behind his back. No one expected Ming Chen to still want to fight under these circumstances. They became quite curious about his hidden cards. Go! He shouted with a cry akin to sudden thunder during spring. The sound wave echoed across 9-linked mountains. Rustle. Figures popped up in each peak and mountain in this sect with waving banners. Perhaps more than 1 million men appeared in these high places in just a short time. The Central Legion, a spectator, immediately saw the hint. I thought they took camp outside. Someone leaped up to a high vantage point and looked outside of 9-linked mountains. They saw the camp still there with patrolling soldiers. It's the empty city strategy. An older expert gently sighed and said, that camp is only a ruse, looks like the soldiers have somehow managed to infiltrate the mountain range. Tang Hexiang came up with a good plan. Prior to this, Ming Chen had arrived furiously and demanded 9-linked mountains to hand over Li Qie. However, under the advice of Hexiang, he decided to camp outside. Now people finally realized that the entire camp was a farce. The two of them must have planned to bring their army inside. That's one of the strongest legions for you, marching so silently. No wonder why so many lineages are afraid of them. A commenter said with surprise. Perhaps 9-linked mountains didn't care about the intruders, but it was indeed impressive for them to sneak in like this. Are they forming a formation? An expert could see an array forming with the soldiers being on top of the various peaks all around the mountain range. Chapter 25:15 The soldiers from Central Legion have taken up the peaks and started moving around. They were wearing regular clothing instead of armor plates, but their ferocious aura remained, evident of their battle experience. The entire sect was engulfed in a ferocious and murderous aura. It's a curse incantation. An ancestor murmured, Ming Chen wants to throw his entire legion into the mix, is it worth it? Take my chaos and spawn the evilest curse, Ming Chen began chanting. Buzz. His body became indistinct, almost like snow melting into water. He was fusing with space and turned into an ancient symbol. Take my chaos and spawn the evilest curse, the soldiers began chanting in unison, their voice lingered on the horizon. What is going on? The youths didn't know what was happening. The army chose to chant instead of attacking the king. It's the god-slaying malediction. An older expert shuddered and took a deep breath, that's the secret move of this legion. Is it strong? A youth became curious. Strong is not enough to describe it. It's very scary, formless and undetectable. The older expert explained, this curse is cruel and virtually impossible to defend against because it comes from the heart. What do you mean? The youth couldn't imagine it just yet. Yes, from the heart. The expert elaborated, when your heart has darkness, this curse will come into being and corrode your entire body, including your true fate. Everyone has darkness in their heart, it's impossible to avoid this. It's that frightening. The youth gasped. Right, moreover, it is released by all the soldiers. This formation connected their individual strength on top of borrowing the momentum of the land. The stronger the area, the more powerful the curse on top of its innate potential. The expert glanced at the mountain range and said, well, I don't need to tell you that this place is one of the strongest lands in 9 secrets. Borrowing the momentum of this place will double the power of this curse. No one can escape. The disciple stammered, wouldn't such a terrifying curse be unbeatable? Nothing is unbeatable in this world. The expert shook his head, as long as the victim is strong enough and has enough light in their heart, they'll be able to withstand the malediction. Absolute strength will crush anything, whether it be light or darkness. But all in all, this curse is very impressive. In the past, under the orders of Lucidity King, the Legion managed to destroy a powerful foe of his using this exact curse. Nothing good will come of this. An old man nearby said flatly, if they meet a stronger foe, the entire Legion will be annihilated. Yes, that's why I said Ma Mingchun is dragging the Legion down the mud with him. He's betting everything on this curse. The old expert agreed. The chants continued to echo across the mountain range. Impossibly stupid. Li Qiye didn't bother trying to stop the chant. Buzz. The soldiers began to disappear, replaced by multiple symbols emitting an evil presence. It's about to begin. A spectator said softly, if they fail, the Central Legion will cease to exist altogether. Ming Chun is too selfish, implicating the Legion for a personal feud. A disciple couldn't believe it. Well, this Legion is pretty much the Ma clan's personal army at this point. Another master said, back during the rebellion, the soldiers that were loyal to the king have been subdued. He's in total control right now, so he can make this crazy gamble. People glanced at each other after seeing this. Everyone knew that the Central Legion didn't belong to a single clan or power, definitely not the Ma. It belonged to War Saint Dynasty, and in a sense, the entire system. Its responsibility was protecting the system. But now, Ming Chun chose to use them with no regard for others. The entire sect was now covered with an ocean of ancient symbols in the sky. Their evil strands pricked the spectators like needles. That's scary. The crowd quickly retreated after sensing this malevolent aura. Finally, the symbols melted along with the aerial space of the mountain range. Space turned into a thick, black liquid. There was no escaping this tide of darkness. It immediately flowed towards Li Qiye and trapped him. Buzz. This liquid form curse drilled into his body, resulting in a shocking scene. Li Qiye's heart area suddenly turned ashen. This was akin to a piece of paper being burned. The form was still there but only ashes remain. This evil curse surged after the successful infiltration and began spreading all over his body. He's cursed now. Someone shouted after spotting the color change as if he was on fire. Will he be able to withstand it? Another shuddered. I don't know, this is the first time I've seen it. An older expert shook his head and put on a serious expression. But the victim didn't care at all. He watched the curse spreading through his body and shook his head. This curse is like the screaming of a 3-year-old child, not worth mentioning. I don't even need to gather energy, just having a bright Tao heart is enough. Buzz. A strand of light of the holy affinity emanated from his heart. It was as white as snow and impossible to violate, people couldn't help but feel reverence. More strands came out and blossomed like sacred lotus flowers, culminating in the opening of a holy world. Sizzling noises came about. The evil curse couldn't handle the holy light at all and was refined to ashes. Li Qiye's body recovered and the corrosive grayness disappeared. The holy light didn't stop there. It billowed like a flood and aimed straight for the dark tide. Szzz, the burning refinement continued. The dark tide was being turned into smoke. Chapter 25:16, The holy brilliance swept through the darkness of the realms. The evil was refined with no place to hide. Buzz. The curse turned to wafting smoke and dispersed with the wind. Li Qiye's light became increasingly denser. In the end, he became a sacred existence looming above the insignificant and feeble darkness. Resistance was futile. Everyone found that he had become a saint, feeling the urge to prostrate before him while the darkness in their heart had no place to hide. They felt inadequate in comparison to this holy being. Is this a merit law for sanctification? The experts washed by the holy light looked up. Their sin and darkness were being swept away by the flowing light. Many of the excited crowd were more than willing to join Li Qiye, completely converted. No, this isn't a merit law. The older experts spoke more softly than before. They didn't wish to disturb Li Qiye, acting as if being rowdy right now would be a great sin. This is the Tao heart of a saint, giving birth to an all-penetrating light. Another master whispered. The crowd started contemplating in a daze. One older man took a deep breath and asked himself, just what the heck is this Tao heart? A while ago, Li Qiye became a devil with a single thought. Now he was full of light. It looked as if he could easily transform into anything. For the rest of the world, becoming a devil or a saint required untold hardships and tribulations, unlike Li Qiye. Just what kind of terrible Tao heart was capable of this feat? Buzz. He stopped emitting holy light. The remnant brilliance began to fall into the world, illuminating every nook and corner. Where could the darkness hide before this omnipresent holiness? Since he stopped exuding light, his holy power was no longer as majestic but became softer and gentle. Strangely enough, this transformation didn't result in a weakening of might. It made his holy power become even more unfathomable. The light was no longer as present and animated as before, but it had fallen into every inch of the land and fused with it. The world became part of his. The crowd was naturally affected as light lit up in their heart. They dropped on the knees and finally began prostrating. The ancestors were scared out of their mind. Li Qiye didn't need to move a single finger and could still force masters into submission. They knew that he was more than capable of converting someone completely into his follower. Pop. The final strand of the evil curse was finally refined, so the soldiers from the legion materialized again, popping up all over the peaks. Unfortunately, a series of faint crumble noises ensued, followed by the final screams of their army. The soldiers began to shatter and disintegrated into bloody mists. The survivors watched their friends die before their very eyes and bellowed. Their wails of torment assaulted 9 linked mountains to the dismay of the listeners. Regardless of how they screamed and ran, destruction was inevitable. The backlash of the curse made them explode like beans being crushed. When their curse failed to kill Li Qiye, this power would come back straight for them. It didn't take long before the entire legion fell. Mists of blood lingered in the air and became quite thick. The trees and leaves were covered in drops of blood from the agglutination of the mists. Next came a rain of blood that stained the mountain streams. The thick stench of blood made people shudder. It didn't take long before some started to vomit. This was an army of 1 million elites. All were dead now in a split second, no longer existing in this world. No, Ma Mingchun screamed painfully at this sight. He woke up from the rage of vengeance and realized the gravity of the situation. He has been the central commander for a long time. So many soldiers have walked on the battlefields with him, their familiar faces were engraved in his heart. Not one of them was lucky enough to survive this event. The whole thing mercilessly pricked his heart. Furthermore, the elites of his clan were part of the legion too. They trusted him with their lives only to die without a grave. He became cognizant of the crazy selfishness of his action, resulting in this cruel end. The guy was still alive because Li Qie had pointed one finger at him, stabilizing the curse. All eyes were on him. The crowd began to think about the implications as well. One of the most famous and strongest legions in 9 secrets was gone now because of Ma Mingquan's desire for revenge. The prestigious legion turned to smoke, turning Ma Mingquan into an unforgivable sinner in military history. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. He had no chance of redoing the past and changing his decision. What a crime! One ancestor sentimentally said, destroying a legion for his selfish desire. History will not be kind to him. Of course, most also thought that he had brought it upon himself, so they didn't quite sympathize. Chapter 25:17, Ma Mingquan dropped to his knees and wept quietly. He had lost his only son and now, all of his brothers that have accompanied him through life and death on the battlefields. They trusted him with their lives, but he had failed them. Back outside the Bingqi, he gave a single command and these men instantly changed allegiance. Today, still one command of his and they were willing to fight the king to the very end. The first was justifiable since it affected the future of the legion. However, fighting the king was the result of a personal vendetta. Now, his brothers have died because of him, turned into bloody mists. There were no corpses to bury. Mingquan no longer had the face to see them, ashamed from letting them down and from letting their families down. One might be able to survive an act of God, but not a self-brought calamity. Li Qie said insipidly. Kill me if you dare." The man was full of tears and screamed at Li Qie, his hair had turned white. He wanted death since it would be salvation. Living was too painful right now. "You think I would spare you after reaching this point?" Li Qie smiled, "Although I do want to see you suffer for a lifetime, I'm not in the mood to wait. No mercy to those who deserve death." With that, he raised his finger, showing a gray energy floating by the tip, clearly the evil curse from earlier. He shot it straight for Mingquan's heart. "Ah!" The man bellowed, his face twisting with pain. However, he didn't roll on the ground but stood proudly while suffering. This pain served as atonement and lessened his guilt. Buzz, the buzzing was quiet but loud enough not to be drowned out by the screams. His chest ignited into a fire and eventually turned ashen. This began to spread all over his body. "Ah!" The shrill screams continued. Everyone could hear it. The thing meant to kill Li Qie had targeted Mingquan instead. His cries still didn't earn him the sympathy of the crowd. This pain wasn't much compared to the death of the entire legion. He was the one who created this curse, so why should people feel sorry for him? Ah, finally, his true fate has been burned completely, resulting in death. The evil curse burned his body into ashes, scattering to the wind. It was as if he had never existed. The world came to a silent still, all became peaceful with reticent breathing from the crowd, for they were astonished and speechless. Li Qie gently flicked his finger and a holy light flashed. Pop! The evil curse that had ended Ma Mingquan also became refined and destroyed. Li Qie sat back down on his throne, his holy light had dispersed completely. He casually rested his legs on the golden table, as nonchalant as ever. He became an ordinary-looking person again. No, actually, he was back to being the perverted and useless king, at least in appearance. However, who would dare look down on him right now? In fact, when people looked up to steal glimpses, they tried to be as quiet as possible, as if disturbing him was a great offense. Jianya wasn't surprised at this outcome. Everything has been determined, Ma Mingquan's resistance was simply futile. Anyone else got something to say? Li Qie lazily asked. Given his current lackadaisical and sleepy appearance, no one would believe that this dispirited man was the one who killed Tang Hexiang, Ma Mingchen, and an entire legion. Yes, a useless king fitted his current image much more. No one dared to utter the word, no. Existences like them were insignificant insects. Just one stomp of his would crush them in totality. In that case, start kneeling. Li Qiye glanced at the crowd and said. This made them exchange glances. Many people actually wanted to kneel, but being the first to do so was a bit embarrassing. Long live the king! Jianyao broke the hesitation by bowing her head, her clear voice comforted the crowd. Though she got on her knees to kowtow, she was still a perfect fairy, a visual feast. Long live the king! Everyone quickly prostrated to show their submission. Even Jianyao had shown her allegiance, so why should they bother maintaining their face? They paled in comparison to her prestige and status anyway. They kneeled with bated breath, waiting for him to make a decision. Previously during his coronation, some of them have come to the imperial palace to greet him. Of course, they weren't actually convinced by him and did so out of fear of Sun Langying and Silver Secret Legion. This was no longer the case today. This showing of reverence was all due to the king himself. Furthermore, they trembled with fear, afraid of the king's fury. This might end with a massacre and the end of their sections. They felt as if they have returned to Lucidity King's era. No, even worse. The whole thing felt like a dream. When the king was chased out of his throne, so many people looked down on him, calling him a piece of trash. Today, they prostrated, afraid of invoking his wrath and punishment. This sudden change seemed surreal and unbelievable. This is the feeling of being shown disdain. Li Qiye looked at them and chuckled, I gave you all a chance to be independent, an era of self-rule, but all of you didn't cherish it. It looks like your fate is to be ruled by others. This was a cruel slap on everyone's face, causing them to feel hot. Of course, they didn't show any anger, any were actually thanking heaven that the king wasn't angry. Rise, I pardon your crimes. Li Qiye waved his hand and said. Thank you for your benevolence. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief and realized how much they were sweating during the wait. That wave of his hand could have made heads roll on the ground. Moreover, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. The lack of punishment made the crowd ecstatic. Some on the ground even kowtowed several more times to show their gratitude for this imperial kindness. Chapter 25:18 Trepidation remained after the crowd stood up. They kept their head lowered, hands hanging by the waist. Everyone was afraid of provoking him. He ignored them and said, since we're done here, I can finish my own business. He took out a treasure box taken from the stone forest. Some of the crowd has seen it before during that process, but no one knew what was inside. What is that? A participant from that event asked. Even Jianyao and the Saber Saint held their breath, wanting to know what was inside as well as his own business. Jianyao found the whole thing perplexing. Remember, he casually handed the 9 secrets over to Lu Chuqing. Given the circumstances, Li Qiye didn't come to kill Ma Mingchen and the Legion, not for the 9 secrets either. All 3 weren't worth a trip from him, doing them was only out of convenience. Perhaps this particular business of his was his actual goal in coming to this place, something worthwhile. Something as precious as the 9 secrets weren't worth his time, but this matter or thing was? It must be something earth-shattering. Though she has seen numerous treasures and had plenty of experiences, she still wanted to see what Li Qiye was here for. When he opened the box, a reflection flashed like undulating waves as if it contained jade water. Alright, let's begin. He smiled and poured the water out. Splash. Sure enough, everyone saw that it was extremely clear water once he flipped the box upside down. Everyone became surprised. In the beginning, they thought that it contained a peerless treasure, not just this clear liquid. Strange enough, this liquid had something about it. It exuded an immortal mist, so as it fell down to the lake, it looked like the flowing current of a paradisiacal spring. Perhaps an immortal realm had a crack, allowing this water to ooze down to the mortal world. This stream of water seemed especially tiny compared to the Great Lake, akin to a drop of water in an ocean. Nothing really came of it in the beginning, but after a long while, changes to the lake occurred. The water is becoming clear. The first person to notice told everyone. The crowd was still wondering what the water was. They looked over after hearing the guy. Sure enough, the water in the lake was changing at a rapid rate. Prior to this, it had a golden color just like molten gold, dazzling and beautiful. After the clear liquid started pouring down, the lake turned clear at the dropping point. This clear shade began to spread at an incredible pace. The water of the lake looked just like the liquid in the treasure box now. Remember, this lake was massive and would require an incalculable amount of clear liquid to fill it up. Strange enough, just the tiny stream from the box was enough to fuse with the entire lake. No, not just this one, the other 8 are becoming clear too. Someone spotted this change first. It seemed that the 9 lakes were connected, so the clear liquid spread from the golden lake to the rest. They initially had different colors, and today, this difference was amplified even more. This was no longer the case. The world had a wrong understanding of this legend. Jianyao immediately realized something and murmured. She found that for millions of years now, the sages and geniuses have misunderstood this phenomenon. People leaped to the sky and saw the receding colors replaced by clearness. The scene was magnificent and stunned them. What is going on? This question popped up in various groups. One ancestor emotionally said, "This is the first time I've seen the lake changing color like this." No. He suddenly had an epiphany. The lake changing color doesn't refer to their individual shade becoming amplified. This is the real change, this clear liquid. We have misunderstood it all along. The experts nearby were taken aback after hearing this conjecture. Everyone came today and thought that the lakes were changing color as planned, since this has always been the case in the past. The ancestors' speculation said otherwise. A while later, the lakes have finally changed to the clear shade. So this is the real thing. An old man took a deep breath. The common belief of this phenomenon has been shattered today, to the astonishment of the crowd. Yeah, I think this is it. An aged member of a clan struggled to calm down. People exchanged glances without speaking, still unable to digest this new change in belief. Not only were they wrong, but the geniuses and sages from the past were mistaken as well. This included true emperors and top prodigies. So ridiculous. Many smiled wryly. Well, if this is the real color, what secrets are hidden behind it? Another reacted. People said that during the color-changing process, one could find the profundities of the Grand Tao, even the 9 secrets. But that pertained to the previous misconception of the lakes. If this was the real phenomenon, what was hidden behind it? Chapter 25:19. The crowd has come to understand that what was previously understood as the lake's changing color proved to be wrong. What Li Qie had done right now was the real phenomenon. Just what secrets and mysteries were hidden in this place. Thus, the crowd anticipated with excitement while staring at the clear water. If it wasn't for His Majesty today, the world will continue on the wrong path for generations to come. An elder said sentimentally. That one stream of clear liquid has changed all the lakes. Finally, the splash stopped since the box was now empty. The original shades of the various lakes were nowhere to be found. From a distance, one could almost see the bottom of the lakes. They almost served like mirrors, seemingly made from 9 pure crystals. The surface also had thin water vapor condensing into a mist, wafting in a transcending manner. It didn't take long before people started thinking that the place was a land of immortals. As they peered into the bottom of the lakes, they felt as if there was a different world beneath, a better one. The 9 lakes looked like entrances, that's why this immortal mist would ooze out on the surface. Is this a portal to an immortal realm? Someone murmured while staring at the scintillating lights. Everyone held their breath, eagerly waiting to see the secrets of the lakes. This thing has been buried for too long, it's time for it to see the sun again. Li Qie smiled. While the crowd was still astounded, he drilled his palm into the lake, seemingly wanting to reach its deepest part. It penetrated the bottom and reached the other world. The crowd instantly felt the world spinning around and that they have become weightless, losing the sense of gravity and stabilization. The earth beneath them seemed to be shrinking and turning soft. However, this sensation came and went quickly. Everything returned to normal in the blink of an eye, the chaotic loss of control disappeared. They looked down and saw that the ground was still the same as ever, not an inch was missing. The tangibility of the physical realm beneath them remained, but they somehow felt that something in 9-linked mountains has been taken away. Of course, none could sense the presence of this particular thing, but after it was gone, they felt that this place seemed to be missing a little something. In a different location in the sect, South Peak Woodcutter sighed and said, yearned by all for ages yet none could take it. Emperor Zhang and Jiuning both failed but he got it so easily with a single reach. This power is unbeatable, no one in Immortal can stop him either. The old man knew that the item was very important for 9-linked mountains but all he could do was watch. He hoped that it would eventually be returned in the future. Now the focus shifted towards Li Qie. People saw him holding something in his hand. It was a rope made from the most ordinary hemp in the mortal world. The entire thing looked old and red, but the red had shades of black, perhaps from being used countless times. It had 9 thumb-sized bells, seemingly made from old bronze. The material itself probably wasn't good or maybe too much time had passed so they have lost the initial luster and were full of spots, even green rust. Everyone was surprised to see this rope. They assumed it would be a peerless item, perhaps an extremely heaven-defying ancestral artifact. They already imagined the scene of him being unstoppable after obtaining the great artifact, sweeping through the realms and the ages to come. However, this rope possessed no destructive intent or amazing divinity. Someone tell me what's precious about that rope? What does it do? Someone regained their wits and quietly asked. The old Li Qie would have met a barrage of derision and scorn. They would say that the rope wasn't worth a single coin. However, people still felt as if this rope was the greatest treasure in existence despite its meager appearance. To be frank, even if he was holding a regular blade of grass, people would still think that it was an immortal vegetation. After all, he was someone who could casually gift the 9 secrets away. Unfortunately, no one could decipher anything about the item. 9 Immortals Rope. Jianyao stared intensely in disbelief before coming up with the name unlike the rest of the crowd. She wasn't too confident when saying this title, still full of skepticism. Li Qie looked over at her and chuckled, "Little girl, you have many flaws but knowledge is not one of them. You certainly know more than many old geezers. Isn't it just a legend?" She didn't mind the criticism from him, only caring about the confirmation. Of course, this could already be considered generous praise from Li Qie. She felt that this ordinary rope was too different compared to its legends. Li Qie casually played with the rope and laughed. A legend doesn't exist, in a strict sense. So is it still one? She said, it's a rumor started by a villager. According to the text, the villager saw 9 immortals plucking hemp in order to create this rope as a present, hence its name. She read it in a scroll before during her youth, just casual reading. This anecdote wasn't really qualified to be considered a tale. It was too simple, almost like a child's bedtime story with no hidden layers of intricacies. No one would take it seriously. Chapter 25-20, the name of the rope wasn't familiar to the crowd at all. The experts present haven't heard of this weapon previously, same with the tale mentioned by Qin Jianyao. Few would waste their time reading for entertainment. The sex would prefer that they spend their time training instead of idle reading. Thus, no one really believed the tale of immortals weaving the rope. Perhaps the villager only started this story to put their children to bed. Who would bother memorizing this boring story? Li Qie smiled after hearing the story. Who knows if the 9 mortals and the villager are real, but this rope certainly is. The world was just too arrogant and foolish, always confident in their own knowledge. Jianyao tilted her head and pondered. The villager, like Li Qie had said, the rope was real and the 9 immortals might not be, but what about the villager in the story? This person was the one who started the rumors. If this was the case, the person should know about the existence of the rope but came up with a crude story for future generations. But why? She was actually interested in the answer, finding that it was worthwhile. She was excellent in this manner, not a woman with big breasts and small brains. On the contrary, she had read plenty of books and had a vast knowledge. Though she didn't travel the world like the Saber Saint, what she knew in her mind far exceeded his. Almost forgot, we have a bet going on right now. You have lost. Li Qie put away the rope and got up to the sky. He smiled while staring at Bingqi Hanyu. The crowd also stared at her, then exchanged glances with each other. They remembered about the bet and how she had lost. Initially, they thought that even in the case of losing, she could always renege since her clan was strong enough to do so. They did it once for the marriage pact. But now, the king has proven to be a terrifying existence. Reneging was out of the question, even suicidal on top of dragging her clan down. Just one mistake, what a shame, or the Bingqi would be flying high right now too. An old man took a deep breath and said, I guess ultimately, it's best to keep one's promise. The 5 powers all had a marriage pact with the king, but only Lu Chuqing carried it out. That's why she had his full favor right now and got the 9 secrets. Everyone could see that her status far exceeded Qin Jianyao at the moment. The latter was famous as a fairy, virtually peerless in 9 secrets. But now, Lu Chuqing was on a higher level. Who knows if Jianyao would even win the king's favor in the future. Bingqi Hanyu turned pale, not just from losing the bet but because Li Qie's abilities far exceeded their expectations. They assumed they were above this useless person and she herself had shown contempt towards him. But now, it turned out that they were mere ants in front of him, perhaps even inferior to ants. The worst part was her engagement with Myriad Formation Kingdom. Though they have yet to carry out the wedding, she and the emperor were essentially husband and wife. Losing this bet didn't only affect herself but also her clan and Myriad Formation Kingdom. The 2 old men to her left and right were shaken to the core but they still blocked in front of her. Want to play dirty now? Li Qie smirked. She took a deep breath, her eyes became serious as she straightened her back. This accentuated her full-rounded breasts even more, causing people to go crazy. I will keep my words without regrets. Hanyu said sonorously while stepping forward, I'm standing right here, kill me if you want to. She was ready for death at this moment, closing her eyes and raising her head to make her neck more accessible. Her white snow neck was as pretty as a swan's, causing others to think that cutting off her head was so cruel. No one would be able to do it. Who says I want to kill you? He grinned. The girl opened her eyes, not happy after hearing this. She felt fear because death wasn't the worst thing that could happen. Her peaceful state of mind disappeared, replaced by dread. You tell me. His smile widened as he looked at her up and down as if imagining her naked, teaching an extraordinary beauty should be quite fun. The crowd shuddered and their minds started wandering about the various possibilities. Of course, no one dared to utter a word. Even if some wanted to play the hero, they didn't have enough strength to do so. You. She was shaken, feeling that she was helpless on a platter and he could do whatever he wanted. No. The 2 old men once again blocked in front of her. They were frightened because given Li Qie's nature, who knows what would happen once she falls into his hands. At that point, not only would she suffer but their clan would be humiliated as well. Myriad Formation Kingdom and the Emperor wouldn't be spared either. Li Qiye smiled while looking at the old men. You two want to fight me? This nonchalant response froze the old men. Though they were powerful true gods, they were completely helpless against him, akin to grasshoppers going against a carriage. Ma Mingchen himself almost died from a single kick. They wouldn't be able to stop a single move from him. Of course, they had no other choice due to the terrible consequences of her captivity. You need to walk over our corpses to get to her. One of them gritted their teeth. So be it, I've killed an entire legion today already, what's two more? Li Qiye didn't care at all. Uncle Feng, leave, let me shoulder this. She looked feeble and desperate because resistance was futile. The two old men would only be suiciding. Lady, you go first, we'll buy time for you. They refused and rather used their lives to delay the inevitable. Chapter 25-21, Die. They rushed forward together, one with a saber while the other used an iron chain. Clank. The saber issued its hymn and came horizontally in the form of endless waves, wanting to drown Li Qiye. Clank. The iron chain was thrown towards him with enough power to imprison a nebula. The entire area was instantly sealed. The two men chose to use their strongest attack, no longer giving a damn about anything else. If they were facing anyone else, perhaps this combo would be able to buy valuable time for Bingqi Hanyu to start running. Unfortunately, they were facing Li Qiye, so their frightening combo looked insignificant. He didn't bat an eye and casually raised a finger. Boom! The long saber crumbled, the same with the iron chains. Poof! Poof! The two old men didn't have a chance to run and instantly turned to bloody mist scattering to the wind. The crowd still hasn't gotten used to his power. These old men were relatively famous in the Bingqi as experts, but they couldn't handle a single finger strike from him. Of course, they have expected this result. Nevertheless, expecting and actually witnessing were two different things. This still shocked them all the same. When he took down Ma Mingchen with one kick, they were also astonished. However, for the majority of the crowd, an eternal was too far above them. Strangely enough, it didn't have the same effect because they couldn't relate to the power level. These two old men were different. They were similar and evenly matched to some of the ancestors or the masters of the geniuses present. This meant that his one finger strike could also easily crush them to oblivion. This painted a better picture for their minds, so they trembled with fear. Just imagining a being so far superior left some ancestors horrified. This feeling of helplessness and vulnerability permeated the spectators. They didn't dare to do anything but watch the bloody mists being blown away by the winds. No one can save you, they'll only be coming to their death. Li Qiye chuckled and reached for Hanyu. One could see the fear deep in her eyes, but she didn't try to run. Losing meant accepting the responsibility, and running was useless anyway. She knew this full well. She didn't try to stop his grasp, so she stood still, accepting her fate. Clank! The moment they made contact, a sword hymn resounded. Its glint flashed as the slash crossed through the myriad realms. This vast edge could cut through the stars and the six Tao, sweeping through all obstacles with a grand momentum and cutting out a new chaos. The aura of a true emperor surged like a flood with continuous detonations, more than enough to crush the gods and devils in all worlds. This imperial divinity was imperious, causing living beings to tremble with fear. A true emperor. Someone shouted in horror and gazed at the incoming slash. 8 Formation True Emperor. The last came from the distant Myriad Formation Kingdom and instantly made it here. Only one emperor was around in that kingdom right now, 8 Formation. It's clear that he wanted to save Bingqi Hanyu. The slash was still mighty despite the long travel. This emperor's slash was brilliant since it contained a massive sword momentum. It aimed straight for Li Qia's neck, wanting to decapitate him. However, Li Qia casually retaliated with a regular simple punch. Boom! It looked ordinary enough, yet it carried an apocalyptic force. The slash instantly shattered into bright particles and scattered all over the sky, resulting in a rain of sword energy. The Imperial aura was also taken down, unable to withstand the invincible punch. 8 formation True Emperor slash seemed feeble versus Li Qia's punch. He's invincible. Though people expected this result, they didn't think Li Qia would dominate the first exchange so thoroughly. All eyes turn towards Myriad Formation Kingdom, wondering if the Emperor will come out to save Bingqi Hanyu since their status has been confirmed. Looks like he does care about you. Unfortunately, nothing will come of it. Li Qia smiled and gazed towards Myriad Formation Kingdom. I welcome all challenges. I'll be waiting at Great Desolate Mountain, come out and fight. With that, he turned and left, while the crowd shuddered from this declaration of war. Alas, the Emperor was still in a cultivation session. Of course, no one was surprised at this declaration. 8 Formation True Emperor had sieged the imperial city before, chasing the king away from his throne. At the same time, he also took the king's fiancée. For both personal and political reasons, the king and the emperor will have a fight to the death. The reticent crowd heaved a sigh of relief after Li Qia was gone. They felt much better since with him around, they didn't dare to open their mouth, always in a state of nervousness. The outcome is settled, everyone needs to start praying. Qin Jianyao sighed, knowing that even though she was a special girl, she still wouldn't be able to enter Li Qia's sight after missing her chance. Earning his favor now was harder than reaching for the heavens. What she needed to do now was carefully report to her ancestors about everything that had happened here, hoping that they could make a rational decision. Otherwise, even a sect as powerful as theirs could turn to ashes. No one can stop him now. The Saber Saint smiled wryly. Among the 5 great powers, Waterfront Pavilion was the luckiest thanks to Lu Chuqing. Otherwise, they would be in the same shoes as the Bingqi clan. He shook his head and left. It was time for them to back off. They have earned Li Qia's grace, so it was time to be smart. The anxious crowd didn't know what to do or where to go. There was a competition for the throne previously, but now, the king had soared to the sky. The entire system trembled before him, its inhabitants were at a complete loss. Chapter 25-22, The shocking fight left everyone in Nine-Linked Mountains frightened. The useless king was actually a hidden master, easily killing an eternal like Ma Mingchen along with an entire legion. Those who have laughed at him before or the sects that have participated in the coup were nervous, thinking that payback was due. If the king cared for the past, so many heads would start rolling on the ground, numerous sects would face their doom. Just think about it. One kick from him was enough to turn Ma Mingchen into 2 halves. This terrifying existence could easily take down anyone. Because of this, people were scared out of their mind. Those who have offended him wanted nothing more than to prostrate and beg for mercy and forgiveness. Most remained quiet after the battle, not daring to comment on the king. Will 8 Formation True Emperor accept the challenge? Nevertheless, people still discussed in private quarters with their friends and seniors. This issue took contemplation. In the past, a unanimous answer would be given, that someone like 8 Formation wouldn't give a damn about the king. Accepting it was no problem. This was no longer the case. In fact, people didn't have much confidence in the emperor any longer. Well, he's still a true emperor, so he should come. A senior quietly said, albeit with uncertainty. But the king is too strong. The junior was afraid because the king's deeds have left behind a terrible shadow in his mind, perhaps for a lifetime. In the past, these youths worshipped 8 Formation True Emperor. They considered him to be a peerless genius, a great role model. That's why they also thought that the emperor made a perfect match with Bingqi Hanyu, a talented broom and a beautiful bride. Strangely enough, they didn't worship the king the same way. Instead of admiration, they felt nothing but fear for him, similar to Lucidity King. He had surpassed the level of admiration. Someone this terrifying only instilled trepidation into the crowd. He has to. An ancestor looked over at Myriad Kingdom formation and said, if he doesn't, he'll stagnate forever and won't become a majestic emperor. Why is that? A junior asked curiously. A heart devil. The ancestor explained, he'll forever be in the shadows of the king if he doesn't come. Yes. Another senior nodded, Princess Hanyu has been captured by the king, so the emperor has no excuses to not fight since they are married on paper. His Dao heart will be forever haunted by this mental devil, he won't be able to get past it if he doesn't come. I don't think the emperor can handle that horrifying king. The junior lowered his volume. Everyone stopped talking so the atmosphere became heavy. Ultimately, the king wasn't as strong as Ma Mingchen. Even if his supreme ancestor came along, it wouldn't amount to anything. Well, we will just have to see how much of that formation the emperor has grasped. The ancestor pondered for a bit before replying, if he can exert its full power with the protection of his supreme ancestor, then there might be a chance. Otherwise, the probability of winning is negligible. Unfortunately, he has no choice but to come and fight. The youths who once admired the emperor shuddered after hearing this and didn't know how to feel. What if the emperor just surrenders to the king? Another youth had a bold thought. The seniors glanced at each other. One of them smiled wryly and shook his head, I'm afraid that's impossible. The emperor and the king are fire and water right now since the coup. Will the king forgive the emperor? No. Plus, a true emperor will not submit to an enemy. The ancestor explained. The junior sighed disappointed upon hearing this. Li Qiye has brought Bingqi Hanyu back to his stone hall in Great Desolate Mountain. He threw her on the bed before sealing space. What do you want? The pale girl quickly retreated, but the area has been sealed, so she was stopped by the edge. Her black hair was a mess, same with her disorderly dress. A touch of white skin could be seen, only making the beauty even sexier and more seductive. Li Qiye took a good look before smiling, you tell me, what is the fate of a lamb after being cornered by a wolf? She trembled with horror, but there was nowhere to run. I've lost, just kill me. Her voice was shaking. As the princess of the Bingqi, she has always been pampered as a golden daughter, getting whatever she wanted. Fear wasn't a familiar emotion until this very moment. She found herself to be completely insignificant. You said I could do whatever I wanted, and I certainly don't want to kill you. He smirked, don't worry, I'm quite good at teaching women, you won't want to leave afterward. The girl's legs grew weak as she wished to be as far away from this place as possible. He looked like a devil in her eyes now, one that would bring her down the pits of darkness with no chance at redemption. No. The girl still wanted to run, but Li Qiye immediately grabbed her, pushing her against the wall. It's impossible to run from me. He chuckled, remember, a gambler needs to be prepared to pay the price. When you bet everything on the line, you should have been ready to become someone else's toy. What do you want? She felt danger, for they were next to each other, though he hasn't done anything yet. And he didn't need to do anything. Just his aura alone made her feel helpless, unable to move. She could feel his invasive breath now, losing her courage to resist this dangerous man. You tell me. His eyes fell on her plump breasts. She felt as if she was standing naked before him with no place to hide. His gaze seemed to be caressing her all over, carefully enjoying her snow-white flesh, even the forbidden locations. She thought about covering herself, but a sense of futility overwhelmed her. She lost the courage to resist. The only thing she could do was cry out, don't do this. She knew what he wanted to do. An abyss of damnation awaited her. There was no coming back. Chapter 25-23, Li Qiye's overwhelming aura pervaded the area and Hanyu felt she had no place to hide. It seeped into her very being, every inch of her body. She felt weak and utterly helpless. When his breath touched her neck, the heat invaded her and spread all over. He had gripped her mind, disallowing her from refusing him. During her formative years, those around her have always been respectful. Such insolence was out of the question. She has never been so close with the opposite sex, so this entire ordeal left her in shambles. I need to enjoy a demoness like you, to not waste the opportunity. Li Qiye gently flicked his finger. Pop! The buttons on her dress broke, one by one. The entire process was especially slow, starting from the top. Her dress began to drape off of her shoulders. This great beauty naturally had skin as fair as jade, especially tempting and comfortable to the touch. No, the girl tried to pull up her dress but Li Qiye grabbed both of her wrists, holding her hands above her head and against the wall. No, just kill me. Tears filled her eyes. It won't end that easy. He smiled in a gentle manner, but this gentle smile was full of danger and ruthlessness, akin to that of a tyrant. His fingers traced down her soft skin following the slipping of the dress. It was quite elegant yet domineering, leaving no room for refusal and resistance. Kill me. She started sobbing. No, you will enjoy the feeling of being taught, you will become the happiest woman from pleasure. He smiled, being taught by me will be the apex of your life, the greatest of pleasure. From now on, you won't be able to control yourself from loving the experience of squirming from pleasure beneath me and letting me do as I please. No, his voice rang next to her ear, full of temptation and masculinity. His breath by her ear made her sensitive, causing her to tremble. Tears began streaming down her seductive face. Look at me. It was an inviolable order. She instinctively looked up at him, teary-eyed, and fell into silence. This old man was showing a rare expression, domineering and oppressive like a supreme, forcing anyone to submit before him. His gaze immediately captivated her heart and imprisoned her mind. It was a bottomless abyss, no coming back out once fallen inside. He was the invincible master of this world. The gods prostrated before his thrones, the myriad existences were under his whim. This was the most powerful man in the world, capable of conquering everything. A girl like her could only submit before this absolute power. She was lost before she knew it. Her dress was down by her ankles now, revealing her full figure. Ample perfection, plump and round with the beautiful pink spots. Others couldn't help but take their time enjoying them. So Li Qiye's hands started touching them. No. She still had a sliver of reasoning and mustered power out of nowhere to stop him. Unfortunately, his domineering aura erupted again with flashing lights in his eyes. No, her voice became softer, almost like a moan. Under around and kneading and ravaging, her soft bosoms became hard. She suddenly found her mind to be leaving her body, the latter no longer under her control. It didn't take long before he raised her up against the wall in a rough manner. Meanwhile, Nine-Linked Mountains was still overwhelmed by Li Qiye's authority. Everyone kept their mouths shut. His invincibility has taken over. He became a supreme that robbed everyone of their breath. Clank! Suddenly, a sword hymn shook the world. The sword light formed its own world and illuminated the realms. One sword finally flew the long distance and pinned itself inside Nine-Linked Mountains. Everyone could tell that it came from Myriad Formation Kingdom. 8 Formation True Emperor. The crowd realized the person behind this and instantly looked around. The Emperor is coming, he's really coming. Murmurs sounded. Clank! 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 Countless divine swords rushed out of the kingdom. They had all shapes and forms, ancient ones full of stains and spots. Some pulsed with divinity and fury. They formed a net, seemingly wanting to pierce the entire world until total demise. Boom! They emitted blinding radiance and murderous intent. Everyone in 9 Secrets could sense this. Such fury, the spectators felt a chill after the bloodthirsty eruption. Next, these swords rushed like the tides towards 9 linked mountains with extreme speed. This resulted in a magnificent scene of countless swords converging and blotting out the sky. It wasn't only aiming at Great Desolate Mountain. They eventually scattered on the various peaks in this sect. Moreover, after this first wave, another loud explosion occurred back in Myriad Formation Kingdom. Exuberant light oozed out like the opening of a treasure chest. Another wave of sword rushed to the air. It didn't take long before this realm was filled with lights and hymns of swords. More waves came in a never-ending manner, causing the crowd to gasp. It looked like a rain of swords above 9 linked mountains. They kept on falling down and pinning themselves on the ground. A terrorizing sword intent engulfed the sect. These energies penetrated deep into the bones in every location. Chapter 25-24, The sword energies made 9 linked mountains look like a world of blades. Swords existed as far as the eye can see, pinning on the various peaks. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there was one sword in every step, the same with their frightening aura. The torrential atmosphere actually made the nearby cultivators' swords resonate as well. Some started shaking and wanting to leave their sheath without the permission of their masters. They wished to fuse into the world of swords and reach a state of harmonization. The inordinate number of swords naturally wowed the crowd. 8 Formation True Emperor is not messing around now, looks like he wishes to go to the very end, even if it means mutual destruction. One old expert murmured. Not just him, the entire kingdom has let caution go with the wind. An ancestor quietly remarked. Remember, 9 linked mountains has never participated in the worldly struggles, but its power was unfathomable. Even Lucidity King needed to give this sect face. Now, the Emperor and his sword have turned the place into a battlefield. It meant that he no longer cared about 9 linked mountains or keeping up a courteous appearance. It didn't only represent his personal stance but also his kingdom's. He wouldn't have done so without their full support. He must be furious. A spectator murmured. Don't forget, Princess Hanyu is captured right now, and given the king's characters, what do you think he'll do? His friend chimed in. This stifled the current conversation since everyone started imagining. What kind of person was the king? Perverted, absurd, and tyrannical, a guy who would do anything. And when a beauty like Bingqi Hanyu had fallen into his grasp. Moreover, he had publicly stated his intention of educating her in the past. The outcome was obvious. I'm afraid no men can quell this fury, let alone a true emperor. People said after thinking it through. Then let's wait and see. An elder said, being too resolute will end with casualties on both sides, no chance for backing off. Nevertheless, success is the only way to vent. Conflicts are just part of life, I can at least sympathize with his choice. Unfortunately, failing will result in the destruction of his kingdom, the efforts of his ancestors will turn to ashes. He'll be a sinner who won't be able to face the ancestors. If we're really talking about being rational and logical, is it worth it to drag an entire kingdom down over a woman? Billions of citizens. Yet for a man, to do otherwise would be to suffer for an entire lifetime. The elder's analysis captivated the crowd. They felt as if their heart was being clutched tightly. The king is fierce and brutal indeed, only more than Lucidity King, not less. A commenter kept his voice at a low volume. Everyone has learned of his methods now, massacring a legion without batting an eye. This was indeed just as impressive as the previous king. The ancestor gently shook his head, it's not the king's fault, this is just the cruelty of a political struggle, completely inevitable the moment the Bingqi swapped their princess and 8 Formation True Emperor attacked the imperial city, a part of karma. Look at the princess of Waterfront instead, adored by the king and even given the 9 secrets. Everyone became envious after the topic changed to Princess Lu Chuqing. Just think about it, Calm Lotus was an incredible sect, yet they only had 2 secrets. Now, Chuqing alone had 9. No one could match this in the entire system. Will Her Highness become a second true Emperor Jiuning? Someone wondered. Rumor has it that this emperor had access to all 9, a brilliant being that was comparable to Emperor Zhang. Someone like Lucidity King also viewed her as his pride. From this, one could imagine how great she was. Hard to say. An ancestor replied, it really doesn't matter whether she becomes a true emperor in the future, since her current status is already prestigious beyond words, even Fairy Qin isn't on the same level. He sighed after saying this. Many were referring to Chuqing as Her Highness now. Everyone could see that once the king takes back his throne, she was the only one qualified to be queen. This spot has pretty much been determined. His Majesty truly dotes on her, she's so lucky. A few pretty cultivators became envious. When they wanted to learn the powerful merit laws from their sect, they needed to ace the examinations and trials. As for the 9 secrets, that's something they never dared to think about. Not to mention that their sects didn't have it, even if they did, not just anyone can have access. Now, Chuqing was around their age, yet she had all 9 words. Lucky? A senior didn't like this comment and glared at the girls. This has nothing to do with luck. She planted the seeds and now, it is time for her to harvest. When the king had a rotten reputation, did anyone give a damn about him? Did anyone want to serve him and face ridicules and disdain? Only Her Highness chose to do so. Could any of you have made this choice? The young girls became silent after hearing this. Indeed, this wasn't something they would have done. In their eyes, the king in the past was only a perverted and useless ruler. They would have nothing but disdain for the king, let alone serving him. Nothing comes free in this life. The senior continued, only by paying the price would one gain something. Unfortunately, even the seniors failed to see this. If they were aware of all the possibilities, the present would be completely different. One could only lament their lack of vision. No wonder why the king looked down on them and called them ants. Boom! Another explosion detonated in Myriad Formation Kingdom and disrupted the conversations. Divine lights oozed out in that realm as if they were opening numerous treasuries and all of their hidden cards. This majestic power surged to the sky, seemingly awakening the great sages of the kingdom, consisting of mighty Eternals and brilliant true emperors. They released their abilities in full. Of course, it was only the kingdom's foundation being activated, not that these beings were actually coming back to life. These were the powers stemming from previous blessings and augmentations. Get in line, arrange the banners and laws for full derivation and transformation. Chants resounded in the kingdom, not from the disciples but from the remnant voices of the great beings. The old blessings made the sky colorful as if these beings were returning. The kingdom became brimming with power, almost turning into a massive behemoth. They are revealing their true power. The experts in 9-linked mountains became astonished. They're not messing around, that's the power of an entire kingdom. Another said. A kingdom revealing their ace cards could only be described as frightening. There was no doubt that 8-formation true emperor wanted to fight to the death against the king, not caring about the consequences. Chapter 25-25, the crowd was naturally moved by the impressive scene in Myriad Formation. Buzz. Clear outlines and divine halos emerged. They expanded through the realms and create bridges, making the kingdom look like a city of heavens. An immense aura took form, making everyone feel as if an ultimate power was gathering on this kingdom. In this blink of an eye, the grand Tao power of 9 secrets seemed to be under Myriad Formation's control. The kingdom became shrouded with mist and fog, turning into a scene of paradise. Their national formation, I can't believe they have activated it. An older expert became startled. Incredible, it'll give plenty of blessings for the emperor. All eyes were on Myriad Formation. Is this one of the three great formations? Another asked. Myriad Formation Kingdom was known to have three great formations created by their founding emperor. Rumor has it that they were shockingly powerful. Some said that their strongest formation was actually the kingdom itself. The entire land used to be a naturally formed formation. Later on, Myriad Formation True Emperor started the kingdom and only slightly augmented the land, turning it into a peerless formation. By using the momentum and geography of the land, people believed that once activated, this kingdom could borrow the strength of Nine's secret system. Because of this, some speculated that breaking this national formation would be exceedingly difficult. Their ancestors even proclaimed that no one could take their formation down. Supporting this national formation and the momentum of the land required massive resources. The kingdom would never do it outside of an existential crisis, so the crowd was quite surprised. Buzz. Wisps of light appeared all around Nine's secrets, starting from Myriad Formation Kingdom and spread to the rest. These bright runes seemed to be pulling the power of the system into Myriad Formation. This resulted in the kingdom becoming even more mighty with a terrifying aura. 8 Formation True Emperor isn't confident, so he needs to use his kingdom and borrow the power of the system. Everyone understood right away. This was meant to grant an insane boost to the emperor's own power so that he could be at the same level as Li Qie. Well, who can be confident going against the king right now? One ancestor said, not to mention 8 Formation True Emperor, even Lucidity King might need to think twice. Everyone let out an awkward smile since they have seen Li Qie's abilities, allowing him to treat Eternals like insects. Doesn't the Emperor understand the immortal slaying ancient formation? I thought this formation is heaven-defying. A youth said. Prior to this, people have been singing praises of this formation, so the youths felt nothing but respect and awe towards it. That's in the past, but it's not enough right now. No one expected for the king to be such a monster. An older master smiled wryly. Everyone thought that once the emperor had control of this formation, no one in the younger generation would be his match. Even older Eternals would feel some qualms going against it. This would stabilize the emperor's reign. But the king shattered everyone's confidence. The emperor and his formation weren't enough. I mean, isn't it obvious? Ma Mingchen is the real deal, a tough Eternal. I'm not denying that 8 Formation True Emperor is a brilliant youth, but a 2 Palace Emperor has limits and not on the same level as an Eternal. Even with his formation, he'll only be able to fight against an Eternal at best, one that isn't as strong as Ma Mingchen. So, how is he going to fight against the king? The ancestor paused and looked towards Myriad Formation Kingdom. In order to have a real match, the emperor needs to use the resources and foundation of his kingdom to borrow the power of the system, that will give him a sliver of hope. Anything less is a suicidal endeavor. The reversal of roles left everyone speechless. It wasn't long ago that everyone thought of the emperor as an incredible genius. But now, the king has become an unsurpassable and oppressive mountain. Even the emperor paled in comparison. How exciting! A leisure voice interrupted the anticipating spectators. People looked back and saw Li Qie coming out of his stone hall. He stood on top of his peak to look at Myriad Formation Kingdom. Lu Chuqing and Bingqi Hanyu followed behind him. Hanyu looked quite obedient with spring in her face. The already beautiful woman became even more seductive and tender. The crowd glanced at each other. Despite not knowing what had happened, they still had a pretty good guess. Some sighed and lamented, sympathizing with the emperor for being so furious. He probably had a good guess too. His Majesty is coming. A whisper sounded. The experts in 9-linked mountains got on their knees without needing to be reminded, aware that just a single thought of the king could make their heads roll on the ground. Okay, just watch the show, no need to be so serious. Do as you please. Li Qie waved his sleeve. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. Some felt all kinds of emotions, but there was nothing they could do about it. Bingqi Hanyu and Chuqing took out a chair and table, then began to serve him. Hanyu, who was arrogant and spoiled, looked just like a maid now. A bit interesting. He sat down on his chair and smiled, his eyes glancing at the kingdom. Hanyu also looked over only to sigh softly. She looked away and remained quiet. Boom! An explosion caused the kingdom to shake. A being emerged inside the boundless radiance, looking just like a dominating god with a surging imperial aura. 8 Formation True Emperor. The crowd whispered his title. Some then stole glimpses at Li Qie. This emperor was the one who chased Li Qie from his throne, turning him into a fleeing dog without a master. But now, the king showed his invincibility. Even the untouchable emperor needed to act with full caution. Rumble. Beams of light began shooting at the emperor. The power of both the national formation and the system poured into his very being. He resonated with the Grand Tao and initiated numerous Tao laws. Each law was as big as a waterfall pushing down on the firmaments. Chapter 25-26, Boom. As the Tao laws coiled around the emperor, his imperial aura surged rapidly as if his cultivation took several big realms higher. His eyes pulsed with a golden light with the ability to refine the world and destroy the ages. Perhaps he could even sever the flow of time with a single wave. The crowd took a deep breath after seeing his current state. He was already strong enough normally, but now, under the immense blessings, he became even more domineering, seemingly invincible. The crushing laws around him continued to change, turning into the various celestials and living beings. The laws eventually disappeared, replaced by a majestic world shouldered by the emperor. 9 Secret System. Someone took a careful look at this blinding world and instantly knew what it was. Yes, you're right. Others agreed. The emperor was shouldering the entire system, allowing him to wield its power as well. An immortal haze slowly spread out from this world, shrouding the emperor in a mysterious manner. He seemed to have just walked out of a land of immortals. Each step carried this land's aura and presence. Each step began to turn the ground beneath him into something magical. The crowd glanced at each other, they could sense his mighty power right now. There was no doubt that he had surpassed a 2-palace emperor, perhaps even a 3-palace one. This is still 9 secrets. He grew up in this land and searched for its mysteries, that's why he has the home court advantage, not surprising at all. An ancestor elaborated. All cultivators had home court advantage outside of those without a system. Of course, they were too weak to matter. As for 2 cultivators on the same level, having the home court advantage meant absolutely dominating the enemy. Moreover, the stronger one's cultivation, the more apparent this advantage became. Needless to say, about a true emperor, one would have massive advantages within his system, even more so when compared to an eternal from the same system. After all, an emperor had a more thorough understanding of the system's profundity, so they could control more of its power. This was another difference between a true emperor and a true god. 8 Formation True Emperor was born with impeccable talents and had started learning about 9 Secret System and its laws since youth. He was close to the Tao land here, especially inside his own kingdom, able to gather its power at whim. People glanced over at Li Qie, wondering about his advantages since no one has seen him at full force. How does it compare to His Majesty? The excited youths wondered since 8 Formation True Emperor was impressing them after seeing his unmatched form. After all, he has been their role model in 9 secrets for a long period. Deep down in their heart, they still hoped that he would be strong enough for a successful counter. On the other hand, many didn't want to approve of Li Qie. The guy appeared overnight and became the king. Plus, he had a terrible reputation, whether true or not, so they naturally were prejudiced against him. That's why some of the crowd craved for 8 Formation True Emperor's victory. Of course, they kept it inside because if a tyrant like Li Qie were to find out, he might decapitate them. Maybe there's a chance. Some younger friends commented. However, unlike the optimistic youths, the older cultivators had a solemn expression since they have seen Li Qie in action before. The guy was simply unfathomable and brutal. His power level remained unknown. In fact, some believed that he was definitely stronger than the late king, Lucidity. If that's the case, not to mention 8 formation true emperor, the entire system would be trembling beneath his reign. No one was spared from anxiety during this period. The 5 great powers and the rest, even the 5 supreme ancestors, they all listened to him and obeyed all of his orders. How frightening would it be if the king was actually stronger than Lucidity? No one in the system would be able to oppose him then. Clank. The emperor continued on his path. The swords resonated with each step. Divine swords appeared with unique markings and totems. One had a roaring true dragon, another had a soaring phoenix, one more had howling heavenly dog. These visual phenomena painted the opening of a primal world. These divine and ferocious beasts accompanied the emperor. With his slight movements, the swords also flew across the sky. It looked like he was riding a sea of swords across the realms, quite a magnificent scene. The first-time viewers were in awe. This is how a true emperor travel. Each step of his encompassed a great distance. Though the kingdom was extremely far from Nine-Linked, it was no problem for him. He's almost there. Someone murmured as the emperor got closer to the mountains. At the same time, people started to leave since they didn't want to be dragged into the inevitable fight between the king and the emperor. Some glanced over at Li Qie, wanting to see his expression. Unfortunately, he was as leisurely as ever with the 2 girls serving him tea despite the emperor's incredible momentum. He looked as if he was enjoying the sceneries. So unreal. Even the ones annoyed at him still had to admit that this guy was too fierce. The emperor finally made it into Nine-Linked Mountains. The swords behind him issued continuous hums. Clank. The blades pinned on the various peaks also resonated back. Millions of swords started a melody in unison. Cultivators lost control of their swords as well during this resonating process. Coordinate lines appeared around the mountain range. Under the urging of the swords, a terrible formation took form. Clank. One final hymn tore apart the land. The peaks suddenly disappeared and turned into gigantic swords. In fact, the mountain range itself looked like one sword resting on the world. Chapter 25-27, Everything became hazy since the mountain range was engulfed by a great sword formation, full of sharp intents. Just one sword wave emanating from this formation could eradicate the stars, making them dissipate like specks of dust. A biting aura permeated as if anything inside the sword formation would instantly be rendered into mists of blood. Nothing would be left behind. Origin Sword Formation, one of the 3 great formations. The strongest one of the swords. An ancestor murmured. The crowd finally realized why the emperor sent down those swords earlier onto Nine-Linked. It was in preparation for this formation. Everyone held their breath and wondered about a potential miracle. His kingdom was known for their expertise in formation. Now, the emperor and his entire land have prepared this ultimate sword formation. Clank. The emperor stopped before Great Desolate Mountain, his eyes flashing like lightning, and fell upon Bingqi Hanyu, who was standing calmly next to the king. His glance then turned towards Li Qie and shot out a blinding glint of the sword, akin to the explosion of an entire world. A massive invincible aura erupted. A meeting between enemies would incite fury. However, the emperor kept his cool and benevolence, not shouting just yet. Li Qie. He called out Li Qie by his name with a voice as firm as a rock and as smooth as an unsheathing sword. Each word was filled with aggression. Everyone held their breath, watching the meeting between the 2 kings. No one wanted to miss this colorful event. One could hear the drop of a needle right now. This was actually the second meeting between the 2. The first one was when 8th Formation True Emperor led the 6 legions to siege the imperial city. At that point, the king was considered to be useless and weak. The outcome of that event was too obvious. The abandoned king was chased out of his throne. 8th Formation True Emperor became even more famous after the fact and seemed to be on the verge of replacing the king. This was no longer the case. The king turned out to be untouchable. Everyone seemed insignificant before him. Even the emperor needed to prepare meticulously before this meeting. The worst part of all was that his fiancée has fallen into the king's grasp. Li Qiye didn't mind the rude address and put down his teacup. He yawned, that was a long preparation, how boring. The crowd froze in response. The emperor had numerous blessings and looked to be invincible right now, yet the king still didn't give a damn, clearly not taking the emperor serious at all. This only made the crowd think about his immense power. That's the only way he could be so relaxed right now. The emperor had a serious expression. He coldly uttered, "I'm here to take away Princess Hanyu." With that, his eyes shot out enough radiance to lacerate the world. He clearly showed his determination with this attitude. Commendable courage. Li Qiye still seemed disinterested and waved his sleeve. "Well, before we even get into whether you're strong enough to take her away, let's ask her if she wants to leave with you first." The spectating youths felt indignation for the emperor since the king was showing nothing but contempt and disrespect. The emperor turned towards Hanyu, his eyes became gentler. "Princess, will you leave with me?" He said in a gentlemanly manner, his action temperament befitted his status as a true emperor. She sighed and shook her head, "Young noble Tianji. This is all my fault, so I should be the one to end this. Your future is bright, drop the animosity and leave this place. The vast world is for you to explore." Her soft words carried good intentions since she knew full well that no one could take on Li Qiye. Only death awaited his foes. Resistance was futile, so she chose to submit. This answer heralded confusion, the crowd started to clamor and glanced at each other. Everyone knew that Princess Hanyu and 8th Formation True Emperor was a match made in heaven, perfect for each other, perfect in the eyes of the spectators. Moreover, she had toiled to gather followers and build up momentum for him in the past. Yes, it could be said that she had given full effort to help him become the next king. So, many viewed her as a virtuous wife, beautiful, capable, a qualified queen. But now, everything has changed so quickly in just one night. She has chosen to follow the king. This left the crowd speechless. Just what the hell had happened? They started imagining different scenarios. The emperor's expression shifted as he trembled slightly. Of course, someone at his level could quickly regain his composure. "Princess, don't worry, I will save you. I don't care what had happened since you were captured because of me, I have the responsibility to take you back." He took a deep breath and said. Some gave him a thumbs up in admiration. This was indeed a very manly answer, full of responsibility. She shook her head again, "Young noble Tianji, you still don't understand. You are not His Majesty's match. Opposing His Majesty will only bring ruins, not only to Myriad Formation Kingdom but also to the Bingqi clan." The response this time was as clear as can be, and certainly wasn't easy on the ears. Nevertheless, she was speaking the truth. This had escalated beyond personal pride and feud. It could bring about a calamity to their kingdom and clan. Some didn't quite understand her choice because in their mind, the emperor took great risks just to come and rescue her. The emperor took one more breath to calm down and decisively looked away from Bingqi Hanyu. Clank! With a resounding sword hymn, his gaze turned into a terrifying divine sword, wishing to decapitate Li Qiye. He exuded a terrifying murderous intent, turning into a god of death, killing all who stand before him without any mercy. "I will have your head today and take away Princess Hanyu even if it's the last thing I do." He made a solemn and resolute declaration, representing his unswerving will. Hanyu gave up trying to persuade him for she knew it was too late. This battle was inevitable now. Chapter 25-28, The official challenge only needed Li Qi's confirmation now. The crowd watched with bated breath, waiting for this incredible fight. Many were bullish about the king because of his impressive showings in the past. The emperor was certainly strong and peerless in the young generation, especially in his current state. This was enough to fight an eternal, but people weren't optimistic about his chances, not after seeing what happened to Ma Mingchen. The emperor might be strong with his newfound power but still shouldn't be at the same level as the king. A fight it is. Li Qie lazily said, but 1 second, this godforsaken place is so cold, someone as delicate as me can't handle it. Look at how my legs are shaking, almost losing feeling in them and can't stand up. Just wait a bit. The crowd smiled wryly after hearing this. This person could take down Eternals like eating a meal, yet he couldn't handle this temperature. Who would believe this crap? I'll warm them up, Your Majesty. Han Yu said softly. When someone seductive like her acted in this gentle manner, the effect became several magnitudes greater. She prepared a hot basin and kneeled down before him, taking off his shoes and carefully washing his feet in a meticulous manner, akin to a maid serving her master. That's good. He lazily leaned back to enjoy her service. The speechless spectators felt as if their heart was being squeezed. Han Yu, the successor and princess of the Bingqi, numerous people wanted to court her but they weren't qualified due to her prestigious status and beauty. The young ones viewed her as a goddess, feeling inadequate in her presence. Now, she was kneeling and washing Li Qie's feet while being as careful as possible. This naturally shocked the crowd. That's why some of the youths had trouble breathing. Some even became heartbroken. A few started stealing glances at the emperor since she was his fiancée. This was truly humiliating, impossible to accept. Nevertheless, he stood there with a cold expression. No one could read his emotions. Let me warm you up. Han Yu took her time to finish the task, then dried his feet. Next, she lifted his feet and covered them with her outer garment, sandwiching them inside her deep valley. Her collar has been unbuttoned, revealing her well-rounded and snow-white breasts. His feet were inside now as she lifted up her breasts, doing her best to snuggle his feet with them. Eyes widened at this sight. This prestigious princess was lowering her status to this level. The crowd became frozen. Just what kind of man could conquer this proud woman and make her willingly serve him like this? The king's domineering style seemed to have conquered her completely. The crowd shuddered after realizing this. The experts knew that conquering a talented and prideful girl like Han Yu wasn't that easy. One needed true charisma and matchless strength in order to win her heart until she was willing to do anything. As a princess, the men she has met were all prestigious prodigies and powerful characters. Only the strongest could actually win her over like this. The emperor's expression became ugly after seeing this, but he quickly restrained his anger. Your Majesty, do you feel warm now? Her eyes rippled like the autumn waves, glistening in a dazzling manner. This combined with her seductive smile made people hot and bothered, wanting to do nothing other than ravaging her. They salivated at this romantic act, becoming quite envious. Unfortunately, Li Qie was the only character qualified to enjoy this. Much better, I can actually do things now. He lazily said. She attentively put his shoes on while the crowd fantasized about how soft they must have been. Unfortunately, fantasizing was the only thing they could do. All right, feeling pretty good today. Li Qie stood up after she got on his shoes and started stretching. She then patted his shoulders and grabbed his hand, placing it on her chest. She said softly, I pray for your success. Of course I will be unbeatable and triumphant. Li Qie laughed and boisterously declared. She turned red and hot, thinking about his ferocity and prior roughness. This made her go weak and inadvertently wet. She became embarrassed and retreated to the back, keeping her head lowered. The spectators had nothing to say while looking at the lazy Li Qie, tasting different emotions inside, bitterness, sour, and spiciness. All in all, it wasn't a good feeling. Prior to this, many looked down on the king for various reasons, especially the young geniuses. They thought that he only relied on riding Lucidity King's coattail. This was a stark contrast compared to Bingqi Hanyu with plenty of suitors. People toiled and worked just to win a smile from her. Unfortunately, even the king or young lord of a sect still couldn't obtain reciprocation. But now, this princess acted as a servant before the once useless king, willing to do and suffer anything for him. This was a tough blow for the spectators. The male geniuses shuddered, feeling as if their heart has been stabbed by a sharp knife. This was extremely painful and virtually unforgivable. Because of this, the crowd glanced over at 8 Formation True Emperor. They themselves were very disturbed and pained right now. He should be much worse. No man could accept their fiancé acting like this before the rest of the world. Alright, how do you want to do this? Li Qie floated to the sky and still looked as disinterested as ever. Chapter 25-29. The Emperor had a chilling expression and determined gaze flashing with fatal intent just like blades. Some were actually admiring him right now. Anyone else suffering this humiliating event would have crumbled already and wouldn't want to stay here any longer. The Emperor, on the other hand, stood there still eager to fight, seemingly unperturbed. Anyone else would have their morale plummeting, if not a total collapse. Their will to fight would lessen as a result as well, but not the Emperor. This was indeed a rare, admirable trait. There was a reason why he became a true emperor. He earned a lot of sympathy from the crowd because of Bingqi Hanyu. His fiancée has left him for the king. This was an embarrassing matter, a great blow for any man. Some of the older experts gently sighed. The fight has become even more inevitable. The king was still as ridiculous as before with the exception of his immense strength. There was nothing he wouldn't do. They realized that opposing a tyrant like this was the same as becoming enemies with a devil. The guy could always stomp on the opponent's pride, letting them taste a fate worse than death. They felt that it might have been better if Lucidity King was still in charge. At the very least, the guy was only imperious and dictatorial. On the other hand, the new king was unpredictable and potentially licentious as well. People started missing Lucidity King for his good qualities. The emperor stared straight at Li Qie and declared, "We'll go to the death today. One of us will go down." Li Qie shook his head, "No, the only one dying is you, and this has been decided the moment you tried to reach for the throne. You should be thanking the wind geyser from God's step. If it wasn't for him, I'm sure the imperial city would have turned into a bloodbath, corpses would pile up higher than the walls." Unfortunately, the geezer decided to do a good deed for karma. The crowd finally caught on. Back on that day, the king was all alone, so everyone thought he wanted to die with his kingdom. No one expected that a rescuer would come and take him away from the crutch of 8 Formation True Emperor. It turned out that this person was Wind God, one of the 5 supreme ancestors. Nevertheless, they shuddered at this point, knowing that the king was ready for a massacre, killing all of the invaders. They could indeed imagine the scene of blood and bones filling up the imperial palace. The sanguine stench seemed to be lingering by the tip of the nose. Plus, they knew that he wasn't just bragging. The entire system could have changed in one day if it wasn't for Wind God. The 6 legions, the Bingqi, and myriad Formation Kingdom could have been wiped out. We'll see about that. The emperor wasn't afraid. Very well, people don't give up until the very end when it is too late for regrets. Li Qie casually smiled and waved his hand, "Go first so that you can at least have a chance to struggle." The emperor's eyes lit up like the explosions of the stars in a frightening manner. "Fine, to the death!" The emperor shouted. Clank! Clank! It seemed as if countless swords have left their sheath and surged to the sky of 9 linked mountains. Buzz. A boundless sword domain initiated where the Tao of the sword reigned supreme. In this domain, swords were the rulers, but the emperor was the ruler of the swords. Because of this, the emperor became the ultimate and only existence. Wait, there was another being in this domain, Wuxia. At the tallest location of this domain was a stately entrance with a flashing source. The emperor was standing at the end of this realm, above all else, and wielding this source. Origin sword formation, the strongest sword formation of his kingdom. Someone murmured. It came from myriad formation true emperor. Rumor has it that it had taken down another emperor before with its peerless power. Clank. Curtains of swords appeared, eventually lining up into walls. This culminated into the thickest layer of swords spanning for millions of miles in this domain in front of the emperor. One would need to spend great effort in order to break one layer of this formation. Taking the entire thing down would be prohibitively difficult. At the same time, the spatial area around him became ethereal. The emperor seemed to have left this dimension and entered the great entrance above this domain. Nevertheless, the formation was still as strong as ever. This meant that while inside this domain, one wouldn't be able to find the emperor, yet he could still wield its awesome and destructive power. How do you beat this? The crowd had no idea on how to defeat this formation. There was no escaping for the opponent, yet they couldn't target the emperor either. What must we do to break this origin sword formation? A young genius became puzzled and asked quietly. I don't know. His senior shook his head and put on a serious expression. I heard it has killed a true emperor before. Breaking it will be hard, very hard. It's not impossible. Breaking the eye of the formation will break the whole thing. The controller serves as the eye, just find that person and it'll be there. An ancestor jumped in. This made the group exchange glances at each other. 8 formation true emperor has disappeared from the formation. How was anyone going to find him? The variations and transformations of this formation are too profound. Breaking it completely is harder than reaching heaven itself. I think it's wiser to try and force one's way out. Another expert stated his opinion. All eyes were on Wuxia now. They wanted to see what this mighty king would do to deal with this formation. Die. The emperor's voice sounded from above the sky vault. He resembled the supreme ruler of this area now. Clank. Rains of swords poured down from above, more than enough to make mincemeat out of anyone inside in the blink of an eye. People shuddered at this sight. If they were in this formation, they might instantly fall to this first wave. Calling this little art a formation is shameful. The smiling Wuxia had no intention of dodging as he watched the barrages of swords heading straight for him. Chapter 25-30, Wuxia stood there calmly against the torrential downpour of swords, treating it like a drizzle. Clank. The swords aimed at him in an orderly fashion, wishing to blow him into smithereens. They were inches from him, yet he still wore a smile on his face. In this split second, he gently shot out something. The world quaked and space became crushed along with all of the swords. They seemed fragile and collapsed into specks of dust, resulting in a rain of golden powders. One could hear their falling clatters. So strong. The crowd gasped at the dominating sight. He destroyed countless swords with such ease. They glanced at each other, thinking that the king's power had no worldly bounds, far superior to any other affinity. Clank. A gigantic sword materialized within the domain. The mountain range also lit up with bright rays from every peak. These sword energies exuded a divine presence and immense force. The rays eventually gathered on the great sword. It didn't take long before what seems to be all the lights in the world has accumulated on its blade in a blinding manner. The sword itself seemed to be giving birth to a world. Clank. A world-tearing resonation crossed the air. The ground started cracking in multiple places, the spatial area nearby shattered as well. This resonation alone could instantly turn a true god into nothingness. Its powerful sword energy could take down devils and fiends, quite an incredible power. Clank! Another resonation resounded. The sound turned into a murderous vertical slash with an unstoppable sharpness. It had locked onto Wuxia and would find him even if he was a billion miles away. There was no escaping. It was sharp enough to cut through the firmest defensive line in this world. Stars to pieces, the earth lacerated, yin-yang and the five elements were severed, karma and cycles faced destruction. The gods would tremble before this murderous and bloodthirsty slash. One could easily imagine the gods being decapitated, their heads flying in the air. The spectators naturally shuddered, scared out of their mind. Weak. Wuxia smirked and casually raised his hand to stop the slash. This naturally astounded the crowd since not even the toughest defense might be able to block it. The strongest treasure of an ascender would still be cut into two halves. Wuxia's frivolity stunned the crowd. Was he tired of living? Stopping this slash with one's bare hand was suicidal. Everyone could see the outcome, blood would gush from his severed arm. Even his body might be separated. Clank! Unfortunately, nothing of that sort occurred. Wuxia's hand firmly stopped the gigantic sword. It seemed to be the toughest metal in existence, untouched by the sharp blade. Only sparks came out of the impact point. What more could the crowd say? This person came out unscathed before a direct strike. His flesh seemed to be tougher than metal. They gasped in response. Not to mention ascenders, 8 formation true emperor himself wouldn't try to stop that slash with his flesh. Doing so would result in dismemberment. The spectators couldn't believe their own eyes. They wondered what his flesh was made of. I told you that I was only playing around with everyone earlier. To actually think that you can hurt me. Wuxia shook his head and twisted his hand. Crack! The gigantic sword got snapped like a dried branch despite wielding the power of 9 linked mountains. That slash just now consisted of 8 formation true emperor's power, the force of the entire formation, and even a part of 9 secret systems power. Alas, Wuxia still shocked the crowd by defeating it. My turn. He smiled, slowly making a fist. As the fist started forming, the crowd felt an intense pressure. Though it didn't carry a shocking or immense power, they still froze as if he had their heart in his grasp. The clearer the shape of the fist, the more people stopped breathing as if there was an invisible hand seizing their throat. Opening their mouth wide didn't get them any air either. They had the illusion that he had the entire world in his palm. It couldn't handle a single blow from him. Boom! He finally unleashed his apocalyptic punch. All back to dust, the only words that the crowd could use to describe this incredible technique. Go! The voice of the emperor resounded. Clank! 81 great swords emerged instantly. They turned into the origin and slashed down in unison, creating a net of sword energy. This would last forever since they have created an independent cycle. They carried a supreme intent seemed to be that of nature itself, the power of a true ruler. No one could withstand this force while being inside this domain. Origin first strike, the formation's real moves are coming. A member of the crowd shouted with horror. Boom! Alas, this supreme power and ruler's intent still couldn't do anything before Wuxia's punch. Rumble! The 81 swords instantly collapsed along with their origin force. They only appeared to be supreme on the outside, not possessing real force and couldn't reach the apex. The first continued to break through space in an unrelenting manner. It pierced through the entire sword domain and reached the deepest location. The moment it made its way to the entrance in the sky, numerous layers of swords appeared to build the most resilient defense in the world, virtually impossible to penetrate. Unfortunately again, Wuxia's punch easily pierced through the multiple layers. They all shattered into golden powders and started scattering to the ground. This scene naturally shocked the crowd to the core. Chapter 25-31. The sword layers were inordinately thick and tough since it carried the power of the Emperor and the entire formation, resulting in a majestic force. Even an Eternal would require a powerful offensive artifact to break the layers, not like Wuxia with a single punch. The most terrifying part was that it continued to move on, seemingly unstoppable. Boom! There was no place to hide before its might. The hidden entrance was forced out in the open and destroyed. The entire sword domain crumbled, replaced by a black hole. The world seemed to have been torn asunder by this casual punch. Bam! 8 Formation True Emperor also came out, stunned. He immediately took out 3 swords to stop the punch. The resulting impact shook the world. So many people got dizzy and started seeing stars, nearly falling to the ground. Ugh! The 3 swords managed to stop the onslaught, but the Emperor still vomited blood and staggered several steps backward. His energy started running amok inside. No one expected this development. People knew that the king would be able to break the formation. It was just a question of how. Who would have thought that only 1 punch was necessary? No one did because they deemed it to be impossible. Remember, this formation had killed a true emperor before. Moreover, it was performed by 8 Formation True Emperor on top of using the resources of myriad Formation Kingdom. Its power was simply unimaginable. That fist destroyed the entire domain and the entire formation itself. People suddenly thought that not only the physical realm but even the temporal river could be destroyed. That's why they stood there, slack-jawed, and unable to calm down. They realized once again just how much they have underestimated the king's terrifying strength. Immortal slaying 3 swords. Someone interrupted the moment of confusion after seeing the Emperor's swords. The crowd once again turned to look at the 3 ancient swords that have managed to stop the punch earlier. They were archaic and made from unknown materials that resemble a mix of jade and bronze in appearance, full of spots. They seemed to be stained with dried blood from an unknown age. The blood still emitted a terrible aura as if it belonged to an invincible being, a true immortal. People shuddered after feeling the blood's murderous intent. It still had such a terrible presence after so many years. Maybe these swords have indeed killed an immortal. But then again, that couldn't be possible because no one in the world has seen an immortal. This only showed that a frightening existence had fallen to these swords. They can form the immortal slaying ancient formation. An old expert murmured. Of course, some salivated while staring at the swords because of the formation's famous abilities. Wielding them meant wielding the formation. So many people coveted these amazing treasures. They also noticed the blood on the lips of the Emperor. Wuxia nearly killed the Emperor under his empowered state too. If it wasn't for the 3 swords, maybe the Emperor would be a puddle of blood right now. Wuxia smiled after seeing them. Those swords are not bad. I want them. The world became quiet. This casual statement seemed to have determined the fate of the swords. Though the Emperor was holding them, people felt as if they have already belonged to Wuxia. Alright, hurry, I want to see how strong the formation will be under your control. Wuxia smiled leisurely, not caring about the ancient formation as if everything was under his control. The Emperor had an unsightly expression. It didn't feel good being looked down in this manner. He was a true emperor empowered by his kingdom on top of possessing these 3 swords. No one in Imperial dared to look down on him right now, let alone a youth. Alas, Wuxia didn't give a damn, so he became infuriated. He restrained his anger and focused his gaze. From his eyes came a massive formation. The world became engulfed in the Tao of the sword. Everything turned into a supreme formation. The world was a formation and he was the world. Everyone could sense this transformation since he started exuding the orders of an array, seemingly fusing with heaven and earth to drive the profound formation. You do understand the trinity of formations, indeed qualified to be a true emperor. Unfortunately, too impatient and not enough polishing, inferior to that brat Waterwatch in this regard. Li Qiye nodded and judged the emperor. No one knew what to say, unable to determine the amount of sarcasm in it. To the death. The emperor ignored the comment and stepped forward. His voice was full of confidence and bloodthirst. Everyone could see that the emperor was putting his life on the line. They took a deep breath, feeling a bit of admiration for the emperor. At this point, everyone could see that the king was invincible, more than enough to make everyone drown in despair. The emperor could be 10 times stronger and he still wouldn't be a match. Moreover, his fiancée was completely conquered by the king. This was unbearable for any man. In spite of it all, he still managed to maintain a mental state fit for battle. They also sympathized with his reckless idea because living was meaningless. Even if he could escape from the king and keep his life, he would forever be living under the king's shadow. The devil of the heart would devour the remainder of his life. He would be suffering in humiliation. Thus, instead of living like a coward, going out with a bang was much more heroic. At the very least, he would still be known as someone who had competed with the king before. People would sing songs about him. Alright, you may choose how to depart from this world. Go all out now and don't disappoint me. After preparing this so-called supreme formation for so long, it would be too boring if it can't handle a single blow. Li Qiye chuckled and said, staying true to his perpetual domineering style. The crowd has come to expect this behavior from him, no longer finding it arrogant and annoying. Chapter 25-32, The Emperor's eyes turned cold with a blinding radiance, capable of shining even the 9 levels of hell. Don't be so confident. His thunderous roar was intimidating. He stood there like a supreme sovereign, robbing everyone of their breath. The 3 swords in front of him had a cold glint, causing everyone to shudder. Their flashing glimmers pricked harshly down to the bones. The crowd could already sense a murderous intent before an attack, as if the swords were next to their neck. Decapitation could be next. Go, I'm waiting to see your comprehension. Li Qiye nonchalantly said. Very well. The emperor said. Clank. The 3 swords resonated at the same time. Everyone could hear their hymn and felt their hair standing on end because the sound went straight for their heart, seemingly originating from there. This was akin to a direct assault on the heart, creating a penetrating pain. Many staggered backward from this unpleasant feeling. Buzz. Space fluctuated, seemingly being cut apart. The 3 swords began to rotate around the emperor. At the same time, runes were surging out of the emperor. In this blink of an eye, he seemed to have endless runes as they slowly covered him. These runes were ancient and profound, each wielding considerable power. This was no different from the emergence of 3,000 worlds. Clank. The 3 swords have opened an ancient world filled with lights. It immediately stabilized and locked onto the runes around him, resulting in a massive formation. It instantly trapped Li Qiye within. This domain had its own sun and moon with blood flowing everywhere. The stench was horrifying, same with the murderous pressure. People didn't only shudder but would become nauseated as well. Strange sizzles could be heard. It seemed that if any existence in this world were to let down their guard even a little bit, the pressure could instantly turn them to blood. This was quite frightening. Just the atmosphere of the formation alone was extremely fatal. Boom! After the formation took form, the emperor gathered his vitality and became resplendent. Rumble! Myriad formation kingdom in the distant also exuded blinding lights. With the kingdom in the center, rays of light traveled to different places in 9 secrets and started sucking out power. These various forces from the system became pulsing rays and headed for the emperor. The rays eventually converged into a single pulse and shot straight for the emperor. He opened his fate palaces and absorbed the incoming energy in full. An inferno rushed out of his body and ravaged the sky. He turned into a sacred deity, pulsing with a blinding radiance, no longer belonging to the mortal world. He was no different from a being from above, wielding an ancient sword to deliver judgments. His battle abilities soared even greater than before. Just a wave had an apocalyptic might. The crowd took a deep breath. This heightened form of his was truly strong. Not many ancestors in 9 secrets could take him on now. Boom! He then jumped into the ancient formation and split into 3 copies. There were 3 of him now inside immortal slaying ancient formation. They were identical and had the same radiance. The split didn't make any of them weaker than the original. Which one is real? The spectators were confused to see 3 of him. They opened their heavenly gaze and tried to spot the real one. Unfortunately, they were disappointed to find that regardless of how careful they looked, they still couldn't notice anything. It's impossible to tell. Even the ancestors shook their head. Copies can't be this strong. Another murmured. Cultivators could create avatars and copies after reaching a certain level, but they were far inferior to the real body. Some copy didn't even possess 20% strength of the original. One ancestor stared seriously at the formation. The Emperor has entered a special state in this formation. Even his copies are just as strong as the original. So now, there are 3 of him, and they're all empowered too. This formation is incredible then. Another took a deep breath. This meant that the Emperor's power had tripled. This combined with the murderous atmosphere in the formation made him much stronger than normal. Don't be surprised. An ancestor said, this formation has an amazing origin. Few in the history of Myriad Formation Kingdom have been able to learn it. Clank. The 3 emperors each had 1 sword. They raised it in front of them in an offensive stance, ready to attack. The swords exuded a flowing golden brilliance that spread to the emperors. They looked like 3 golden immortals with a transcending aura, a stark contrast to the murderous aura emanating from the swords. Die! The emperor roared and finally made his move, slashing vertically with his swords. Clank! The entire formation activated with a merciless sharpness, enough to kill an immortal. The spectators felt a sharp sting on their neck as if they were the ones being decapitated. Come! Li Qie laughed and casually punched again. The destructive punch was as unstoppable as before, destroying everything in its path. There was no taking back after releasing. Boom! It aimed straight for the 3 swords. The crowd watched with bated breath. This wasn't the first time the king used his bare hands against weapons. The result was the swords being blown to the air. The emperor staggered several steps backward. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.